Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the business floors of Lagos to the commodity house of Lagos, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment, broadcasting live from Enugu. It's a brand new morning and we are tracking massive waves across global and local markets. Nationally, the Nigerian exchange roared back to life with a resounding ¾ trillion naira gain, while the naira maintained its tight grip on stability against the greenback. But the real story this morning is global. A stunning, deeper than expected plunge in U.S. inflation has completely flipped market sentiment, triggering an explosive overnight rally across Asia and preparing Wall Street for a green open. Grab your coffee from the local commodity markets in Enugu, Lagos, and Abuja to the major foreign purses. We have the data, the trends, and the exact investor playbook you need for the day. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny, and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to the numbers as the business day starts right now. The Nigerian exchange rebounded on Tuesday, yes, being the 14th, snapping a 2-day losing streak. Bargain hunters returned to the market, snapping up fundamentally strong banking, insurance, and celeb blue chip equities. All share index ASI closed at 242,870.44 points, up 1,121.33 points, making a positive 0.46% from the previous session. Market capitalization increased by 719.56 billion naira, making a positive upward trajectory of 0.46% to settle at 155.85 trillion naira. And the market breadth remained positive with 30 equities advancing against 25 decliners. Investors traded 634.7 million shares valued at 53.33 billion naira across 42,430 deals. This represents a 21% volume increase and a massive 140% surge in value compared to Monday's session. Taking a look at the top 5 gainers, starting with Lane Africa. Yes, Lane Africa closed in the positive rim of a 10% adjustment to close at 9 naira 90 kobo. First holding company yesterday closed at 72 naira 15 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 9.98%. Tom's weight yesterday closed at 2 naira 69 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.80%. Merit yesterday was equally positive as it closed at 113 naira, making a bullish adjustment of 9.71%. RT Briscoe closed trading book yesterday at 13 naira 15 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 8.68%. I'm quickly taking a look at the laggards, where International Energies led this pack, closing trading at 4 naira 66 kobo, making a dip of 9.86%. Legend International yesterday closed at 4 naira 45 kobo, making a dip of 9.18%. FDA Insure yesterday closed in the negative as well, making a bearish adjustment of 7.67% to close at 2 naira 77 kobo. FTN Coca in the dip closed at 8 naira 21 kobo, having made a bearish adjustment of 7.55%. International Breweries yesterday closed in the dip. Yes, a very big dip of a negative 4.79% to close trading book at 13 naira 90 kobo. Quickly taking a look at the volume leaders. Yes, the Rare First holding company yesterday led the pack, dominating trading, moving 326.92 million shares, followed by Grantee Trust Holding, yes, which moved 22.7 million shares, and Access Holdings moving 18.53 million shares as of yesterday. And then when we look at value, you get First Holding Company PLC, who led in the value, accounting for over 23.5 billion naira worth of shares, through yesterday's total turnover. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. Yes, bringing you a market projection for today. Following yesterday's strong rebound, the market is expected to carry out some positive momentum into today's section. The 140% surge in the traded value suggests that institutional investors are actively positioning themselves, particularly in the banking sector, as recapitalization deadline nears. While selective bargain hunting on fundamentally sound stocks should keep the broad index steady, expect a bit of volatility as short-term traders look to lock in profit on yesterday's sharp gains. And quickly moving to the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira experienced a relative stable trading section, being yesterday, July the 14th, as the Central Bank of Nigeria continued its strategic liquidity interventions to narrow the gap between the official and parallel markets. Now looking at the official window yesterday, which showed a slight depreciation, closing at 1,382 naira yesterday. Yes, 1,382 naira 6 kobo, indicating a dip of a negative 0.707% yesterday. And at the black market or the street market, yes, what we officially call the parallel market, depending on what you're comfortable with, the market showed stable marginal premium, closing at 1,400 naira. At the official market, during intraday trading, the naira fluctuated between a highs of 1,382 naira 6 kobo and a low of 1,370 naira 12 kobo. The gap between the official and the parallel market rates remained relatively tight at approximately 18 to 30 naira, reflecting improved market conveyance relative to historic volatility. Now quickly giving you a market projection for today. Naira is expected to maintain its relative stability within 1,375 naira to 1,395 naira range in the official window. Now, another factor we'll look into is the liquidity factor. Yes, that will determine the direction and the pace of the market. Analysts anticipate the currency near-term strength. We, heavily rely on the CBN's foreign exchange interventions and the consistent inflow of oil export revenue. Another point we are looking at to shape today's market is the pressure point. If corporate demand for the US dollar spikes, midweek, we might see a marginal widening of the parallel market premium through major swings. Yes, though these major swings are unlikely due to the current, tight monetary policy. And that takes us quickly to the, global energy market, where the global benchmark Brent crude, surged past the $85 threshold, extending a powerful rally triggered by rapidly escalating geopolitical conflict in the Middle East. As at the closing time, Brent settled price at $85 Yes, at $85.72 to $85.78 per barrel, marking a sharp gain of roughly 3% to 4.5% on the day. And we monitoring the intraday movement. Brent opened at $3.11 and steadily climbed throughout the session. A brief midday softening occurred when U.S. President Donald Trump, walked back plans to impose a 20% tariff fee on cargo crossing the Strait of Hormuz. However, the relief was short-lived and prices rebounded aggressively before the close. Now here quickly is the market driver or the catalyst here. One is the U.S.-Iran escalation. The U.S. military launch, fresh airstrikes targeting Iranian infrastructures as Washington prepared to impose a naval blockade on Iranian ports. Then another factor that shaped the market was the shipping threats. Yes, tensions heightened further after reports of two commercial tankers being struck, while crossing the vital Strait of Hormuz, raising immediate concern about severe fiscal supply disruption. I'm quickly moving on to bring you a market projection for today. Yes, the outlook is that Brent crude is carrying out its bullish momentum into today's section, with prices testing its $6 per barrel mark. One factor we, analytically see to shape the market today is the geopolitical premium. The market remains highly sensitive to headlines out of the Persian Gulf. President Donald Trump midweek threat of further military action, specifically targeting Iranian power plants and, bridges if Tehran fails to return to the negotiating table, is keeping supply fears front and center. Another factor we look to, decide the direction of the market today is supply risk versus economic data. Expect Brent to stay firmly supported above $85 mark. While the threat to the Strait of Hormuz, which handles about 20% of global oil traffic, deters the price floor, today's release of the key U.S. inflation data could, introduce minor macro-driven volatility. If technical resistance at a $6.50 is breached, Brent could quickly target its $8.50 level in the near term. And then quickly running along, moving to the Nigerian commodities market, which reflected a mixed trend. Why improved naira stability compared to last year's, has helped cool overall peak food inflation, local distribution, and transport costs, which keep stable prices highly segmented by regions. And quickly moving on to take a look at the price of staple food prices along these corridors, starting with local rice 50 kg bag of wheat. Yes, in Lagos it sold between 50,000 to 65,000 naira, and Abuja paid between 52,000 to 68,000 naira, and in Enugu it went for 48,000 to 63,000 naira. And then looking at the imported rice 50 kg bag of wheat in Lagos sold between 61,000 to 80,000 naira, and in Abuja it went for between 63,000 and 85,000 naira, whereas Enugu paid between 62,000 and 82,000 naira for the same 50 kg bag of foreign rice. And then moving on to the white brown beans that 100 kg bag of wheat in Lagos went for between 75,000 and 90,000 naira, and in Abuja it sold between 78,000 and 92,000 naira. In Enugu it went for between 80,000 naira and 95,000 naira. And quickly moving on to take a look at the 50 kg bag of gari in Lagos, it sold for 24,000 naira as of yesterday. And in Abuja, depending on the market, it sold for 26,000 naira. And in Enugu, depending if you're in Oboite, Mayor Market or the New Market, depending on the market, it went for 25,000 naira. And then pushing our focus to Enugu, the local rice, proudly called the Abakaliki brands, remain highly competitive in Southeast, starting as low as 48,000 naira. Though transport logistics keep beans and imported products slightly higher than in coastal hubs. And quickly moving to take a look at export grains and cash crops, starting with soybeans, and we are speaking particularly to the AFES and international hubs. Soybeans spurred by renewed global demand. Soybean spot prices surged a 5-week high of $435 per metric ton. That's significantly 600,000 naira per metric ton, equivalent in naira terms. And then cocoa hits a major breakout, consolidating near $6,300 per metric ton due to supply shortfalls and weather risk in West Africa. Looking at ginger and sesame, it maintained farm gates pricing on steady export demand, supported by stable naira to dollar exchange rate. And quickly, here is our market outlook for today. Starting with staples, prices are projected to remain flat today. High transportation costs, speaking to fuel, continue to prevent a more rapid decline in retail markets despite improved seasonal harvest supplies. And then quickly moving on to take a look at exports. Expect continued bullish momentum in soybeans and cocoa. Expect pricing as international supply tightens, providing lucrative window for local origin aggregators. And quickly passing on to the international market, where global stock markets faced heavy volatility as intense geopolitical friction between the US and Iran sent Brent crude climbing over $85 per barrel. However, a sharp, unexpected drop in US inflation, the June CPI fell negative 0.4%, released early on Wednesday morning. It has, dramatically shifted sentiment, easing interest rate hike fears and sparking a strong relief rally in Asian markets. Moving on to the Wall Street, Dow Jones yesterday declined 0.26% to close at 52,498.70 points. S&P 500 on the decline, it closed at 0.79% to 7,515.47 points. Nasdaq Composite yesterday closed at 25,873.18 points. These are due to a massive tech-led sell-offs. Primary semiconductors dragged indices down. Energy was the lone shining sector, making a positive 3.2% on surging oil prices. And quickly moving on to Europe, Germany's DAX yesterday, equally on the downward trajectory, made a downward 0.40%, and in France, CAC 40 equally downward trajectory of a 0.70% as well, and UK FTSE 100, it was equally in the decline of a 0.10%. Spain IBEX 35 was a little bit moving towards the upward trajectory on a 0.11% to close at 19,356.60 points. And this is due to the escalating Middle East tension and surging, oil costs heavily weighed on European travel and manufacturing equities. And quickly, taking a look at the Asian market, as at this morning, South Korea KOSPI is on upward trajectory of a 7.10%, to 7,343.37 points, which is a spectacular, explosive rebound, led by heavily oversold chip makers. Japan, Nikkei 225, equally in upward trajectory of a 0.90% to 68,353.91 points, which is tracking positive momentum from cooling US inflation. And moving on to China, Shanghai Composite, made a downward trajectory of a 0.40% to 3,952.04 points. Sentiment remains dampened after Q2 GDP growth slowed sharply to 4.3%. And in India, Nifty 50, this as a Tuesday close, is a downward trajectory of a 0.66% to 24,052.05 points. Is hit up by a rising crude import bills and a weakened rupee. That's the Nifty future signals a flat to positive open today. And quickly, here is our market projection. The softer than expected US inflation data has completely altered the short-term narrative. Looking at from the Western outlook, Wall Street futures have reversed, indicating a strongly positive opening bell today as bets of a Federal Reserve rate hike in July and September drop off significantly. The key risk here is we want you to keep a close eye on the US-Iran situation. even with macro relief, any further naval blockades or airspace closure in the Strait of Hormuz, will cap market gains and keep energy stocks highly volatile. And quickly, for want of time, we'll just move ahead and give you our rules for today. Yes, the golden rule for today, that's where we are locking in at this hour because we are out of time. So in all, we are advising all investors, especially our Nigerian investors, to today play by the golden rule, which is to follow the volume, not just the percentage gains. If a stock is rising on thin trading volume, avoid chasing it. And that's where we'll be drawing the curtain on this very segment of Aneke TV Business Outlook. But a quick reminder, before you trade, one will give you the data. We don't give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Good morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports. Today I am your one and only Good Hope Chukuma, the Sports Oracle, bringing you what's happening around the world of sports. And you know, I'm not doing this alone, I'm doing this with my wonderful, humble worldwide. And it promises to be interesting today, while we have seen what happened yesterday in the semi-finals of the FIFA World Cup, where France was beaten down to their toes. And I mean, who takes the glory? I think Spain has to take the glory, and worldwide. Yeah, worldwide. You're seeing you saw what happened yesterday.
Well, I don't know what happened yesterday. I can tell you that that was not the France I was rooting for. That was not the France I watched play. You know, played against Morocco, played against Algeria. This France played against Senegal, and I don't know how come. You know, Spain played a dominant football. Let's not take anything away from Spain. Spain played a dominant, beautiful football. It was a masterclass. That was the kind of match you say this is a masterclass. You know, where they outperformed France in all ramifications. It was not just talking about one side. When you come to the defense, they were very organized. When you go to the midfield, in fact, yesterday we could see that midfield was football, where they had to take over the midfield. France did not even have, out of 90 minutes, in fact, let's use the first 45 minutes, for example. When you talk about the first 10 minutes, it was all about the Spain playing. Then France will get about 2 minutes to play their own ball. They will not get anything out of it. Then Spain will collect the ball again, play it for another 10 minutes. That's taking 20 minutes, and you are just taking 2. So before you know it, 45 minutes was over, and you can say that France has just played about 5 or at most 8 minutes of football throughout that first half. So it was a dominant possession football that Spain, in fact, Luis Fonte played. In fact, that was a masterclass, I can tell you. And Spain were just active. You saw the penalty that Yamal caused. Digny was not even aware that someone was coming from behind. You know, they were just ready to attack anything, and they gave it their best. Shout out to Spain. They played a wonderful football.
Before we even give just a bit of details about the games yesterday, I also want to tell you that Spain was really good.
No,
they were really fantastic. Good. And what really helped Spain would be the midfield, I would say.
Yeah.
The midfield. Having someone like Rodri.
Rodri
is the Ballon d'Or winner.
In fact, Rodri was playing like as if he was still 22.
Like that,
he was still energetic.
Yes.
Omo was somebody that was also very almost everywhere. He was just everywhere.
He was pouring Omo so that they can wash.
They were ready for it. It was all of them. Cucurella, you saw Cucurella's handwork.
And you see,
for the first time I was praising Cucurella.
Yeah, Cucurella has been brilliant.
Very well.
Cucurella has been brilliant this World Cup, I must tell you. Cucurella, since he was sold to Chelsea, he became a Real Madrid Marcelo.
No, since he went to Madrid.
Yes, he was sold to Madrid. Yeah. He became a Marcelo.
Yeah.
Do you see? He has had 2 assists in a match. Cucurella is not just an ordinary player. You know, Mourinho doesn't just watch players; he watches their life. And Cucurella is the man of the moment. And before we get to that, let's just take a look at the, talking about the boxing games that are coming up, where we have Anthony Joshua preparing to still smack his opponent on July 25th. And he's going to be, I'm just announcing it because we have been showing it, and it's one of the fights that we're anticipating in this July 25th. You have Anthony Joshua come back. It's going to be versus Prenga, and is in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. You remember that fight that we told you that the fight is going to be, in UK or US, but now finally is in Saudi Arabia. And then the other fights, because there's a fight against Tyson Fury that is coming up, and also there's a fight against Usyk that is coming up. So it's going to be a wonderful.
This time around, it's starting with Prenga.
It's starting with Prenga, so that
starting point, just
so that he can refresh, warm up his punches.
And of course, there's still that we read out all these things yesterday, just to give our viewers a reminder of these fights that are coming up. Everything July 25th, you still have so many other fights. Talking about the Shera versus Jackson match, talking about Kelly versus Agraco, talking about Susumi versus Alvino. There are a lot of them. Talking about Talon versus Pino. You also have Alakel versus Chekhov. You have Al Mohammed versus Bechel Dodge. Then you have Hikau versus Castellano. Then by down, you have Dev versus Diaz. And of course, by your left there, you have Bank versus August. Don't forget, all these are going to be live on DAZN, and you are seeing the sponsors there down on your screen. All fights on July 25th. It's almost close. We are just about 10 days to go. Then also coming up, still on DAZN, September 4th, we have Ruiz main event versus Kimba. Ruiz has been out of the world of boxing for even up to 2 years. This guy is coming back to boxing. We are going to see that big man they call Ruiz Jr., the big man with tattoo all over his body, versus Kimba. Is going to be live on September 4th. That is on Friday. Then that's not the only fight we have. We have told you about the UFC fights 335. Then also we are having Argentina versus England. This time around, it's like a boxing match, but of course it's for the semi-finals. Of course, that is also coming up. Then we move over. That's all we have for you on the world of boxing. That is all we have for you on the world of boxing. Let's talk a bit about Tillermans. I know you mentioned it yesterday, but I can't take this guy off my mouth for now, because this guy Yuri Tillermans is somebody that we saw.
That's the new Manchester United signing.
Yeah, the new Manchester United.
I mean, since Manchester United signed Tillermans, no one has agreed to sign any player from any team. Everybody has been holding their...
Everybody's doing low-key.
Everybody's just being low-key. And people have been calling out Chelsea. Chelsea, show us who you're signing. Arsenal, show us who you're signing. Okay, you want to bring out who Chelsea signed? There's nobody Chelsea signed. Liverpool, show us who you signed. Show us who you signed. And I really have a funny... I would have played it, but it's just like a funny meme, where Manchester United tells you... they are going for someone like Lucas Digne of France. Manchester United said they are going for someone like Lucas Digne of France, and they told the media they are going for Somerville. Why they are going for Kvaratskhelia?
No, this time around,
it's a very funny video.
You just have to deceive people now, because yes, you bring out who is coming at you.
Everybody will just go after that person. That's your problem now. You are going after the player I said I want to sign. Are you okay?
So everybody now is keeping it on.
Yeah, everybody's being, very reserved.
To be cautious.
Yes.
What Tottenham has done to Man U just for 2 signings.
For 2 signings. Okay, imagine right now, from where we have in the signing, rumors that are in the transfer rumors, Manchester United have also indicated their interest in Manu Kone. And currently, Liverpool seems to be going after him. Arsenal seems to be going after him. And right now, the two are not going after him again. Okay. I don't know why. Just because maybe he has dropped out of the World Cup.
Just yesterday, now everybody's interest has depreciated.
Everybody's interest has depreciated. So, but talking about Tillermans and seeing how he plays, I will tell you that you have the better facts than me. I don't know if you actually do have the better facts than me.
We saw him in the World Cup, of course, with Belgium. He was very influential, and we have seen him over time in the Premier League. He played for Leicester before he came to Aston Villa. So this guy has been what we call Premier League proven or tested. So he has played, and I love the fact that he plays where Bruno Fernandes also played. That is to say that Bruno Fernandes this time around will have resting space. He will have breathing time. It's not, last season with Manchester United, they used Bruno Fernandes for almost all the matches. And if this person should get injury, it's going to be a big blow for Manchester United. So this is what they are looking at. The young man, Bruno Fernandes, is getting, older, and you can, for once, say maybe injury might creep in anytime. So Manchester United are not just playing the domestic league this time around, they are playing the Champions League, of course. So you see the future in so many competitions, and you cannot just rely on one person. Now, why I like this sign is because you can, when you are taking out Bruno Fernandes, you have someone of that kind of quality also bringing in another person that can replace him and give you, when you are looking for an assist. That's what Tillermans is there for also. He has done it. He has proven that he can do this over time with Aston Villa. When you are talking about Emery shining with Aston Villa, you cannot miss out this name. Even when you talk about Watkins, you talk about Rodgers, but Tillermans is the person in the middle that delivers those passes to these guys in front. So it's a good buy for Manchester United, where you are now having to have a replacement for Fernandes in case of injury, in case of maybe fatigue. You just bring in this guy. Then, of course, they are still going for Kone, and Kone also will be a good signing. When you are talking about Mino, maybe probably Kone also will be there, then Fernandes. So you see that you now have options. Maybe if you are taking out Mino, you'll be bringing out Andre Santos. If you are taking out Kone, you can replace him with Mino. If you are taking out Fernandez, you are replacing him with Silama. So now the midfield is looking balanced. And of course, there are still, if possible, they can still add one more before you now talk about other positions. So for me, that's a very lovely signing for Manchester United.
Yeah, it's a very lovely signing for Manchester United, and we're going to see what happens just as the season gets into play. And don't forget that this weekend on Saturday, Manchester United is going to face Wrexham in their preseason friendly.
Just like we're
already in the preseason, and teams have already started mobilizing their players and traveling out for the games. Of course, the World Cup games had to shake it up a bit because some players are still playing in the World Cup. But it's good to know that there are more Premier League players in the World Cup who came to the World Cup than every other league. There are about 24 Premier League players who played in the World Cup than any other league. I mean, talking about that. That's why when people want to compare the Premier League with the other leagues, I used to feel something rising.
There are so many facts that they know. It's not that they don't know. They know, but they won't want to agree with you.
And currently, I would like to also let you know that Marcus Rashford is the only player so far to have scored. Who came from that league to have scored.
He came from the Premier League or from La Liga. Because right now, we can't say he's a Premier League player because he was on loan to Barcelona. So
he was on loan to Barcelona, but it will be much of him coming back to Manchester United.
Of course.
So you will see that looking around what has happened in the league and seeing how much the players have participated, it's just class. And having someone like Marcus Rashford. Now, I will also want to remind our audience that just right tomorrow, same time, same station, yesterday, that the game was played. Talking about France versus Spain. Today we have England versus Argentina coming up. I want to announce it to you ahead in case we get to give the analysis. But it's going to be a wonderful match. And
of course we'll give the analysis.
People have actually started tipping Argentina for the final. I mean, Argentina will be in the final. And
right now, I'm not sure of who I want to tip.
Yeah, currently, because you don't know, you see what football is. And Argentina, even though they have quality players, England also has quality players. England has quality players,
but
really.
The thing is that both teams, they play, will I say, similar pattern of football, because it's not the kind of teams that you say they are possession playing kind of, when you watch Spain versus France yesterday. Spain, they dominate the possession. You don't have that opportunity to play Spain up to even 5 minutes that they will not collect the ball from you. So, but England and Argentina, they don't play that kind of possessive football. Both just want to get to the front and score goals. So that's why for me, the two of them look like they are similar in their own pattern of play. But to pick out who is going to come out has to be individual brilliance for me. Someone has to do some magic, and that's where the Messi factor will come in. You cannot underrate this person. He might be the one to provide that kind of magic, or Bellingham or the other side. But if you say for the two teams, I can tell you they play similar football, and I won't want to say this one plays better. For me, I will even forecast a draw for that match, then maybe probably to extra time or maybe penalties. Unlike what we saw yesterday, I can tell you what I saw yesterday was not what I was expecting. I was expecting the France I've been watching to play their pattern of fast football, where before the wingers will get into the front and either square play or give Mbappe the ball. But this time around, in fact, Spain, they should be the world number one.
No, Spain. The last time they won the World Cup was in 2010. And
despite that, they have been
like the World Cup in South Africa, and they are back again too.
You saw the way they played France yesterday. They played France like France were maybe FIFA ranked maybe position 10 or 11. They in possessions. I would have loved to show the statistic. When you talk about possessions, let me just read it out for you. In possession, they were all dominant. If you talk about the first half, Spain had about 57 against France 43. Then at the end of the match, Spain, even while winning, when you expect France to be possessive and try to get the goal, Spain still had upper hand 51 against 49, telling you that they were playing the ball. Even while they were 2 goals up, they were still the ones in charge, the ones still playing. Expected goals, France had 0.31 expected goal. Then Spain had 1.63. They were already 2 goals up. I'm talking about this is the full-time statistic now. Then shots on target, they had only 2. That's talking about Spain. And these 2 that they had were the two goals that we saw yesterday that we are on target. That's the penalty and the other goal by Poro. So they were, very, very clinical when they get to the front of the ball. Yes, they had some chances that they could have also turned in. We saw the goals that were also cancelled because of offside and the rest. But they were clinical. Then you talked about corner kicks. This is where France, of course, they are chasing the game. So they were more like playing to score. But they were not even getting clear chances to score. So yesterday game, no clear good cut chance that you say that France had to score. The one that Mbappe almost wanted to convert, Cucurella was there to block. In fact, twice Cucurella had to block the shot that it was not even counted as shot on target, because at the end of the day it was corner kick. So the Spanish team yesterday had a master class. I can give that applause to their coach Fonte. The men he fielded yesterday all delivered. Talking about Fabian Luiz, who was influential in that match. Then you talk about Oyarzabal, who scored the penalty. These guys were very. Lamine Yamal was not that, maybe he did not get to the extent he wanted to, but he was very influential. He was the one that caused the penalty kick. And he also made some dribbles from that left wing, kept possession for them. Then Rodri, I can't take anything away from that man. That man was very, very influential.
I really love
he keep possession. And one thing I liked about Spain yesterday, the defense, we are also part of the midfield. Where you see Poro coming into the front, it was just
the second goal
almost everywhere. If you just move, you will see him in the midfield, having to assist Rodri when maybe Olmo is at the front. So Cucurella was also going to the front. So France, we are at play. They were, at played in this game of football that you can say that they did. If that match could last for another 90 minutes, let's say 180 minutes, I can tell you that Spain they will still be in possession. And out of that 90 minutes that I saw yesterday, France, I can tell you, if you check the number of time that they were in possession of the ball, it will not be up to 30 minutes. Throughout that 90 minutes, you can't count up to 5 minutes that you say France are in possession of the ball. They are just holding the ball, trying to create something. And the Olise that I used to see, it had to be taken off. Imagine taking Olise off at 73 minutes to tell you that the football was not for France yesterday. Bakola, who started the game, tried his best. I can say he tried his best, but nothing came out. Due came in also to do one or two. It didn't work out. Kone also had to be brought in. They were now bringing the guys. Even Cheki had to come in at some point. Dembele was not, the best of his form. So everything was not for me. Maybe the universe was not for France yesterday, and Spain played a better football. So at the end of the day, they got the win. They were the better footballing team yesterday. And of course, who plays better wins the game at the end of the day. There was no, one thing I liked about that game yesterday, that there was no complaint. No, even the penalty that was scored, you can't come out and say, okay, as a French fan, now you are going to protest the penalty, that it was not supposed to be a penalty. The only one or two complaints that will have even gone or sprang up today now will have been from the Spanish people, where Olise tackled Rodri, because of course it was a late challenge, which we say is almost like a red card, but of course no card was given. If that challenge has gone to the VAR that they have to review it, I can tell you that Olise will have even left the pitch early. That was in the first half. So nobody is complaining. You see officiating, well officiated. It's not the one that somebody will be officiating and you want to favor one to let the best team win the game. And in fact, everybody will be happy. France does not have any complaint now to lay on the table that this is why they lost. So you have to go back to the drawing board, come back, okay, next competition, and do your best. Of course, we will not forget that the coach is retiring also. Deschamps, that was his last match. If he had progressed to the final, it would have also been his last match, because he has come out to say that he's retiring from the French football. And the possible, in fact, the name high up on the list is still Zinedine Zidane. If France are going to get a new coach, we will have to see Zinedine Zidane. Yeah. So this, we might, the 3-time Champions League winner with Real Madrid coming to France also, it's something that, okay, we might see a different pattern of football in France, because we know Zidane, plays that kind of possessive football where you will keep possession of the ball. And the coach is coming to the national team this time around. I can tell you that we are going to see a lot. We are getting to see Jurgen Klopp, probably going to be the next German coach. We are also getting to see the rumors of Pep Guardiola. In Italy, imagine Pep Guardiola and Klopp there in Germany, then Zidane for France, then Argentina, of course, might still remain with Lionel Scaloni, or maybe they will have to change coach. But of course, the young man is doing well. So the caliber of coaches are going to change hands, and of course, the next World Cup, I can tell you, it's not probably going to be what we used to know, maybe having to see France in the final. We are going to have to see Italy. You know, I believe if Pep Guardiola is going to take that job, we are going to see Italy moving very fast, you know, in the World Cup.
Well, it's going to be a wonderful time seeing these men, you know, taking over the national teams, not the club again.
Yeah.
Because I feel there's a lot of pressure when you coach teams. Well, I mean, talking about club at the club level,
Yeah.
there's a lot of
Course,
pressure.
you're always playing.
You're going to play. You're
time.
going to always be on the radar. You know, directing, doing one or two things to see that your team advances to the next level. But when they go to the national team, seeing the track record they have already amassed, seeing how much they have done, I will tell you, it's going to be an amazing time. All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we're going to give you and dive right into other sports. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back, still on Aneke TV Sports, and we have been doing this just right from the moment the camera was shown on us, and I want to let you know that the game this evening has a high intensity to turn either both ways. I mean, a lot of predictions came in before the game just yesterday, while you had Spain was tipped to go home, and it just had to be a turnaround for the Spanish side, seeing how good they were and how beautiful they played. Of course, they had no breathing space for France, even though France had to try some shots, and also they were very, very aggressive, unlike France that we used to know. Frustration had to kick in, but it was not anywhere close to the victory that Spain had, and it was a wonderful and a beautiful moment. Today promises to be interesting while we're taking it through to see that Argentina and England are going to clash out in the game by 8 p.m. Now, it's going to be one of the games that everyone in the world would want to see. Of course, FIFA so far has amassed about 644 million views from this World Cup, and it has been the most interesting part of the World Cup, where a lot of people have been viewing, a lot of people have been seeing this World Cup. But before we eventually go to that, I want to bring our way that there will be some performance in the final of this World Cup, talking about the likes of Aishu Speed will perform at the closing ceremony of this.
He's now turned into a musician. You know, this is supposed to be a streamer.
Yeah, he should be a streamer, but right now he's doing many things. I mean, I've been trying to sign you to a music label, so you can from boxing you go to music.
No, I see. But it's not be bad.
It will not be bad, really. But
I wonder what you want me to sing, and I'm not good with music. But if you say I should talk, like just the way Don Jazzy does it, Don Jazzy does not sing like that. Sometimes he'll just come all Larry Gaga, he'll just talk a bit. If that's what you want me to do, I can do that. But if you say I should come and start singing for about 3 to 4 minutes, I don't know if I will last that long with the lyrics.
Well, it's going to be amazing when someone like you comes to sing, because people don't really believe. Your own will be like the Spanish story. I mean, now Spain are motivate us to have a proper look at, because looking at their story, they started somewhere, and their very first game was draw against Cape Verde, and the next game they had a slight chance of winning, at which they won. Now taking it to the next level, look at where they are. That carefulness actually resulted to something.
Yeah, that be just what I love the word you use. That carefulness. Just one goal so far, and then the final.
Yeah, that carefulness was all they needed. I'm very, very intentional. They have been intentional with this World Cup. That carefulness has been has been what they needed. Now let's go down to the main course, because we're going to spend most of our time talking about the game that is coming up just today. And you know, looking at England and looking at the likes of players who has not even played, we still have Kobe Mano of Manchester United not being able to featured. Yeah, it has not been featured. And over there in Argentina, there's still Nico Paz, who has not even had a minute to still play. And these youngsters, I hope their history and I hope their regiment in the FIFA World Cup would not come to an end so quick that they had no minutes to play. But they were part of those who
someone will have to go home today without playing even the World Cup. So it's just part of you being on the list that went to the World Cup, but you did not feature. N'Golo Kante did not feature in the World Cup, but he went to the World Cup. So at the end of the day, somebody will still go home today not being part of the people that featured in any of the 90 minutes that was played, or even 2 minutes, but he was part of the names that made the World Cup. And of course, somebody will still feature or finish this World Cup, not even partaking in any match, but having a medal to his name. We are going to still see that, because in the Spanish team, we still have some names that have not even played. And of course, one of Argentina or England is going to skate through to the final today, and somebody will not still play to the final, and he will be part of the people that will leave the trophy and he'll be given a medal. So sometimes he will just be present, and you might not even partake in what they are doing, but at the end of the day, you are part of the people that they are going to call champions. But looking at the match today, I can tell you that these two sides, I just look at them as they play similar football. They play just that, wanting to score. But if you talk about the defense, I might say Argentina have a better defense, just a slight better defense than the English side. But we cannot take away the threat we have in the England squad. Talking about Jude Bellingham, who is a midfielder. I don't want us to forget that this is not even a striker; he's a midfielder that has gotten to 6 goals in this competition. And of course, the man Harry Kane himself is the main striker that they have, who is also on 6 goals. We'll not forget the wingers that are there. Gordon is probably going to start today. The starting lineup is not out yet, but we are just mentioning names that are probably going to start. We are going to probably see Gordon starting, and Bellingham, of course, is supposed to start. Harry Kane is supposed to start. We are not sure if Marcus Rashford is going to start today, and Ole Watkins is going to get some minutes. There are many names that we are not sure. So until the lineup comes out, then we will know who is going to start. But the few names we are sure that is going to start is the people like Harry Kane, Pickford, and Bellingham. I can tell you that these 3 people is going to start. But against a side like Argentina, who poses that attacking threat, where you talk about Lautaro Martinez, where you talk about Messi on the left, and you might find it difficult. I can tell you that England is going to have it difficult, that their defense is going to have it difficult holding down these 2 guys. Then you have the McAllisters in the middle, Enzo, of course, the Enzo Fernandez is also in the middle. So it's going to be, let's say, a 50-50 chance for anybody to go home victorious today. And I'm seeing that match tilting to a full-time, going to be full-time draw at most, then maybe proceeding to the extra time. But let me just give you a tip of the head-to-head that these guys have had, England and Argentina, dating back to 1962, where they first met. England, of course, had to win Argentina 3-1. Then they met also, that was also in the FIFA World Cup, Chile 1962. FIFA World Cup also 1966. England also had to defeat Argentina. That's England having to win twice now, according to our statistics that we have here. Then also they met in the FIFA World Cup 1986 in Mexico. This time around, Argentina had to win England 2-1. Then moving down to 1991, England and Argentina had to play a 2-2 draw. Then we also move forward to 1998, France 98. You remember that famous World Cup. England and Argentina also had to play a 2-2 draw at full time. Then also they met at international friendly. That was a friendly match. England and Argentina had to play a 0-0 draw. Then talking about the World Cup, also Korea Republic, then Japan, they co-host in 2002. Argentina and England, of course, England had to take the victory. So we are having to see that out of all these, England have come out more. Then the recent one was the Internationals 2005 in Switzerland, where England also had to take the victory. That's 3-2. So why am I reading this out? Just to let you know that England has had more wins anytime these 2 nations have met. So probably the statistic will be that England has a better opportunity to win. But of course, we are not going to just dwell on statistics. The better person is going to win today. The days that they met last, we are talking about 2005. And now we are having to see different names. And in terms of, you know, FIFA ranking right now, if we are going to use FIFA ranking, you know, England are placed in number 4, while Argentina are placed in the position 2. So, of course, it's likely now that Argentina is ahead of them in terms of football, according to FIFA. So, what are we saying? The odds are, according to head-to-head, as where they have met previously, England has won more. Then, according to FIFA statistics, right now, talking about where they are currently in the world, Argentina are topping England. So, if I'm going to balance these two now, I can tell you that that's why I said for me, this is probably going to be draw at full time. But we know that this is a quarter-final match that cannot end up as a draw. So, maybe going to extra time and penalty. So, for me, that's what I'm using from what they have met before. England has the upper hand. From the FIFA statistics now, world ranking, Argentina has the upper hand. So if you are using the two, then they are playing similar kind of football. So I don't really know. I'm just trying to balance my own analysis and give you what I have concerning what I've seen, the data I have. England and Argentina, for me, is supposed to be a draw. But if you look at the pattern of play, the names in the two squad, you are having to see that these guys might have to produce. That's what I've said previously, that is, might have to produce, someone has to produce individual brilliance, because both teams play similar kind of football. So if you are depending on your team, you know, pattern of play, you know, it might be difficult where one has to outplay the other. We might not see that both of them are going to be defensive. When it gets to attack, one person will defend, then after that person is done defending, he has to also play his own attack to defend. So we might have to see some individual brilliance today to get a goal or get a winner out of this match. And probably I'm just still going to remain with my own prediction that we are going to have to see a draw today, or we might probably see a draw today at full time, and any other thing can happen. But don't forget, it's just my prediction. What is going to happen today is just the Lord Almighty that knows. Then when we go to watch the match, we will not see what you will now involve the Lord Almighty. Yes, that does come and say that, okay, I've said that it's going to be, so it's supposed to be a full time draw. No, of course, yesterday I predicted France to win. And we had Spain winning, so I'm just.
I even had to take it to 3 goals. Yes. So at some point, I was still expecting
the French side to, you know, prior to yesterday, somebody tell you that France is not going to score. In this World Cup, there has not been a match that France did not score. There has not been a defense that did not break down. So if someone comes out to tell me, out of statistics,
I think what happened in that Spain, yes. What happened yesterday in that Spanish game was Spain. They had 2 defenders, 2 midfielders playing low block.
You see that their defense, the 4 of them were. That's why I said the fact that you are playing. Imagine me and you we are playing, and we are having to play for 10 minutes, and out of the 10 minutes, you just have 2 minutes to play. I give you the opportunity to play for 2 minutes and play for 8 minutes. How are you going to win me? So it's that's what Spain capitalize on. They keep the possession to themselves, knock you around. You know, when you are now having to chase, you are just chasing around. You are getting tired already. You are getting frustrated. That's what is happening. You are getting to lose focus. That's what happened to Digne when the ball was crossed. He lost focus. He didn't remember that somebody was coming from behind. He just wanted to control the ball and kick. Meanwhile, you are still in the pitch. You are seeing your ball sitting in a dangerous area where someone is coming to attack. And Yamal that is also very fast coming behind you. You are not aware. So after so many more touches, 1 or 2 touches from Spain, you know, the ball went to the front and the crossing came in. The first, we are already imbalanced. They were not in their normal position. Digne was not aware of what was happening. He was just trying to clear the ball. He had to kick through the player. So that's what Spain basically did to France. You know, tried to knock them out of balance. You know, make them lose focus. And before you know, they are already attacking you. So they gave them probably little time to even play their own kind of football. They did not have that time. Once Olise is on the ball, you have 2 or 3 people there with him. Cucurella is already there with him. Rodri is there with him. Before you try to look for another person, but they have intercepted. So they were basically frustrating France, taking possession of the ball, not giving them time to also play their own kind of football. The country that I would have loved, anyway, they went home very early. I would have loved to see play this Spain side, where I will tell you that Spain will not play, or there will not be all these dominant in position will be Germany. These are people that play possession football also. So when you are trying to play possession football with Germany, you are going to see them play that kind of football with you also. They are also everywhere. They are going to also be running around. When they are with the ball, they will keep possession. So the Spanish side might not be able to, dominate, the 90 minutes that, that way when they are playing a German side who also plays that kind of football. So when you meet a team that just cares to get the ball in the front, then attack and look for a goal, while you are sticking to the ball, how many minutes do you have to play your own football? Out of 10 minutes, I give you 2 to play, I take 8. In 90 minutes, you will not play up to 15 minutes in the ball now, or 20 minutes. So that is the tactics I can tell you that Spain used against France. But today, now that we are having Argentina versus England, it's not possessive football. It's different. In fact, similar pattern.
It's going to be a similar pattern. One thing I see in that game, I mean, talking about Argentina versus England, is going to be, there will be a lot of loss of concentration. And Messi, being the star man, always would want to find his assist, either a goal or assist. But England seems to be lacking attention in their defense. I mean, their defense is not as solid as Argentina.
Yes.
Because when you come to the back of Argentina, you have the likes of Lisandro Martinez. And fortunately enough, Lisandro Martinez has started every World Cup game. You see, he has started every World Cup game over Nicolas Otamendi. You see, so Martinez has started and he has been solid at the back, very solid at the back. Then you have his assistant just next to him, very solid. Then you go to the wings, they are very solid. I mean, talking about the back wingers, the left back and the right back, they are very
Cristiano Romero,
Cristiano Romero and his colleague. You come to the midfield, you have the same. You're talking about, in fact, Messi is just far just at the flank.
Messi is in fact, he's not even regarded as their midfielder. He's the attacking
midfielder.
Only that you get to see him in the midfield. So he's supposed to be an attacker.
Yes, he's actually by the right.
He's all those Enzo, McAllister, Lo Celso that you see in the midfield.
Yeah, so you have these guys, and they are going to build a solid team tonight. While England, in England, you have John Stones, you have Maguire, then you have just by the next the left back. You have
that's who is good. We don't know who is going to start because Spence was suspended. I mean, no, Kwanzaa.
Kwanzaa was suspended,
card, so he's not going to start. So they are going to have to make changes.
Another change.
Rhys James, of course, is going to feature. So
Rhys James was actually used in the midfield just that last game. Rhys James was used in the midfield, and you have
Dambon is going to feature. So that their defense line right now is we are not sure for me. It's just Gueye and Stones. I know probably is going to start, but Dambon is a central midfielder. You're not going to play him by the wing. Chalobah, of course, he was injured. I don't know if he's back. The Livramento, of course, is injured. Then you now have left with just Spence. That's the Jan Spence. Is now he's left for the coach now to make choices. But the person he will have loved to start is on a red card, so he's going to have to alter that defense today. I'm not sure Rhys James is going to play in the midfield today. He has to go back to defense. Meanwhile, starting the normal midfield, he has a lot of midfielders now. Ebrechi Eze can start. Bellingham is there. If he's going to go with Kobe Mino today, I don't know. Declan Rice is still there. So Rhys James should stay in the defense. He has a lot of options in the midfield. Morgan Rogers is still there in the midfield. So there are a lot of guys for him to play. Rhys James just can't afford to be in the midfield today where there's a loophole for you in that defense. Rhys James is better to start off where he plays then. Take from all the options you have in the midfield and choose O'Reilly. Don't forget Nico O'Reilly is still part of this midfield that has not also played. So a lot of guys, a lot of names in the midfield that you can use. Just make your choice. But you know, when you alter the choices too much that these people have not played before, it's going to really affect you. When you bring in new names where they have not been constant in the World Cup, it might affect the gameplay. You have just tested these guys in maybe your normal training ground, but it's a different ball game. It's a different atmosphere when they get into the pitch and having to play the match proper. So, but when you have no option, when maybe your player is injured or out because of suspension, you have to do something. You have to start another person. So we are going to see who is probably going to start today in the lineup. That's why I say the lineup is not confirmed. It's not by this time the lineup is going to be confirmed. When it's confirmed, you will get to see who is starting. But of course, there are some particular names. As long as they are not injured, they are going to start. I've already mentioned those names to you. Bellingham, as long as he's not injured, he's going to start. Pickford, as long as he's not injured, he's going to start. Declan Rice also is somebody that we have seen, playing the matches for England. Is probably going to start. And in the front, you can say that Harry Kane is going to start. But apart from that, I don't know who is going to play by the wing. If Noni Madueke is going to be featured, then if Gordons is going to be featured, there are a lot of people. Saka is still there. Watkins is still there. So Rashford, of course, is still there. These wingers, I don't know who is going to be, featured first. But of course, Harry Kane is going. That one is for sure. Is the captain, so he's going to start for England. And Argentina squad, we are going to have to wait to see the lineup. But for me, that is my prediction. Mr. Agudo, what will be your prediction for this match?
My prediction is going to be very simple. England has shown class, having the likes of Jude Bellingham in the team, and also having to bring in Marcus Rashford time from time to do what he knows best has to do. I will tell you that England would still want to move past. We still want to move past Argentina. It's been the last time they had a trophy. I mean, talking about the FIFA World Cup was in 1965. It's been years running. So right now, they want to lay their hands on that trophy and they want to lead that trophy. So England seems to be tipped for me. I mean, I will always go for England. Let teams that have not won it, let them come out and take the trophy. I mean, teams that have not really competed, that have not really been in the final recently, they should come and have it. You remember, it was 16 years ago that Spain won theirs. Spain won the World Cup in South Africa. Now they are in the finals. So I would want England to still come and meet Spain in the finals. Although Spain would still win in the finals.
Okay, I'm tipping them to win. If eventually they meet England.
If it was England that came to the final, Spain would win.
What if it's Argentina?
If it's Argentina, then it's going to be tough.
Both
of them will share the trophy. We'll cut it into two. But it's going to be an amazing time having the world champion to, come back. And a lot of people are wishing Lionel Messi would win that, the game against England. But I will tell them that England, you can't write them off. No, you saw what happened in their game against Norway. You can't write England off. England, they are possessive, and even though they are not as possessive as Spain would be, they know how to play the counter. And then we have the likes of Gordon, who is just at the flank, waiting for the ball. Remember, even though there was a lot of controversy around his game, you would see how he made assists, and having the likes of Jude Bellingham, who would always want to score. I mean, you would see the showdown, and then you also have Harry Kane, the master scorer. This guy is a sensation to reckon with, a force to reckon with, and I must tell you that he is ready for this World Cup semi-final game that's going to happen tonight. And I would tell our viewers, if they really want to see this World Cup, it would be nice to still check out the games. We're going to do a countdown on this World Cup on the final just in the few days to come. We're going to do a countdown, and we're going to be bringing you some updates you need to know on the FIFA World Cup as it rounds up. I'm sorry for that. We're going to be blending with entertainment a little because, when the FIFA World Cup started, there was some performances from, Nigerians, some of our artists, Davido and the likes of them were there to Burna Boy, Rema. They had to headline the FIFA World Cup opening ceremony for 90 minutes. And right now it promises to be an interesting time while this is going to take place just on Sunday. So it's going to be a wonderful time, and I tip England to go to the final, and I would love them to win.
Are you sure our viewers will love you tipping England to go to
our viewers have their opinion. I mean, people have the opinion, of course.
I think we have more Messi fans.
Messi fans are everywhere.
I think we have more of them. So they're probably wanting Argentina to win.
They will want Argentina to win, but we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. For me, England, because how many people travel to Argentina? How many people go for, Argentina could be a place of luxury, a place where you go to relax. But I'm talking about in the economy, how many people deal with Argentina. But Nigerians are more in the UK. Nigerians are more in Britain. You have Nigerians. You see Nigerians in every nook and cranny of Britain. So that means that if they win, there could be some, diplomatic or going to
the political
it could be
some policies will not try to favor them. They will reduce tax for
some things will just be better than it used to be. But for me, Argentina winning it is still like a messy fan thing. There's nothing economic on that side. That's how I mean I hope I don't offend anybody. I don't mean Argentina, they are not wonderful. They are wonderful. So Messi
will not have any gain. We in this part of the world.
Yes, that's exactly because how many Nigerians do you see in Argentina? Of course, Nigerians are there. Nigerians are everywhere, especially Igbo people. But what I'm saying is that if England wins, it's going to be better off for the policies in the economy, in the societal, issues that will come up. It's going to maybe things will cut down. Things will just have to cut down.
For we that, as in the African players, are over.
It will be nice. It will be better, and it will be good.
All right, Mr. You have heard from the sport oracle himself. He said he's tipping England to win, and of course, I said Argentina, England probably going to end as a draw, and at the end of the day, one of them will have to get the win. So this is what we have for you on this segment of Aneke Sports right here on Aneke TV. Don't forget to always leave your predictions for us to get to see the correct scores that you have predicted what is going to happen in the match today. England versus Argentina, 8 p.m. live on. We are going to come back tomorrow to read out the predictions, and if anybody gets the prediction correct, don't forget we promise to leave you with a gift that you might be surprised. I can't tell you what it is. You might be surprised. It's going to be a special gift. I remain your humble host worldwide saying have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful day. Bye. The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, rescued Oyo school children reunite with their families after 56 days in captivity. Lagos police dismantle 1 billion naira vehicle fraud syndicate. Sultan of Sokoto declares tomorrow first day of Safar 1448 after Hijrah. On the foreign scene, Nepal imprisons 2 former ministers over fake Bhutanese refugee scam. On business, airport taxi operators protest fans' digital ride-hailing system. Now the news in details. Rescued pupils and teachers abducted from 3 schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State have reunited with their families after receiving medical treatment and psychosocial support. Emotional scenes unfolded at the Ladoke Akintola University of Technology Teaching Hospital, Lautech, Ogbomosho, where parents, relatives and well-wishers welcomed the victims home after 56 days in captivity. The victims were rescued during a coordinated security operation after they were kidnapped on May 15th. The Nigerian military subsequently handed them over to the Oyo State government following medical evaluation and trauma counseling. The operation brought to an end nearly 2 months of uncertainty for families and communities affected by the abduction. The chief medical director of the Lautech Teaching Hospital, Professor Olawole Olakunleyin, said 31 of the rescued pupils had been certified medically fit and discharged to their families, while 8 others remain under medical observation to ensure full recovery. He said one of the children was diagnosed with a congenital heart condition during routine medical examinations and is receiving appropriate care. The Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of the National Business and Technical Examinations Board, NAPTEP, Dr. Mohammed Aminu Mohammed, says technical and vocational education remains critical to to addressing youth unemployment and driving Nigeria's economic growth. Speaking during the monitoring of the 2026 National Technical Certificate and National Business Certificate examinations at the Federal Technical College, Awka, Anambra State, Dr. Mohammed urged young Nigerians to acquire practical and entrepreneurial skills capable of creating employment and supporting national development. He said that more than 167,000 candidates are participating in this year's examinations nationwide, expressing satisfaction with the conduct of the practical sessions. He attributed the smooth exercise to improved supervision, enhanced security and effective collaboration among school administrators and examination officials. The NAPTEP registrar called on governments, parents, and other stakeholders to invest more in technical education, stressing that equipping young people with industry-related skills will reduce unemployment, promote self-reliance, and strengthen Nigeria's productive capacity. The National Industrial Court in Abuja has restrained the federal government from enforcing its policy requiring education directors to retire after 8 years in office, ruling that the directive is inconsistent with existing law. Delivering judgment, Justice Owa Anuwe held that education officers who attain the rank of director are entitled to remain in service until they attain the statutory retirement age of 65 years or complete 40 years of pensionable service, in line with the Harmonized Retirement Age for Teachers in Nigeria Act 2022. The suit was instituted by Mrs. Rakia Gambo Iliasu, a director in the Federal Ministry of Education, who challenged government circulars seeking to apply the standard 8-tenure policy to education directors. The court agreed that the circulars were inconsistent with the provisions of the 2022 Act. Justice Anuwe subsequently issued a perpetual injunction restraining the federal government and the Federal Ministry of Education from implementing the disputed policy against education officers covered by the Act, affirming the legal protection granted to teachers and education professionals. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has recognized the list of candidates submitted by the Senator David Mark-led leadership of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, for the 2027 general election. INEC confirmed that the recognized leadership was granted exclusive access to its candidates' nomination portal in accordance with existing court decisions on the party's leadership. The commission said no other faction was authorized to submit candidates on behalf of the party. Following the development, the ADC leadership accused a rival faction led by Nafiu Gombe of making false claims regarding access to the commission's nomination portal. The party called on security agencies to investigate their alleged actions, describing any unauthorized claim of access to INEC's restricted platform as a serious matter. The development comes amid ongoing legal disputes within the party. However, the Senate David Mark-led leadership maintains that recent court proceedings concerning state party structures do not affect the validity of its national leadership or the candidates submitted for the 2027 elections. In the meantime, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has reserved judgments in the appeals challenging the Federal High Court's ruling directing the Independent National Electoral Commission to deregister 5 political parties. The 3-member panel, led by Justice Abba Bello Mohammed, fixed judgment for a later date after counsel representing the parties adopted their final written addresses. The affected parties are the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Action People's Party, APP, Action Alliance, AA, Accord Party, AP, and the Zenith Labour Party, ZLP. The appellate court had earlier granted a stay of execution of the Federal High Court judgment delivered by Justice Peter Odolifo pending the determination of the appeal. The court also criticized the trial judge for proceeding with the matter, despite an earlier directive to suspend proceedings. Justice Lifu had ordered INEC to deregister the 5 political parties on the grounds that they failed to satisfy constitutional requirements for continued registration. The Court of Appeal's pending judgment is expected to determine the validity of that decision and its implications for the affected parties ahead of the 2027 general election. The Imo State House of Assembly has called on the National Judicial Council, NJC, to facilitate the appointment of a substantive chief judge for the state, expressing concern over the continued extension of the tenure of the acting chief judge. The resolution followed deliberations by lawmakers who argue that repeated extensions of an acting appointment were inconsistent with the provisions of the 1999 Constitution. Chairman of the House Committee on Judiciary, Mr. Dominic Ezerioha, said the Constitution limits an acting appointment for 3 months, except where a substantive appointment is made. The Assembly maintained that the continued renewal of the acting appointment undermines the constitutional responsibilities of both the governor and the State House of Assembly in the appointment and confirmation of a substantive chief judge. Speaker of the House, Mr. Chike Olemwe, directed that the resolution be forwarded to the National Judicial Council and other relevant authorities, urging prompt action to ensure compliance with constitutional provisions and safeguard the independence of the judiciary in Imo State. The Lagos State Police Command has uncovered a suspected vehicle fraud syndicate allegedly responsible for defrauding automobile dealers of vehicles valued at more than 1 billion naira across the state. Commissioner of Police, Mr. Tijani Fatai, said investigations commenced following complaints from vehicle dealers who alleged that luxury vehicles were obtained through fraudulent transactions. According to him, the suspects allegedly presented post-dated checks which were later dishonored after taking possession of the vehicles. Police investigations revealed that the vehicles were subsequently moved to other parts of the country, particularly the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where they were allegedly resold to unsuspected buyers through intermediaries. The commissioner said several suspects have been arrested, while a number of the stolen vehicles were recovered through the police auto-reg vehicle tracking system. He added that investigations are continuing as security operatives intensify efforts to arrest other members of the syndicate still at large. The Sultan of Sokoto and President General of the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, His Eminence Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, has declared tomorrow as the first day of Safar 1448 after Hijrah. The declaration followed the non-sighting of the new crescent moon across Nigeria on Tuesday. This was contained in a statement issued by the Sultanate Council Advisory Committee on Religious Affairs and signed by its chairman, Professor Sambo Wali Junaidu, who is also the Waziri of Sokoto. According to the committee, the National Moon Sighting Committee, working with various state and local moon sighting committees, did not receive any authenticated report confirming the sighting of the Safar crescent on the 29th day of Muharram 1448 AH. The Sultan therefore directed that the month of Muharram be completed in accordance with Islamic tradition, with tomorrow marking the beginning of Safar. Muslims across the country have been urged to observe the declaration in line with the Islamic calendar. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Rescued Oyo school children and teachers reunite with their families after 56 days in captivity. Lagos State Police Command dismantles a multi-billionaire vehicle fraud syndicate, recovering several stolen luxury vehicles. Sultan of Sokoto declares tomorrow first day of Safar 1448 after Hijrah. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Nepal sentences 2 former cabinet ministers over a fake Bhutanese refugee resettlement scam linked to the United States. On business, airport taxi operators protest fans' digital ride-hailing system as authority defends new passenger transport policy. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. French President Emmanuel Macron will undertake a state visit to Nigeria later this year as part of efforts to strengthen bilateral relations between both countries. The announcement was made by the French ambassador to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Mr. Marc Fonbastier, during France National Day celebration in Abuja. Mr. Fonbastier said the visit, coming 2 years after President Bola Tinubu's state visit to Paris, will provide an opportunity for both leaders to review progress made under the Nigeria-France partnership and chart a new course for the cooperation in the years ahead. He described the relationship as one built on mutual respect and equality between two sovereign nations. The French envoy noted that Nigeria and France share common objectives in economic development, job creation, environmental protection, regional security, and cultural exchange. He reaffirmed France's commitment to supporting Nigeria in areas including agriculture, education, investment, counter-terrorism, and youth development. Tensions in the Middle East have intensified after Iran warned that it could disrupt regional energy exports if the United States maintains its renewed naval blockade on Iranian ports. The warning by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has heightened fears over the security of the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, two of the world's most strategic oil shipping routes. The latest escalation follows renewed U.S. military operations against Iranian targets after President Donald Trump ordered fresh strikes and reinstated the blockade. Tehran has vowed to retaliate, insisting that if Iranian oil exports are prevented, other countries in the region should not expect unrestricted energy shipments. Iran has also claimed responsibility for attacks on United States military facilities in Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, while Houthi forces in Yemen have threatened further action around the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Emergency crews are continuing search and rescue operations in San Francisco Bay after a triple-deck pontoon boat carrying 19 people capsized near Alcatraz Island. Authorities said rescue teams responded quickly to distress calls and safely pulled most of the passengers from the water. Officials have confirmed that one person died in the incident, while 2 others remain missing. The United States Coast Guard, supported by local emergency agencies, have deployed rescue boats and helicopters to search the waters around Alcatraz Island, where strong tides and currents are complicating the operation. Investigators have launched an inquiry to determine what caused the vessel to overturn, while authorities continue to monitor weather and water conditions as the search enters a critical phase. A court in Nepal has sentenced 2 former cabinet ministers to prison over a major corruption scheme involving the creation of fake Bhutanese refugee identities to facilitate illegal migration to the United States. The Kathmandu District Court sentenced former Deputy Prime Minister Tab Bahadur Rayajmahi to 4 years imprisonment after finding him guilty of fraud, organized crime and offences against the state. Former Home Minister Bal Krishna Kant received a 2-year prison sentence for his role in the conspiracy. The court also convicted 14 other defendants, including senior government officials and a former refugee leader. Prosecutors said the network exploited Nepal's long-running Bhutanese refugee resettlement program by falsely registering Nepali citizens as eligible refugees for relocation to the United States. Lawyers representing the convicted officials have announced plans to appeal the judgment. Airport taxi operators have protested the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria's planned introduction of the airport car hire rank management system, saying the new digital platform could threaten their livelihoods. The drivers expressed concern over vehicle eligibility requirements and alleged that the policy would force many operators out of business. However, Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria has dismissed those claims, clarifying that the approved minimum standard remains 2012 model vehicles and that operators have until October 1st, 2026 to comply. The agency's Director of Commercial and Business Development, Mrs. Adebola Agumbiade, said the platform is designed to modernize airports' ground transportation, improve passenger safety, eliminate touting, and strengthen operational security. She assured operators that registered and complaint drivers would be integrated into the new system. The Lagos State government has urged microfinance banks to strengthen support for small businesses and low-income entrepreneurs instead of competing directly with commercial banks. Speaking at an event, the Lagos State Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Dr. Olumide Oluyinka, said Nigeria's growing number of graduates require stronger investment in entrepreneurship and small business development to drive job creation. Adamawa State Governor Ahmadu Umaru Fintiri has inaugurated the newly reconstructed Modibo Adamu Modern Market in Yola, 1 year after a devastating fire destroyed large sections of the facility, claiming 5 lives and left more than 180 people injured. Speaking at the inauguration, Governor Fintiri described the 2.98 billion naira project as part of his administration's commitment to rebuilding critical infrastructure and improving the safety of traders. He noted that the reconstruction was executed entirely by indigenous contractors, demonstrating the capacity of local professionals to deliver quality public projects. The modern market now features 936 lock-up shops, improved drainage systems, wider access roads, a dedicated fire station, water reticulation facilities, and strategically positioned fire hydrants to enhance emergency response and prevent future disasters. Governor Fintiri urged traders to protect the facility by observing safety regulations, expressing confidence that the upgraded market would stimulate commerce, create jobs, and strengthen the state's economy. And in sports news, Spain have qualified for the 2026 FIFA World Cup final after defeating France 2-0 in the semi-final. Goals from Mikel Oyarzabal and Pedro Porro secured victory for La Roja, extending Spain's impressive run in the tournament and earning them a place in the championship match. Head coach Luis de la Fuente praised his players for their discipline, teamwork, and determination, describing the squad as one of the strongest in world football. He said the team's consistency and commitment had been central to its success throughout the competition. Spain will now face the winners of the second semi-final between England and Argentina as they bid to lift another FIFA World Cup title. And on entertainment news, Nigerian Afrobeat star David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, has revealed that he spent between $200,000 and $300,000 US monthly on his lifestyle, excluding the cost of luxury purchases and family expenses. Speaking during a recent live stream, the award-winning singer said his monthly expenditure varies depending on his location and work schedule. He explained that his expenses are generally lower when spending time with his family in the United States, but increase significantly while traveling for performances and other engagements. Davido said the costs cover logistics, staff, accommodation, and other operational expenses associated with his music career. He added that despite his success, he remains conscious of the need to preserve his legacy and make wise career decisions. And now to end the news, the main point again. Rescue pupils and teachers abducted from schools in a rural local government area of Oyo State have reunited with their families after spending 56 days in captivity. The victims were discharged from the Lautech Teaching Hospital, Ogbomosho, following medical treatment and psychological support. The Lagos State Police Command has dismantled a sophisticated vehicle fraud syndicate allegedly responsible for stealing and reselling luxury vehicles valued at over 1 billion naira. Police operatives recovered several high-end vehicles and arrested key suspects, while investigations continue to apprehend other members of the criminal network. The Sultan of Sokoto and President General of the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, His Eminence, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, has declared tomorrow first day of Safar 1448 after Hijrah, following the non-sighting of the new crescent moon. On the foreign scene, a court in Kathmandu, Nepal, has sentenced former Deputy Prime Minister Top Bahadur Rahamishri and former Home Minister Balkrishna Kand over their roles in the major fake Bhutanese refugee resettlement scam. The scheme followed forging documents to present Nepalese citizens as Bhutanese refugees eligible for resettlement in the United States, with the convicted officials and other accomplices expected to appeal the judgment. On the business scene, commercial airport taxi operators at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, have protested the implementation of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria's digital ride-hailing platform, expressing concerns over its operational requirements and the potential impact on their livelihoods. That concludes the news. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC said Section 92 of the Electoral Act prohibits abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory political narratives. Communication scholars maintain that journalists, broadcasters, and social media influencers have a major responsibility to promote accuracy, fairness, and national cohesion during elections. Observers further note that ordinary citizens also play a crucial role. They say voters must avoid sharing unverified political content online, especially emotionally charged messages designed to provoke anger, hatred, or violence. As Nigeria prepares for another electoral cycle, democracy advocates insist that political competition must focus on ideas, competence, accountability, and national development, rather than division and intolerance. They warn that when hate speech replaces constructive debate, democracy itself becomes endangered.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
A beautiful morning to our viewers for joining this Wednesday. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, a bright Wednesday morning here in the coast city. And I'd like to welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you and to our global audience. Yes, wherever you are, at home, in your office, even in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, engage, and motivate.
So wherever you are, just like Mr. Uche said, pull up, gather in, grab that coffee, grab that tea, grab that cold, hot oppa and pap, or hot coffee like
you
Mr.
You need to explain that to our viewers. Some of them
okay, oppa is, I mean, it's like, I don't know how oppa is oppa. I don't know how to
you have to explain it. We are speaking to a global audience. Some of them don't know.
It's like when people decide to call abacha African salad. It is oppa.
Just explain it.
Oppa is
it's a local delicacy.
Yeah.
Eaten mostly by people of southeastern Nigeria.
Well, it has
especially those from Enugu State.
Yes.
Where it's used as breakfast. Often, however, is widely gaining traction in Nigeria, that across tribes, everybody now eats it. Maybe tomorrow we'll get a sample for you.
That would be, I mean, I don't know if it would be unheard of to have, since it's a breakfast show, maybe we should have an actual...
No, we'll tell our culture desk,
yeah.
They will do something on that regard.
All right,
so
all right. Well, regardless, welcome. I mean, I'm excited for today. I don't know what the papers have. I don't know what the conversations will be. But whatever it is, I think from the headlines that we have, we are seeing stories on the Phantom Agency again stirring up in the news. We're seeing these school children that have been finally released to their return to their families after receiving rehabilitation and psychological care. So, and also we have controversies. Yesterday we discussed the governor of Oyo State making claims and requesting for a UN-led probe into the investigation. Now these are all the issues with and more we'll be looking at this morning, and also an update from the match yesterday. I mean, that's the special section.
Yes, but beyond all this, what makes me happy this morning is realizing that the Federal Ministry of Education has suspended, the increment on examination fees, speaking to WIKE, NECO, and all that. So it makes me so happy that, yes, even families that have made plans, budgeted on how to raise the 27,500 naira can go ahead knowing that their children can still take this very exam. Why, the stakeholders sit down to look at the figures again. So I am quite excited about it because I've been bothered thinking about the children who may not be able to, after spending 6 years in secondary school, and then maybe the family are unable to afford the examination fee and the person has to drop out at that point, not even being able to have that certificate, to show that, yeah, I did attend secondary school and all that. So it's been so disturbing for me, but I am quite relieved this morning as well.
Do you have someone that is about to write?
It's not about me. The point is that, you see, when you've traversed the length of this nation, the way and the manner I have, and the nature of background and job I come out from, you realize and understand what it means. I have seen poverty in this nation firsthand. I don't need to be told. I've gone to places in this nation that will beat your imagination that people still live, suppose a little bit developed in quote, because that word development from their perspective doesn't equate to what development is, and then migrate to the farm houses during farming season, where I've seen younger women above teenage age and teenagers still going about naked in this time. So I have seen firsthand the level of poverty in this nation. I've had to see where families are unable to afford a square meal. I've seen children sleep in the streets. I've seen children who are intelligent wanting to be in school, but there's nobody that would sponsor that. So, and this cuts across. moving from northern Nigeria, traversing through southwest Nigeria, through southeast and south Nigeria. I have moved around and I've seen the level of poverty and understand the potency and the power of education to lift somebody from the lower rung of the ladder and give the person an opportunity in life. So that's why I celebrate it. In fact, words are not enough if one is to paint the vivid pictures. I've had to move at a point when there were no cars, during rainy season to take you, there was no road to take you to Krukushe in Yobe State. When, if rainy season like this, you have to be on either on a padded canoe or some of the engine-powered canoes for 3 hours to be able to access a village in Yobe State. So when you see the level of poverty, you can be grateful that people will still have the opportunity to be able to pay 27,000 naira instead of 50,000 naira.
Okay, now to our quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from George Orwell, and it says, "In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act." At the time when the lines become blurred, in the times where there is so much uncertainty, in the times when there is so much deception, so much which is true, which is not true, in the time of you not trusting the system or believing or trusting what is being done, what is being said, the actions, the inactions of people. Telling the truth is the most revolutionary thing, is the most outstanding thing, is the most honest thing, and I dare say is the most liberating thing to do at that point. When it looks like things are not honest enough, it is very important, it's very paramount that the truth should always prevail in such situations, because in that moment does revolution come. In that moment does, revelation of what needs and ought to be done is being reviewed.
Yes, very well put together. I don't know if I stand qualified to add or subtract to this because it's so lucid, And this is George Orwell, the author of Animal Farm. You remember?
Yes.
All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Yes, I remember vividly. And this is typical of human society, where even in Nigeria, everyone seems equal, but some seems to be more equal than others. And in moments where you are not getting what was promised should be equated to be a moment of deceit. And I tell you that telling the truth in this, becomes deviant, becomes, revolutionary, because it's revolutionary. It's not everyone that has the courage or the God to stand on the path of truth, irrespective of the consequences and the inconvenience that may bring. Therefore, there's only one truth that we can tell at this point in time. And I tell you that truth comes in a way of going out, go register, get your PVC, and be able to cast your vote. That in itself is the very courageous act that would, chase away, erase the pains, the lies, the agonies of yesteryears, and ensure that this nation is set on a trajectory, on a continuous path of development, so that the children coming after us would have something to be proud about us.
Okay, that's the quote for the morning from George Orwell, that in the time of deceit, telling the truth is the most revolutionary act. We'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll bring in the weather update for the day. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, Stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
All right, I'm sure you learned a thing or two from the weather update or seen a thing or two on the weather predictions and forecast for the day. Now we'll be moving straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the day. And the papers we shall be reviewing this morning are the Daily Trust, the Guardian, the Nation, the Daily Sun, and a story where forecast predicts daily rain for the next 10 days across Nigeria.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight on these news issues. Painstaking analysis. I introduce to you a brand new Mr. Res Arum, looking so handsome. I didn't know that he looks this handsome. Welcome, Mr. Rex.
Why were you talking a brand new?
Because you look rebranded.
Yeah, I've always been...
Anyone that saw you yesterday wouldn't know that it's still Res Arum that we're talking about here.
Yeah, well, I wanted to rebrand me, and they did. They insisted I must be rebranded. And since it's Aneke TV, it's something worth doing. And everything worth doing.
But Mr. Rex, taking Aneke away from this equation, you look so handsome. I am just scared about how many of these single girls that would want to stop you by the roadside and then, you know, chat you up and say hello for a moment of conversation.
Well, I still see that as flattery because I know I am old.
Let Ochoma say something here. I think the word handsome is an understatement here.
Honestly, when I saw you, I was like, okay.
So what is it that is different from what it were?
No, the fact that your face, yeah, it looks different. It looks a whole lot different, and it looks younger. It looks, I don't know.
You see what she did. No, that's what I expect that if you get on the road these days now, when you walk by the roadside, you know, you see what she did. That's what I'm expecting. It's a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Ares.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now we're starting off with our first story from the Daily Trust. The Daily Trust headline reads, Phantom Council DG detained. Phantom Council DG detained. Wajabamila listed as witness. Now, the headline stems from the latest development in the case against Adeyemi, who has been in and out of legal proceedings regarding his activities, while Adeyemi was previously on bail following an 2025 October arrest. Recent reports highlight his detention or active prosecution as the case approaches a critical court date scheduled for July 27th. Adeyemi, who is currently in custody and facing charges of perjury and impersonation, have fought with explosive allegations. He has accused the chief of staff, of course, of demanding 48% kickback from the alleged agency's fund, a claim that Gbajabiamila has vehemently denied, threatening a 10 billion naira defamation suit in response.
Well, the case of Phantom Agency, the PFIPC, has been just opening up gradually. Before now, it is seen that Adeyemi Matthew had earlier jumped bail. But when you say that somebody jumps bail, it means the person did not appear in court after being granted bail. So the court now issued a bench warrant. And you see the security agencies in Nigeria, unlike them, wherever Adeyemi hid himself, they traced him to that place and caught him. But when it comes to these daredevil kidnappers and terrorists and all of them, they find it very difficult to actually penetrate them. But that is a story for another day. So Adeyemi has been arrested as the court gave an order for his arrest. But one looks at it from the angle that he is now standing trial. Then what happens to the investigation that the ICPC have been has been told to do by the president? What will happen? Are there going to be double arraignment? Are they going to, because the police already is arraigning him on some charges, and now these people will come out, are they going to arraign him exactly on those charges? Are they going to amend the charges? And then how do you reconcile both things if he is found culpable? And if the SCPC investigation tends to see him as a witness after all, because they may actually dig deep and find out those who were behind the budgetary allocation given to that Phantom Agency. So what happens? The police will be prosecuting him, and then the ICPC will be having him as a witness. So I think all those things should have been halted and allow a central body to do the investigation and come out with report. And then from that report, the agencies, for the purpose of ensuring that criminal justice is gotten in Nigeria, will be able to look at it and see if he will be arraigned formally, and if there could be other persons, accused persons alongside himself. Because I still find it very difficult to believe that only Adeyemi Matthew was involved in this whole thing. It is difficult for anybody to believe anyway. And Adeyemi also said he jumped bail because the only witness he had was killed in circumstances that are still yet to be unraveled. That is the terminal who was said to have been killed, who he alleges may have been killed. Although the story says he died as a result of fire outbreak in a hotel in Abuja. So, but Adeyemi is still alleging that something wrong happened to him in some unknown circumstances, yet to be unraveled circumstances. And that is his witness, primary witness, that actually arranged whatever he has to do with the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila. And now there's no witness available. And he's still naming Femi Gbajabiamila as being behind whatever he must have done in ensuring about the agency. And sometime in this studio, we had an analyst that came in and said the agency exists. But the only thing is that the nomenclature the nomenclature of the agency which Ademi used was / Presidential Advisory Council. That is the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council / Presidential Advisory Council, and that council was set up by the former president, late Muhammad Buhari. And when the president came in, he set up another council without recourse to the other existing council that had been abandoned by government, and of course without repealing same or quashing that council. So, which means that somehow the Presidential Advisory Council set up by Buhari is still there, is still alive, because he had a budget line. And it was based on that budget line he had at the time Buhari was in that they used the same budget line number. They used to now put in the budget into the National Assembly. Otherwise, if there's no budget line coming from the Office of the Accountant General, it means the budget wouldn't be passed. I mean, the budget will not scale through. So it does exist. If it does not, it will not have a budget line. Otherwise, where did he get the budget line from? Because whatever Ademi was doing was based on, and who now inserted these things, because Ademi was having a problem in detention during the period of defense of the budget. So the question continues to be who defended the budget, who inserted it, and from where did it come, and all of that, because Ademi was already being apprehended by the police. And why, if police already had information about such phantom agency, why did even the Office of the Chief of Staff not make a recourse to the fact that it's been inserted in the budget in the National Assembly? Because he was the person who reported to the police that this man is sending a phantom agency. So why did they not alert the National Assembly not to? Because even the bill was passed into law in this year, 2026. So why did they not, inform the presidency? And of course, the budget passed by the National Assembly came to the office of the president through the office of the Chief of Staff. He went through the office of Chief of Staff, and he already knew there was a man who is parading himself as a DG of an agency that does not exist. But he did not raise any dust. He did not raise that issue to the president, so that they could now refer that Appropriation Act bill, not signed, back to the National Assembly for them to expunge that area. But they could not do that. So it is very difficult for one to believe that Ademi is alone in all this act. That is why the presidency should have listened, and for the fact that he alleged or he claimed that his life is on the line, that is why he's gone into hiding. So let the presidency do a consideration on that issue, that Ademi's life will be on the line. But if possible, for us to ensure that he's alive, he's been caught, let the agencies, whether in DSSL or police cell, let them take care of him and see that nothing happens to him, so that at the end of the day, the truth will be unraveled. And the circumstances that led to his becoming DG of an agency which government claims does not exist will be also unraveled. And Nigerians will begin to have confidence, in the activities of government. Otherwise, Nigerians will continue to look at government from a different perspective, from the perspective that a lot of things are going on within the government circle. So the presidency should ensure that everything about this must be made transparent. If Adeni insists that a group of independent persons should be put together to ensure that they unravel the truth about the whole issue. Presidency should just allow that to make sure that the people will continue with having confidence in government activities. But if you begin to shroud them, shroud them in secrecy, if you begin to, stamp your position as the president, give orders, and you said government cannot investigate itself. That is why government cannot. So when you ask government to investigate government, it becomes difficult at a point, especially at those topmost echelon of governance, where the activities of governance actually come in to center. It's not going to be easy. That's why we need an independent forensic investigation into the issue, because we even begin to think that such offices where Adeniyi had written to at one point or the other, who cooperated with him in giving him office at the National Assembly, posting staff to his office and all that, deploying staffs of federal staff to his office. They had a staff of about 300 or more in that office. Then they should begin to think, how did they do that? Why did they not look at these things from a critical perspective? Why did they not have a memo from the office of the secretary to the federal government, SGF, government of the federation, that this office is there, and that is why those people should be able to give them staff, because it is the SGF office that will direct some of these activities to work with Ademi. But I have not seen. Ademi claims he has both documents that will prove what he is saying. So until that is done, so he's saying they have caught him. They may not have caught his documents, and maybe his documents could be somewhere, but they should allow him to get those things and let not any of the documents be found missing. So we will know exactly how it will be kept so transparently that it will be shown to Nigerians. If you kill a fly on the body, or a flea on the body of a dog, and you don't show it, it will be as if maybe you wanted to remove the hairs of the dog. So it is important that you make everything very transparent in such a way that Nigerians will have confidence in the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Just a few things I would like to add. I was just trying to read up when this budget for this year was drafted. And it was drafted December last year, and then it was passed April and was signed into law April 17th. And this is July of 2026. And it's as if just 3 months after the establishment, because just like you said, to set up an agency such as that with that number of staff member is not something that was done overnight. It's something that was critically planned. These plans were made, they were put into the appropriation bill, and then this money was allocated. So I see it as a case of, I hope it's not a case of witch hunting. Seeing that this man is somebody that was carefully, because, I mean, for a federal agency as that, it is connected to the office of the president one way or the other. And this man has gone into offices, he has signed contracts with, this office has a symbol, it has a logo, it has an office, it has a head office, it has a director general. So coming months after to say, oh, it is a fake, it's just, smoke screen, like I said yesterday. There's something that they're not telling us. Let's assume this is a phantom agency, like they call it. Why are the persons involved not being tried? Why is the alleged suspect or the alleged defendant not being prosecuted? Why is he considered a witness? Someone that is accused of partaking in a certain allocation, having received a certain amount, and now he is putting a defamation fine of 10 billion naira on someone who has come out to say, Mr. President, I don't have a problem submitting myself for investigation, but please let it be from an independent panel and let all parties involved be tried as well. So there's a lot to unpack in this conversation, and there's a lot to suspect. Just like you said, the federal government has, if they want, people to understand and see things through their lens, they need to be as transparent, which is one issue that we have in Nigeria. We don't have a transparent dealings of things. We like to cover. Okay, you would understand, you don't need to know, but there are things that are become open to the public, that the public to a very large extent ought to know how these things turn out.
So you see, for him being all alone, and nobody is caring about whatever claims he's making, but there are things that are evident that he cannot do any such thing alone. It is evident. It is known. There's no theory you propagate. There's no theory you propagate, or even hypothesis that you begin to propagate and you land at the fact that he walked alone. So it is obvious. But he has already opened up his mouth and said, I had Tabino, he's dead. Then I had Femi Wajabiamila. And you people are trying to shield him. He already threatening to go to court for a libel just because he been mentioned. He has not even subjected himself to a kind of investigation. He shouldn't have been at the background, trying to dish others and becoming a witness. Instead, they should have looked at him thoroughly, and if he's given a clean bill, then one will know that he was not involved. But it is very obvious that the man has people that were involved, and let the other people who collaborated with him, who are in government, at the top echelon of government business, the Office of the Accountant General, because he wrote as Director General, he wrote to the Central Bank for the purpose of opening account. Of course, he opened the account. Before opening an account, there's a mandate. There's a mandate upon which these accounts are opened. You just don't go to open an account for an agency without a mandate. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's a mandate. If you are opening an account for a limited liability company, you must come with the certificate of incorporation from the Corporate Affairs Commission. That is what will give you the mandate to open an account in the name of such company. Are you getting it? So there's a mandate that you get to open an account. In the very, he had several accounts. And that of Central Bank and all, it has been confirmed. Even when the Office of the Accountant General wanted to say that he did not open account, we have since continued to hear from police after their own investigation that there are accounts of that agency in commercial banks and that of the Central Bank too. So he had a mandate to open the account. So who gave him the mandate? From which office? From the office of the Secretary to Government, or from the office of the Chief of Staff, or from the office of the Minister for Finance, or the office of the Accountant General of the Federation? Who? But somebody gave him a mandate. So those people should be asked questions on how they gave him the mandate. Why did they give them the mandate? Give him the mandate? Did they give him the mandate because there's a memo from the presidency mandating them to give a mandate to so and so for the purpose of opening an account? And before you do a budget, ministries and agencies, and parastatals always come with their own budgets to the office of the Minister for Budget and Planning. This office collects these budgets from the ministries, agencies and parastatals and look at them. After looking at them, scrutinizing them, they will now make a memo. They will push to the presidency. The presidency will move the budget to the National Assembly. When it moves to the National Assembly, then these agencies and parastatals will come at the committee level. When it is being looked at the committee level, will come and do defense for this budget. Every agency, ministry or parastatal will come and do such defense. In the course of the defense, who defended the budget of the phantom agency?
Exactly.
If nobody defended it, could it have been passed? The National Assembly will look at it as nobody defended this budget, which means it is a hoax. We put it aside. It will not be part of what we are going to approve for the passage of that appropriation for the presidency's assent. We will not add this one because nobody came for it, which means that agency is not serious. Do you understand it? But nobody did, because this man was still in the police net, or was still running with investigations. And it was even after he has been granted bail and so on and so forth, the National Assembly passed the budget. National Assembly passed the budget, but the budget was not signed into law until April. So you begin to see, if on one hand that these things pass through the places you ought to pass through for the presidential assent, people should have dictated it if nobody has interest in that budget. Sure. But he has already claimed that this man wants certain percentage of that money, because there is even a takeoff fund of about 27 billion, which will be given to the phantom agency. This takeoff fund is what the man claimed that Bajabila is interested in. A certain percentage of it, a good percentage of it, about 48%, almost half of the entire. So look at these claims and find out whether the man is saying the truth or the man is lying. But if the man is working alone, then the man should be the smartest thing that lives in Nigeria, to have penetrated all the agencies of government alone and be able to succeed to the extent it happened. And the Nigerian government could not have uncovered anything if there was nobody who was interested in that scenario.
So like I said, there's a lot to just unpack.
Very well said. When you look at these issues, one, before even making a categorical statement, one is that Gbajabiamila is still an innocent man. What is at the moment is still an accusation about intent to collect or helping to facilitate. He has not equally been proven guilty in this very regard. Yes, what we'll just have is a statement from one man pointing towards him. The DJ of this supposed phantom agency should be able to, beyond Gbajabiamila, mention other names as well, because Gbajabiamila will not move in isolation. There has to be some other persons who were at what location and points where they made, so it still has to be, well narrated and backed up with facts. Yes, we understand that he said the alibi he has on this issue is the man that died, in the hotel. But beyond that, there should be other optics about venue, time, modus of communication that has to be established. But saying this is not just to say that the man equally is guilty. You've, presented it quite beautiful. But the point is that government at this very point in time, I always want to use the phrase like Caesar's wife, be seen to be above board without, any sort of blemishes in this regard. And government is culprit in this very regard. They are the ones who are being looked on. Nigerian people are not, thinking and remembering Adeyemi in this very regard. We are seeing Nigerian government from the perspective of a tinted man with a white apron with dots of red oils on it. So they still stand to clear themselves, because from the way Nigerian people see it, they believe that one individual, like you rightly pointed out, cannot orchestrate a whole scheme of this nature, traversing through the very office of the president of our nation, through the National Assembly, through the Nigerian banking system alone. There has to be accomplices. And in that regard, Mr. President had done one good thing by setting up, charging ICPC to investigate. But what we are asking, and what most Nigerian people are yearning for, is that ICPC, very good at their job, will be seen as an arm of the same government that is investigating itself in this very regard. Everyone wants to see a fair, free, credible, independent inquiry and inquest into this very scenario, to be able to uncover beyond this very phantom agency, if there are other phantom agencies unknown to the Nigerian people that is being used to siphon the very resources of this nation, then come out with it, and then be able to unmask the individuals who may have in one way or the other assisted this very phantom agency that we'll talk about. Having stated that, it is beholden on the government to, beyond the ICPC, now set up this very inquest that will be seen to be, beyond reproach. And having said that, what we are seeing going on with Adeyemi at this instance, like you rightly presented it, seems to look like a prosecution, a persecution of this very individual. And we need to state that nothing should happen to him wherever he's placed in custody. And if the courts are so remand, they should remand him in prison custody and not at the hands of the Nigerian police force at this instance. Because we've seen several cases where people who had been so arrested ended up being told story about how one thing or the other, and they either died in detention and then truth is never uncovered. Nigerians are so interested in getting to the bottom of this issue that every truth around this issue should be uncovered. So the man should be kept alive, not seen to be persecuted. Rather, it should be handled with a view to finding out what really has happened. Beyond that, Femi Gbajabiamila's name has come up. He should not be seen to be government prosecution witness, the first prosecution witness in this very regard, which is why, beyond moving to prosecute, there should be an inquest. And then, coming out from that panel of inquiry, recommendations should not be made on prosecution of those who are culpable. So every individual from where Femi Gbajabiamila sits, he too needs to be able to submit himself for proper interrogation, not as a witness in this regard, because this man has pointedly mentioned his name, not even as an accused, but as an alibi, that he has made equally corrupt demand on the very resources of this phantom agency. So this should be the way to go and the proper way to handle this. At the end of the day, let Nigerian people have a proper answer. And if anyone who is involved should then be duly and properly prosecuted and to face the charge.
All right, so move over to the next conversation for the morning. The next story is from the Guardian newspaper, and the headline reads, "Fuel jumps by 100 naira per litre as Dangote shifts $1.84 billion foreign exchange burden to marketers." Following a major change in pricing strategy by the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, fuel cost has jumped by approximately 100 naira per litre. The price hike follows the refinery's decision to shift from a naira-based sales framework to dollar-dominated pricing for all its petroleum products. And this move has essentially transferred a massive $1.84 billion monthly forex exchange directly on downstream marketers. Now, these marketers, as we know, generate their revenue in cash, but now they must source dollars to procure fuel, and this risk has now become a problem for consumers, say that we have to pay for this. So henceforth, analysts are warning that this development has exposed the domestic markets to greater volatility, as fuel prices in Nigeria will now become significantly more sensitive to fluctuations in the exchange rate.
Mr. Resi.
It is unfortunate that we are now using two currencies in Nigeria. You see, the sovereignty of this country is dangling between the devil and the deep blue sea. Why am I saying that? Because the government shifted that Dangote must get crude oil from Nigeria in dollar, not in naira. And that's why Dangote is sourcing dollar to get the crude oil. Then he feels that he has to shift the burden on the marketers who are coming to buy finished product, that is refined petroleum products, from him to buy and pay in dollar. The fact is that we are now using these two currencies to trade in Nigeria, and it is not good for this country. So the presidency, the Central Bank of Nigeria, should be able to know what they have to do, because this is going to shift the burden of suffering on the generality of the masses. You find out what burden we are facing, or the Nigerian masses are facing, based on the fluctuating fuel prices. Now, you have now come up with another issue that will trigger fluctuations that will make transport system unstable. The spiral effect it has on other sectors will now manifest and will make life more unbearable to Nigerians. So I think it is a very important issue that requires urgent attention by the government and all its agencies that has to do with monetary policy regulations. Otherwise, Nigerians will suffer the more because Dangote is our major source of refined petroleum products, and our major source. Even the importers are now importing less because of the fact that the Dangote refinery is there. The Dangote refinery somehow tends to put down oil prices and all that. And they had made some trouble sometime, and then even the petroleum product regulatory agencies have also tried to work against Dangote, but it has not worked. So, which means that even the agencies involved in petroleum regulation and the monetary policy regulators, monetary policy regulators, and the presidency should be able to have an emergency meeting to see how they can resolve this problem. If it is not resolved, we are going to have another level of inflation. It might go beyond. When you see inflation, it will go within two digits of 1. It might go to two digits of 3. I know what I mean. We are having an inflation of about 16%. We may have 20 or 30%. That is 2 digits of 3 or 2 digits of 2, as the case may be, which will now make Nigerians suffer the more. More so when the elections are coming. Government really need to do something. Otherwise, their popularity will wane. It will not portray government of the day in good light. Nigerians may decide that the government is failing them, and they may not return such government to power. The opposition will have their way. So it's something that is very important that must be done within the latest time frame and it will be better for all.
Okay, I feel like, I mean, just not necessarily to add to what you said. I mean, you mentioned that if there are police to check and to control these things, and I'm asking, what are they coming to check? Because this issue is something that has been, you know, on the front line of discussions in the past 1 year, or maybe early this year, ever since, or more so since the war in the Strait of Hormuz started. And we've seen Dangote make, you know, adjustments here and there. One morning you see that the price has gone down, another morning you see the price has gone up, another morning you see that it has come down again. So he has made adjustments. And as we understand, we've stated this, you know, one too many, that he's a businessman and who understands, who makes decisions based off on the affairs relating concerning his business. He's not running his refinery for Nigeria. He's not a government established. So whatever he's doing is for the benefits, just like every other business person, for the benefits of his business. And if the Nigerian government becomes concerned enough, then what they ought to do, as we've often said again, is to renew the rivalry refineries, set up, refurbish, whatever it has to do or whatever the government has to do to create a stable balance for what Dangote is offering. Dangote has said one too many times that he cannot cater to the needs of the entire Nigeria because he also has international, you know, clients, international business people to supply to as it were. So there are a lot to unpack. The regulators are not going to stop him from doing his business or, you know, making decisions as it pertains to his business. But if it's something negotiating can do to help so that we don't have to pay out of pocket as it is, because I think yesterday when I was going home, I saw a fuel pump selling at 1,150 as at yesterday. Now, I don't know what it will be by this month because the fluctuation of prices for fuel in this country can move from 1,000 to 2,000 in less than 30 minutes in the country. So if there are things that the government ought to do, seeing that he has decided that his payments will no longer be in Naira, even for those buying from Nigeria have to pay in dollars. They have to do something to regulate and to set up other refineries that could sell in Naira as well.
It is not just about refineries that will sell in Naira. You see, when you talk about a business environment, government regulates all businesses. They regulate them. If you make businesses, the environment to be good enough for investors to come and invest. Now it is upon government to now say, we are going to be giving Dangote crude oil, not in dollars again. If they know whatever the equivalent is in Naira, they will give it to him so that he will use Naira to pay. He will not be sourcing dollar, because sourcing dollar, you go to central bank to source. You also go out to source. Because he's a businessman, he sources dollar from everywhere. He repatriates some of the dollars that he makes in the outside, in the international sphere, international space. He makes money there. He repatriates them and use it to buy crude oil from federal government in dollar. So let federal government give him in Naira so that it will be easier for the marketers here. These are marketers and those oil companies, midstream oil companies. Do you understand? These are the marketers that always go to Dangote to bring this oil, so that it will be easier for them. These marketers, how they source their own dollar? They don't have international businesses that might make dollar for them to repatriate and use them to buy from the Dangote. The only way they will get dollar is either they will go to the black market, and when you go to buy dollar from the black market, it now increases your cost. If you go to buy from central bank, of course they do, but it is regulated. Central bank will give you this amount. It depends on what government has. Government has been able to make together in a month. That is, you might need more than what government has for your dollar, for business for the month. You might need more than that. Then the central bank will not manufacture any dollar. What they will do is that you go to the other market, that is the second market, the foreign exchange market, to go and source your dollar. And the prices are not always the same. The central bank price always or most often differs from the what we call the black market price. You go to the black market price to get your dollar. So that is a problem. So it's only government that can resolve it. Government can resolve it by saying, Dangote, we are now giving you in naira. So don't give any pressure on these marketers. They will pay you in naira. We give you in naira. So pay us with naira as the marketers are coming to, because you are now trying to promote the use of dollar in Nigeria when ordinarily we are not supposed to be using dollar and naira at the same time. For those in the financial sector, that's why I said policy, regulators should be able to come together with government to iron it out. It is only when they try to amend these policies that everything works.
All right, very well said. When we look at this situation, for me, I find issue with the headline, and the headline sort of makes it look like the Nigerian problem when it comes to the pricing of petroleum is a Dangote created and manipulated affair. But like you rightly, have highlighted this issue. The point is that this is a deregulated market. That fact needs to be established. Then we have to get our fundamentals right in terms of what currency. I kind of tickled when you mentioned that Nigeria is operating with two currency, but that's what it is. Despite the fact that we don't want to end up to the fact that yes, and there are people in Nigeria who have all their dealings preferably in dollars in this very instance. So these points has to be highlighted, but we must equally bring to light that the escalating situation in the Gulf is a primary factor in all this. But one should even be courageous enough to question the Nigerian state that is, making more profits. Remember the Gulf windfall, and we are having another Gulf windfall this time around. If the government that had its budget benchmark around $60–$64, but is now enjoying around 90 to 120 US dollars per barrel of crude oil, should be able to have policies that will cushion the effect of the brunt of this skyrocketing petroleum pump prices. Let's not forget the fact that Nigeria is a net producer of crude oil in the world, and it should count for something. At the end of the day, after all said and done, and this grammar and everything, the average Nigerian continues to bear the brunt of this fallout. And it is the primary duty of government to ensure, not beyond the protection of its citizens, that the welfare of its citizens are, first in their line item. And in this instance, it's looking as if we're shielding this responsibility to a private individual who is not just an individual, but is a capitalist setup in Nigeria, to make profit as well. So we shouldn't push that burden. Rather, we should see the failure of policymakers to regulate and make charitable policies that would work for not just the Nigerian state, but for our citizens as well. I so submit.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll continue more on the conversation for the morning. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future. Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is
Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, moving on to our next story. Our next story is from all right, our next story this morning is from the Nation newspaper. The Nation newspaper, the headline reads, Makinde under fire over call for UN probe of Orire abduction. Makinde under fire over call for UN probe of Orire abduction. Governor Seyi Makinde is facing intense pressure from a broad coalition of federal leaders and legal experts, following his controversial call for the United Nations to investigate the recent school abductions in Orire local government area. Critics argue that by inviting an international body to probe a domestic rescue operation, the governor is not only disregarding the successful efforts of the Nigerian military and intelligence services, but he is also overstepping the boundaries of international jurisdiction. Legal experts have called on demand a misunderstanding of the UN's mandate, while political opponents are calling for a closer look at the governor's own management of the crisis. However, the Oyo State House of Assembly has stood by the governor, insisting that the request was a patriotic appeal for transparency and a necessary step to prevent future occurrences.
Patriotic appeal.
Yes.
For transparency.
And a necessary step to prevent future.
Beautiful. I think the position of the State Assembly is in line with the governor's call. You see, it is not out of place to make calls that are not harmful to the government. It is not harmful, even if he is wrong in the mandate of the United Nations. Okay? Even if it is not tenable, if it is not done, that the United Nations could come in and do some investigation, it is still not poisonous. It is still not poisonous for him to have made that call. He is only trying to be very, very fair to himself and the federal government. He's trying to be transparent to show that all the things that happened did not just happen, that maybe anybody in government is not part of it. At a point, he was even being accused. He was even being accused. There were accusations on him. What did he do? What could he have? Why shouldn't he do this or do that and all of that? When he said they have bought drones, the drones could not penetrate the thick forest to maybe do some necessary surveillance to get where they were and all of that. So because there were all these conflicting and mindsets and sentimental positions by some people, he actually felt that United Nations could, do something openly, and then it will be accepted to be good enough, so that everybody will know who did or who did not do, their actions and inactions, and what happened. The fact that the government has been able to get those people back is still a plus for him and for the federal government. It's a plus for everybody that these children and their teachers are back and reunited with their families. So, from my perspective, I do not see anything poisonous about that call, because the way he made that call was very civil, was not antagonistic, was not even pointed at any. But a misinterpretation may have been seen somewhere, or may have occurred along the line, which resulted in his being attacked. He's been criticized for making that, especially from the government. Why did the federal government actually come all out, smoking, trying to condemn his position or what he asked for? Why? Is it not the federal government that will invite the UN? Is it the governor that will do that? Is the federal government that will say, we want you to help us? We are a member. Nigeria is a member of the United Nations. And if there are difficult things or things that we cannot handle, we might be able to ask the United Nations to come. We are signatories to the United Nations, and we know their mandate. So even if it is not the mandate of United Nations, then what the federal government should have done is to ignore that. But if it is within the mandate of United Nations, they could do that, because there's nothing poisonous about it. It all points to transparency. Everything that is asked by Makinde points to transparency and accountability.
Very well said. You know, we've harped on this issue for some time now. But beyond the arguments, the celebratory thing here is that the so-kidnapped people of Oyo State and their teachers have reunited with their family as we speak. Yes, while we're discussing this, I may call on for the clip on that very reunion of the family as we discuss this. But the point is that the Nigerian states need to be more of proactive to ensure that such never reoccurs again. That should be where the conversation should be geared towards. However, I do understand the helplessness of the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, in this very instance, that a state that is not known to be, witnessing such magnitude of terrorism or kidnap, now suddenly being attacked in a local government from 3 fronts at the same time, leading to this number of, people and teachers being carted away, kept in captivity for 56 days. And it would, make any sound mind to, ask a lot of questions. And I feel that the questions that the governor of Oyo State, Makinde, is asking, is not out of order. When we look at the boundaries of jurisdiction, we are talking about security here. And I would challenge anyone to tell us that this does not fall within the ambient of having an independent audit. He's raising a critical question that we should investigate to know how come beyond the words of the governor lies a subtle undertone, that the fact that this all may not be as it appears, that we should, as a people, ask these critical questions. Yes, it's not about who is at the helm of affairs today. There are things we need to know. Remember, reading from Chibok issue, there has been accusation and counter-accusation about who invited who into the Nigerian state, who empowered who to, be in our environment, creating the anarchy and the chaos that has kept every Nigerian in fear, such that people go to church now to buy anointing oil before they embark on 3 hours journey. People now go to do night vigil before they embark on an hour journey, because a lot of Nigerians who cannot afford the airfare are forced to travel by road. And people now, chide one another that before you embark on a long journey, make sure that there is an arrangement for a ransom money. So the Nigerian state needs to know, beyond the pointing of fingers, who is culpable in this. If there is an action or inaction that has enabled this to happen. So beyond all this, I do not expect, in fact, I expect the government of the day to be so collaborative, so happy to even have an inquest as to what, necessitated and facilitated the kidnap of these children from Oyo State. And I did hear somebody asking a very cool question. How come there was no such kidnap until this very governor of Oyo State now declares interest for certain positions in the nation? And then, boom, who had a kidnap. You know, there are a lot of conspiracy theories going on and about. And for us to, you know, quell such tensions and, you know, these conjectures, we need to have an open inquest. And who is most likely, you know, to be trusted beyond the Nigerian security quarters? Invite an independent body that would carry out, you know, due diligence and inquest into this issue. Let us begin to uncover what is really happening in our clime, which interests are being protected, which interests are being advanced in this very regard. Because we have terrorists that are operating within our clime without even key defined, you know, objectives. Most times where we see this terrorism, we understand what they are fighting for, we understand what they stand for, but in the case of Nigeria, religion is infused here and there, the quest for land grabbing and all that is so confusing. Let us even understand what is happening and then be able to know how we'll tackle if there are, you know, people in high places who are enabling the situation. Then let us know who is the enemy of the state. These are lots of issues that needs be attended to. So for me, talking about boundaries of international jurisdiction or not, the Nigerian state should be happy to note and understand what is going on within their climate. And I feel that the federal government should be at the forefront of seeing that this is done beyond the issue of your state and any other place that is been happening in Nigeria. So we shouldn't be wasting much time on semantics and arguments on who is wrong or who is right. Let us be proactive while we make sure it never occurs again. But we need to know.
Okay, now we'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll bring in our sports update for the morning. Stay with us.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
All right, we are joined by the sports oracle himself, like Mr. Ucho said, the man who eats, breathes, sleeps, swings, sports. Good Hope Chukwuma, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
You want me to do it the proper way?
Let's just shoot.
Let's shoot.
Yeah. You know, yesterday everyone had their predictions. Ochoma was trying to dodge the prediction she gave, but I'm going to play back the video of yesterday and see what you actually said. You know, talking about France versus Spain, seeing how the game had to go. France had to be overpowered by the Spanish side, and now the Spain and the Spanish side, they are now into the finals of the World Cup, FIFA World Cup 2026. Of course, you know that if they eventually win this World Cup, it will make it 16 years. You know, the second World Cup they have been winning in 16 years. The last time they won was in 2010 in South Africa, the World Cup that I would really, really cherish forever. Now, one of the things that we have seen in the game was everyone tipped France to beat them, but France had no place to shoot. They weren't able to even play a good game. The game was all about just playing here and there. But Mr. Rex, you were so surprised yesterday seeing that Spain.
Yes, of course. My prediction failed.
Okay.
Because I didn't know the Spanish team has a very wonderful players. I've not watched any of the matches.
They really have.
Yes, I have not watched any of the matches. But I've watched France, and I felt France has all it takes, especially the Mbappes and the Beles. I thought they were going to do the magic, but they couldn't. They didn't see any space. I watched that.
Yeah, they didn't see any space.
And they were fumbling. They were even making mistakes. They were making mistakes.
They were even playing rough.
They were making mistakes, and then poor passes. Sometimes they pass ball to the Spanish team members to even make incursions into their own goal area. You know, it was terrible. They didn't play well at all.
It was terrible.
Didn't play well at all. But let's just go.
And they have not played as worse
than
this
in the World Cup. Yes,
it happens when two good teams meet themselves. They have to. The best team has to show up, and it's what happened. Now Spain is in the World Cup. I don't know who's joining them this evening. Even if I ask you who's joining them, you have this Messi flair in you.
Well, going by the trajectory of the English team so far, and what the Argentines have been able to give us, we've seen multiple comebacks. We've seen tremendous field of play in the field from the Argentine side, and we've seen barely survivals from the English team. So I know they might not be able to survive.
The English team. Well,
yes.
The English team may not be able to survive.
Because they've been surviving, they may not survive today.
But the thing is that this English team, you don't, outright them. You don't underrate them. They can do a comeback. Having the likes of Hurricane up front.
The comeback has always been for Argentina.
It has always been for Argentina, but also talking about someone like Jude Bellingham in a team who you can't predict.
That's the only person.
No, not just the only person. I'm talking about people that can change the trajectory of the match. That's what we're talking about.
Well, I think it's a more difficult match to decipher.
Of course, that from my side, I would like to ask Mr. Rex, who are you tipping this evening since yesterday's own failed?
Well, Argentina is not wonderful, but Messi is wonderful.
Okay.
You see, I remember Diego Armando Maradona, a tree that makes a forest. Why I call him a tree that makes a forest? When he came to Napoli, Napoli got the league, got everything, almost everything they needed. And since he left Napoli, I don't think Napoli has actually won the kind of trophies they did when Maradona was there. So also it is with Messi now. Messi with the Argentine national team, he's almost doing everything perfect. He's a tree that makes a forest. Di Maria is no longer there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But we're asking the score. Maybe the score there's no one you can actually pinpoint that will.
It's not going to be an easy match. Okay. It's not going to be as easy as yesterday's match. For the Spanish national team, it was easy to
because France lost their form from the beginning.
Win the French national team. It was easy.
Yeah.
But this one is not going to be easy because the English national team, the Red Devils, are good. At least to an extent, they're always surviving. They know how to survive. They know how to slip through.
Yeah.
And I hope, you see, that is where I now begin to think about the performance of one of our teams from Africa, Cape Verde. It's not the same Cape Verde that actually played.
All right, Mr. Ress, we are sorry. This is where we'll be calling it today on the program. We're out of time.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Good Hope. Thank you, Mr. Rex. Until we come your way same time tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochama. Have a lovely day.
Mr. Good Hope, thank you for your in-depth insight on this.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And handsome Mr. Rex, it's a pleasure having you on the show.
Keep flattering me, but I thank you for having me this morning. For you, watch Aneke TV. We'll give you everything good.
And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency, my brother Senator Kashim Shettima. Your Excellency, General Gowon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Gowon, Your Excellencies, General Abdul Salami and President Jonathan, Your Eminence, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a great honor for me to have this opportunity to speak for 2 minutes on this occasion of the presentation of the book from our father. And like Kingsley, I would like to say that I'm here in a personal capacity. If my father were alive, he would be the one seated there. General Gowon appointed my father High Commissioner to Canada, Ambassador to Belgium, and First Ambassador to China. And my parents remembered the visit of General Gowon to China when he was ambassador. And I'm proud that I was able to continue that relationship, father and son, up to this day. President Jonathan spoke about leaders be remembered for policies and infrastructure. The reality is that policies change, infrastructure also changes. What is abiding in the memory of people about their leaders is who those leaders are. Do they remember you for your integrity or for corruption? Do they remember you as a patriot or as a parochial person? Do they remember you for justice or for injustice? And I think General Gowon represents for us and all subsequent generations an example of the values that should govern you in your life. And this is the most important thing. I'll leave you with one memory abiding for me. At the age of 8, I was sent to a Catholic school in Kaduna, St. Anne's. And I was classmates with a young man called Yusuf Opam, whose father, Colonel Pam, unfortunately was one of the victims of the 1966 coup. But what I remember at the age of 8 was that General Gowon, as head of state, would send a handwritten letter to Yusufu, signed Uncle Joe. That is a window into the person that you're dealing with, that as head of state, commander-in-chief, he would write a handwritten letter to the son of his dead friend so that the boy would continue to feel he had a father. That is our memory. Thank you for being a father. Thank you for being a role model. Thank you for being an example of what a true Christian or Muslim leader ought to be. Thank you.
Thank you so very much indeed. The Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Dr. Lamido Sanusi Lamido, who is making
Welcome and many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you heartbeat of issues, policies, politics, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll take a look at women, power and protection, Nigeria's changing narrative. We stand at a critical crossroads where culture, power and policy collide. For decades, the narrative of the Nigerian women has been written in the quiet resilience of the living room, managing homes, building communities, and sustaining the fabric of our society. But today, a new chapter demands to be broadcast. The conversation is shifting from the living room to the Senate floor as we confront a glaring truth. A nation cannot fly only on one wing. Yet, as we talk about women, power, and protection, the numbers tell a sobering story. While our East African neighbors paved the way, with Rwanda leading the world at over 60% for female legislative representation, and Kenya constitutionally reserving for 7 seats for women leaders, Nigeria still lingers at a critical standstill, with women holding less than 5% of our national legislative power. How do we break this deadlock? How do we transition from male survivor to structural political power? Today on The Insight, we are joined by a trailblazer who has lived this fight. She is a legal powerhouse, the founder of ndlea Foundation, and a former governorship aspirant who has walked the challenging path of political aspiration in Nigeria. Please welcome to the program, Barrister Ndlea.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you. In fact, I feel so elected. Finally, yeah, though you've been around in Aneke TV, but this is your first of The Insight.
Yes,
if I have a bell, I would.
Bring it for me. Thank you so much.
I feel so elected to have this conversation with you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. So, Barrister, before we get into the conversation proper, let's get a perspective on whom the Nigerian woman is.
Okay, thank you so much. Just a way of, that's a correction now. I wasn't just an aspirant, because when you say someone aspired, it means he or she indicated interest and maybe didn't get the party's nomination and all of that. So I was actually a candidate.
Oh.
Yes, I contested in 2019 to become the governor of Enugu State under the then Fresh Democratic Party.
Wow, that correction is noted.
Yes, thank you so much. And who is a Nigerian woman, you asked? And this message, this question just takes me back to even from the home, even from the old time where we had our mothers who never went to school, but they had so much influence. They played huge roles in shaping their children, shaping homes, shaping families, and even the larger society. So a Nigerian woman is that woman that is so passionate about economic development, and that is why even in the glaring midst of insecurity, she still wakes up in the morning to go to the bush to farm. A Nigerian woman is that woman who, regardless of where culture has put her, when you were making your introduction, you made reference of the traditional role of a woman where, at least in Nigerian context, where a woman is expected by society and culture to be a homemaker, you know, belonging to the kitchen and the other room, like one of the then presidents said, you know. So, but a Nigerian woman is beyond that. She's that woman that even combines those roles with her potentials to lead.
Combines those roles.
Those roles, yes.
And the potential to
Yes,
lead.
because women generally, not just a Nigerian woman now, women generally are multitasking. You still find them in the home doing their job. You still find them in the other room doing their job and in the kitchen. But they are also in the on the table. They are in the forefront, making decisions, you know, bringing ideas. These women are so resilient that even when situations, systems are trying to push them away, I said, go and belong to one particular, you know, position. Just remain at the kitchen, at the other room. Don't come out. These women keep pushing. That's why you can have a lot of women that you can count on, the likes of the late Dora Akunyili. You know, she was a mother. Today you hear her children doing exploits. She had time to nurture her children as a mother And she went to school, and not just finishing from university and sitting down, she, kept on empowering herself through further education until she came out to the limelight, where she was highly celebrated before her demise. We still have a lot of them, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, for instance, and a whole lot of others. We can count them. These were mothers, wives, sisters and children to families, but they were able to come out. So a Nigerian woman is that woman who is so dogged and who is willing to offer her services, offer even her life. Because I remember then when the late Dora Akunyili was the DG of NAFDAC, she was willing to lay down her life to ensure that that issue of fake drugs were eradicated. Every Nigerian child started looking at products that they buy to know the expiry date, because this woman made it possible. So that is a Nigerian woman. A Nigerian woman is that woman that is not afraid to try new things. She's not afraid to venture into things, and that's why somebody like me could venture into politics.
You just made one statement. The Nigerian woman is not afraid to venture into new things.
New things, and that is why even me, as far back as 2019, ventured into politics.
Left. I was still wanting to come to that and ask you where you drew the courage and inspiration for.
But that is the typical of a woman for you. When she sees that things are not going the way that it's supposed to be, you see them trying to say, how do I fix this? In my 40s now, I can say that since I was born, in fact, since, let's say, from my 5th year in this life, I started praying for Nigeria in distress. I started seeing how things were not just going on well. And I asked myself,
until today, they are still praying for Nigeria
in distress. You are still recording 5%, less than 5% inclusion. So these things are just, too many to count. I'm telling you. And so some people like us left. For me, for instance, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm even a pastor's wife, so I have women under me that I take care of. I'm a legal practitioner, I still practice. I've sat as a customary court judge. I was combining all of this.
You've sat as a customary court
judge? Yes, I have.
Combining your role as a wife, a mother, leader in the church?
Yes. So, and that is why I told you that a Nigerian woman, if given the enabling environment, will definitely blossom and also, by extension, impact the society. But Nigerians don't know that they are shooting themselves on the leg when they just relegate women to that role of staying in the kitchen and the other room. We are not saying that place is bad. It's not bad. We need the kitchen and the other room. But we also need to maximize our potentials. We have a lot to deliver.
All right. That leads me to the next question now. The women no longer want to just be at the other room.
Yeah.
In quotes.
Yes.
They want to thrive.
Yeah.
Then, where lies the problem? Is it because, as we question and women demand access to power, where lies the problem? Is it culture? Is it institutional? Where is the problem coming from?
Okay, thank you so much. You see, everything is a problem. Both the culture.
Everything is the problem.
I'm telling you, the culture, the system. Because I remember growing up, our parents weren't training us to become leaders. They weren't training us to become, when I came out to contest, my mom was like, she wasn't here with me then. What did you say you're coming out to? These politicians, they will kill you. Because she already knows that the system is so unfriendly to even men who are their equals, not to talk of women. So both the system, the institution, because I said the institution because if people who are offenders, those who also make life miserable for women and others, are punished adequately by the institution that should punish them, it will act as a deterrent. And people will see that, oh, we have an institution. Then I talk about culture. A lot of people have hidden themselves under the culture to deal with women in this Nigeria. You don't want to hear certain things we hear when we go to communities. I run an NGO, and this NGO, we go into communities and interact with these men. And a man will stand up and tell you, we cannot stop circumcising women. Like you are advocating against female circumcision, for instance. I say, Oga, why do you think women should continue to be circumcised? I say, to curtail their sexual pleasure. That if women are not circumcised, you see them being promiscuous.
Are we still in that? Are we still in that at this moment?
I'm telling you, But for men, you don't do that. Men can enjoy themselves. Some women are still being subjected to come and swear, come and drink, come and do this one, come and swear that you did not kill your husband. But no man dies, and no woman dies, and the man is accused. Even when some people are saying, this man used this woman to do juju, nobody will tell the woman, come and swear. That is by the way. So the culture, the system, the societal construction of the role of a woman has made this woman so down that even to push, some men would meet a man that has 6 children, 5 girls, and then the last one is a boy. I say, thank God, at least you won't give birth again. Say, Guinea, how can all this wealth I have acquired, is only one boy that would? I say, what happened to your girls? There's denial of inheritance of property to the female children. Even when the Supreme Court has laid down the principle that women can now inherit, daughters can inherit their father's property.
But that's not in practice.
But it's not in practice. So the system, the institution, because if it's not in practice, why is it not in practice? Why can't somebody go to court like Ukeje? Yes, we have a celebrated case of Ukeje and Ukeje, where the woman took her brothers to court and she got victory. But some people will tell you, if I go to court, she doesn't even have money to engage a lawyer. And she's not sure what she will see. So these are the issues. The society has so much constructed some roles. A woman, your own is to sit down, cook food, do this. And if you could even come out from a leader in this country, how much more the common man in the village? All right. I saw a lot when I was sitting as a customary court judge. I saw culture dealing with women, and it's strong. So that's why everything is. And our mindset has been so damaged that even when you are trying to make some men understand that when we talk about equality, for instance, I'm not saying you will become like me. I'm not saying I will turn to be like you. But we are saying let everybody have equal access to opportunities. If there's a job role to be performed in this organization, don't look at me as a woman. Look at my intellect. Look at my capacity. Can this woman deliver? Don't say because if I give her this managerial position, she'll go and get married, give birth. This thing shouldn't be a limitation if all things are equal.
All right. You know, when you started, you said parents don't train women to assume leadership responsibilities. Is that the case actually?
It's part of it. So that child is now growing up for a man. You know, in Igbo land, for instance, they say, do you marry you? So stay like this so that you marry. Don't go outside. Don't do like this. So women were now trained. The girl child was now trained to just become so reserved. She's getting ready for marriage. She wasn't prepared for leadership. And that's why when some of us came out, they were surprised. Even some women were afraid to support you because they don't know where you are going with it.
All right, Barrister, you know, you've highlighted culture, you've talked about the families, parental upbringing.
Yes.
But let me ask, does patriarchy have any role to play in all this?
Culture is entrenched in patriarchy, or patriarchy, whichever way. We are living in a patriarchal society where even by the bare sight of, look at that man I told you now, that he has 5 girls and 1 boy, but he feels incomplete until he has so many more men that can inherit his property. When a child is born and they say, what did she give birth to? Say it's a girl. Say, yeah. But once you hear it's a boy, you hey, see jubilation. That is people for you. And that is to the extent that patriarchy has played. Even in our traditional setting, women are still not allowed to even near some places though, because through advocacy now, some of these traditional rulers are beginning to embrace women leadership. And so they are bringing them to their cabinets. And they could see, we've interviewed some of them, and they are saying, oh, thank God, we never knew. So, we are living in a patriarchal society. We can't even overemphasize what patriarchy is doing to us as in Nigeria. Even at home, where a woman should be assisted by a man in cooking and doing house chores, the man will not do it. Because if you as a friend is coming to see the man washing plates in the kitchen, say, Oga, now so this woman don't reduce you. But before you got married, you were washing your plates, you were cooking your food.
Listening to you speak, is making me abandon questions I planned for. And I'm asking, why didn't I get to estray you as my topic rather than, discussing women in general? But let me ask, you were a candidate, a governorship candidate.
Yes.
You had the support of your husband.
Very well. I mean, this is my 21st year in marriage, and this man has been amazing. Because even as I was rushing out to meet other things before coming here, I could not even take my breakfast. He was like, honey, okay, don't worry. I will help you do this. He was 100% supportive.
Is that because of his profession and calling as a person?
As a pastor or something? No,
yes.
This is and because of the understanding, you know, that's why I say mindset. A lot of men are still so myopic in their thing, with all due respect. Some of them, I've met a man, a very close, friend of mine, that said the wife will not do this. He will not. She got a lecturing job. The man said, no. We can, and it was in another state. And the lady was willing to be going from here to the state. Yes, 2 hours or 1 hour. The man refused. So some men have made it something that they don't even encourage their wives. They don't support their wives. They don't assist at home. They feel that helping your wife at home, because when you help your wife at home, she'll be able to also have time to reason, to read those cases. Like when I was very, very active in legal practice, you need to read your case file now for you to be able to perform well in court tomorrow. So if you don't have that sound mind, and also my husband also supported that we get help. Do you know some men who say, Achoromu has house help in this house? You don't want house help. And the woman is the only one doing the house chores. And you are doing yoga. That is wrong. So when I had that interest in content, my husband was my number one. He offered, he even brought his car. He was willing. And he was able to also be when I was traveling, going up and down for meetings and all of that, which I'm still doing even till today.
And he's still supporting you.
Very supportive.
You know, I'm going to ask, how do we get that same mindset in other men? But before you talk about that, we'll take a moment and go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue the conversations. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, and with us is Barrister Nena Anozie, former governorship contestant in Enugu State and the founder of Nena Anozie Foundation. It's been a pleasure speaking with you so far.
Same here.
Thank you. Yes, before we went on the break, I was asking, how do we get this mind shift in other men? Because it's quite interesting to hear that you got an unalloyed support from your husband, you know, while you were a governorship contestant.
Yes.
That's really, you know, stories that we don't get to hear all the time.
Yes. So, you know, our men need to, I think it's high time they just understood that women are first of all human beings before we begin to look at them as belonging to any gender. So when you see your fellow human being who is now a woman and your wife, and that as a human being, she has right to aspire to any level. I know some parents, the way they even train their children these days, they say you won't get married until you have gotten your masters, you have gotten to this level. Why some of them are doing that is so that you don't enter into one man's house and the man decides to pocket you. So we need to now begin to let these men know that there's no contest, there's no comparison, there's no, what's the word now? People are not competing. Because I feel that that's why sometimes men are threatened by women who are too maybe forward in question, they are so ambitious, so they feel intimidated that if this woman becomes this, who knows, maybe she will not be my boss or something. So that mindset has to shift. You have to begin to see this woman as a co-heir. Like for Christians, Bible says we are co-heir. And that's why even on the last day, there will be nothing like any sex. We are all equal before God. If you read your Bible, you see that God made them male and female and gave two of them the same mandate to go and dominate. It's unfortunate that even in some churches, this patriarchy is entrenched. You see women at the back, men are at the front. Meanwhile, when God, from creation, he said, it's not good for a man to be alone. Why would you want to be alone? So we need to begin to, even if it's Bible you believe in, if it's whatever religion.
But the other part of the Bible still says that she is a helpmeet, and most men still see them as a help.
Help suitable for you. So that means you are doing something. Adam was doing something, and before Eve came, not when Eve came, he now left everything for Eve. Because that's where the thing...
Should Eve be at the forefront while Adam is from the rear? That's the question.
So what happened? If you look at creation, even though we are digressing, yes, but if you look at creation, for those who read Bible, if you read Genesis chapter 1, which is the beginning, where the whole thing started, not when things spoiled. From Genesis chapter 1, if you look at verse 27 and 28, the Bible says, and he said to them, first of all, he made them male and female, and said to them, have dominion. What is dominion? That is leadership. That is power, influence, both of them. You understand? Forget that things now shifted and we are now saying this one is below, this one is... But in the eyes of God, because God did not go anywhere to create. If God had wanted Adam to be at the front or woman to be at the front or back, he would have maybe created them anyhow. But from the side, there's one women's anthem we sing, side by side in true equality. So it's side by side. God created from the side so that we be the same side and work together. If you're in front, you can mislead me. If you're back at the back, you can drag me back. But if we are working side by side, we can work together. And that is if you ask me.
That's a good mindset.
Yes, that's a mindset. So say that you are not in competition with this woman. My husband has his own field. He's not even into full-time pastoring. He has his field where he works. And he knows that this woman has gone to school and also should aspire to become something. Don't be that person dragging him back. And of course, I always say it in Igbo. Okay, what does that mean? Whatever you give a woman, it comes home. And it has a multiplier effect. This woman you are giving one sperm like this produces twins. So the woman knows how to, multiply whatever you give. So when you give a woman love and an enabling environment to grow, you will reap it. You are the one that will enjoy it. So this is how we will change the mindset of men, telling them the benefits they will get when a woman is allowed to fulfill her potentials, and that she will not compete with you, but also complement you in wherever you are like that, become that helpmate suitable for you, so that you achieve your purpose and you will all grow. There are sometimes that there will be no money in the pocket of the man, and the man will say, William, could you please lend me something? Could you please support this? And you see the woman doing that. But if you had made the woman a sit-at-home person who is not doing anything, when you don't have anybody to run to. So we need to begin to talk to these men, let them also take an example, borrow a leaf from other, more civilized climes where there's nothing like gender. A man can come and cook. It doesn't take anything. It doesn't reduce your personality. It doesn't take anything from you that you cooked food you eat. Some men are wonderful chefs. Don't you see them? Go to some restaurants. Men are the ones cooking there and their food sweet. So house chores are not gender role. We need to teach our men this. House chores, domestic chores, they are not gender role. We are all the same. The only difference between a man and a woman It's just that genetic makeup. Leadership should not be gender-based. It should be who can do it. Whoever can should, because they have also traveled. Some of them have traveled to other countries where women are leaders, and those countries are wonderful. They even deny you visa to come where a woman is leading. Someone like Angela Merkel, for instance, for how long, how many years she was the chancellor of Germany. She did excellently well. Come to Africa, even Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, and so many others, Tanzania, a lot of places. I've been to some of these places, like you mentioned Rwanda. We went to Rwanda and we saw how wonderful these people are.
Now that you've taken me to this part, let me talk about the reserved seat for women.
Yes.
Let me get your perspective on that. And with the mindset that, yeah, we're talking about Rwanda and Kenya. These countries are ahead of Nigeria in this.
And this shouldn't be. My brother, this shouldn't be. We are the giants of Africa. Should we be answering it for mouth, Kwano? We are the giant of Africa. So what are we doing? How are we leading? These women have been to Kenya, have been to Rwanda, have been to Uganda. These are countries that should be, without undermining any country, at least if we say we are the giants, we should be ahead of them, both in political leadership and everything. But it's not so. And that's because they sat down. Rwanda survived genocide.
Yes.
But they sat down and planned their system. If you, from the airport, you start seeing young people working at the airport, doing their work. So there was all-inclusive governance. Each time I remember that place, I want to go back again. The youth are involved. The women are involved. We went to their parliament. Women were everywhere. Because there was that quota system. There were some seats reserved for only women, in addition to the ones they will contest with men. And that was how their female representation came up. So why can't we? That is what brought us to reserve seats. We are not even saying this reserve seats will be permanent, but to say, let us come up a little bit, because we are really making a mess of ourselves. When we travel, when we go to CSW, we go to these places. You can't boldly say you're a Nigerian because they know where they place women. No woman has ever become governor of in Nigeria, in any state in Nigeria. Somebody will say Anambra. No, Vejetiaba was never the governor. It was circumstances. She didn't contest to be governor and won. So that is what we are saying. That you appointed somebody. All this politics of tokenism should not, be what will be celebrated.
Marista, you just mentioned it. Politics of tokenism.
Yes.
And I'm asking, this reserved seat for women, is it not tokenism?
No, why is not so tokenism is because they will contest and win. These people will contest the seat. It doesn't stop them from contesting other seats with men. Do you get? If you just say, okay, and what we are even doing is just like a damage control, because damage has been done to Nigerian female political representation. So how do we control this damage? That's why we brought out this temporal arrangement to see if women can come up to a certain percentage. You understand? Because look at the 35% affirmative action is not implemented. And now we are talking about 50-50. I'm currently working with WACO on that project, 50-50 action women. Where are we? You come to some places and they are looking at you like you came from. That's why you are talking about female representation. The next thing they tag you is, this woman walaya too much. She's rebellious. She's this. They are looking at you that way. Do you get? So I don't know how we can get our people to begin to embrace civilization, because that is civilization, where everybody is included. The youth are included. The women are included. That is the word now, inclusivity. For as long as, even God from creation said, it is not good for a man to be alone. Why should a man be the governor, be the deputy, be the president, be the vice, in a world where even half of the population, because women make half of the population, we are still down, crawling. What they are still giving us is tokenism, small appointment, go and be the commissioner for gender, finance. And they will put in finance because they know that you are a good manager. But they don't believe you can manage the entire economy.
All right, but still on the reserve seat, if this bill actually says true at the end of the day, do you think that this could actually lead to better laws for Nigerians?
Yeah, what it will now do is that it will bring more women on board. All right? And of course, before a constituency or a state elects a woman to represent them, they must have known that that woman has all it takes. We are not regretting any of the women we ever supported or even elected in some states. So it will help to improve. Because women have this, we have, it's just, whether it is from God, we have this way, the same way we manage our homes. If we break it to the leadership table, I tell you, there are a lot of things. If you ask any family man who is sincere enough, he will tell you, I don't know anything in my home. It's my wife that runs this home. She knows how to manage that 10,000 naira to carry us for 1 month. But even in this Tinubu time.
On a lighter note, I'm trying to cover a lot of spaces. Sorry, I'm cutting you short.
No, it's fine.
But on a lighter note, if that bill says true and we finally have this reserved seat for women, what do you think will be the first bill women will be pushing through for?
First bill, what first bill would they? I know that generally
equality.
It may not be. Of course, even the Constitution, our 1999 Constitution has given us that equality. It's just that we don't look at these laws and we don't implement them. Implementation of laws. I'm always saying it everywhere I go that our challenge in Nigeria is not even policies and laws. It is implementation. We have a lot of lovely laws, like the recent law, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition law. If this VAP law is implemented in states where they have been domesticated, my dear brother, violence will go. Violence in workplaces, at home, private and public will disappear. But they are not implemented. So even if the women are pushing for bills, it has to be bills that will, enhance the livelihood of the young people, the women, and everybody. Because a woman is, first of all, a mother. Even a small child has that motherhood heart. I don't know how God created it. And that's why I said all this borrowing that we are borrowing today is because both the president is a man, the vice is a man, advisor is a man, everybody around that man is a man. Go. Let's start from charity. They say begins at home. That man that you see coming out to dish out this and that has a good wife that is bringing good ideas, being supportive, managing the few resources they have. And that's why you can see them in their few resources. They have built a house. They are training their children. They are managing. If they bring the same mind, the same whatever to the table, this country will be better. So whatever bill the women will be, I don't think they will have a joint bill, but of course they must push for that gender equality to be implemented. And what is gender equality? It is not to go and start dragging position with men. It is to place everything, fairness or equity as people want to call it. Equal opportunities, equal access to education. It's not when you come to a family, say, let the man go first. The woman can, after you marry, then you are sharing your property. You say, after she will marry tomorrow, you give her everything to the man. So, equal access to opportunity. Equal as if you are saying that a man, the wife killed the man. When the man dies too, the wife dies too, say that the man. So, let there be equality. That is what we are talking about. That is what is equality. Even feminism that people have misunderstood. Feminism does not mean that a woman is superior to a man. Nobody is superior. We are all equal before God. And that's why when I also look at some Christians, still naming people, this one is a man. This one, I cannot go to a church where a woman is a leader. I say, who told you that? God created man and woman equally, and gave two of them the same mandate to go and that's why he can release his Holy Spirit even on the woman, release it on the man. He does not say, when I want to release Holy Spirit, this man is a man, so don't be. So it's just all encompassing. Why I'm digressing and putting hands in all two these things is so that we will know, because men are represented everywhere in the religious circle. Because some religion too, the terrible, their mindset about women and where they should belong. I remember when I was contesting, I met one lady. I said, please, join me in this campaign. She said, no, my faith forbids politics. So what are you teaching them? Some of them don't come to vote, not to talk of participating.
I was even going to ask you about that, because when we look at the campaign rallies, soon the stadiums will be filled. Yeah. And you see that majority are women. And when it comes to being a woman and supporting women, we rarely see that number supporting women or female candidates as well.
It's just that same lack of understanding and mindset and the way they grew, because we grew up seeing men there. Seriously, we grew up seeing men in that space, in so many high spaces where money is made, decisions, policies are being framed and all of that. We see men there. So it's not that an average Nigerian woman or African woman is rising up to realize that, this thing shouldn't be gender-based. Why should I sit down and not? That's why even in the universities now, you now see women being departmental president for the first time, being SUG president for the first time, because all of these leadership roles have been assigned by both society and culture. I told you that this societal construction, social construction, that leadership is just for men. Even at home, a woman will sit down, train the child. When the issue of marriage comes, where maybe the in-laws are coming to discuss how to marry, they will tell the woman, go inside.
They will tell the woman to go
yes,
inside.
Yes, now, that if I broke wine is not to be discussed with women. Go inside. So these things are we are so entrenched in it. But with time, I tell you, and with this kind of conversations we are having, people are listening and watching, I'm sure. And they will understand it from the point that we are not trying to come and overshadow them or dethrone them, but side by side in true equality.
All right. You know, while you were speaking earlier on, you mentioned VAP. And that reminds me that recently we've been seeing a rise in reports about domestic abuse, where, you know, mostly women, you know, abuse their house helps. Why do you think we're having this situation on high rise now?
Yes, I think it's character issue.
Character issue?
Yeah, I think it's character issue because one day one of my girls was saying, "Mommy, you don't know how to do madam." You know, the way some people have been trained and raised, environments where some of them were raised in a very, very chaotic environment, into polygamous family where there's always struggle, beating. So they grow up, some are narcissists, they have character flaws, character problem, and they don't know. You know, this issue of narcissism, maybe people who are into that kind of that field will explain it better, but when you deal with a narcissist, you discover that everyone around that person will have a problem. The husband, the children. So it's now that we are beginning to understand that it's not about even gender, because you still see some men that abuse their house helps, whether it's a man that is living with them, but it's a character thing. So, and I think it's because our institutions have not started dealing with people who are perpetrators. So once the perpetrators are being dealt with according to the law, it will act as a deterrent to others. So now you are now seeing that a lot of people are even come because of advocacy some civil society organizations are making. Those, you know, people are becoming their boss keeper. That's why we now notice that a child is having bruises all over because he or she is living with somebody, and you can now report. So there's so much awareness now that's why you are seeing it. Somebody like me, my father died when we were very little, and we lived with people. We know what we suffered. I still have some mark. But who do we report to? We didn't report to anybody. And it was as a result of the kind of people you are living with, their mindset, their character. Some feel that, oh, because you are living with me, you are lesser. My own children should be well treated. So it's an attitude thing. It is a character thing. And I don't want to change your character if you don't want to change it. You're a narcissist, you're a sadist, you're a wicked person. Continue. But let our institutions begin to implement the laws. Like this VAP law. It prohibits against any form of violence, whether even emotional violence, verbal abuse. They are all contained in the VAP law. Verbal abuse. If you can reckon what somebody has told you that brought you, you don't know that people can die out of what you said with your mouth to them. So these things are all captured in the VAP law. That verbal abuse, physical abuse, whatever, any form of abuse, whether in the private life or in the public life. So that is it. So let us begin to intentionally create courts, even if it's mobile courts, that will be trying these people sharp, they will go to prison. This whole thing will go.
All right, and that's very well explained. You know, I was asking this question, you know, where we're asking for more powers for women, and then we are seeing situations like this. You know, one begins to ask, how do we reconcile this with giving women more power? But the question should actually be, how do, you know, women leaders and those who see themselves at the corridors of authority, you know, what they do to see that such culture of maltreatment, you know, is stopped.
Yes, they should speak out against it. In addition to speaking out against it, you know, some people will say it's life. If, for instance, this country is even favorable to their citizens, to her citizens, Who will give birth and go and give out a 3-year-old child to somebody to begin to take care of?
No, but barrister, sorry that I'm interjecting. You know, years back, this culture was sort of a leeway for people to help one another, where you see a family that is struggling,
Yes,
you know, that way. But it seems not to be the case any longer.
Yes, and that, like I've said before, it's just that orientation, you know, that people have and their character. But the women leaders can as well push for bills for maybe more strict or stringent laws against such. But I don't think there's even anyone that should be more than the VAP law. So they should also speak out against it and do more of advocacy. Let's sensitize these women that these children that are living with you can be people who will support and help you tomorrow. Nobody knows tomorrow. So it's to plead to their conscience. It's the role of everybody. In the church, preach against it. In the mosque, preach against it. At home, those traditional rulers call meetings from time to time that anybody found. We went to one community in Enugu State here where there is a bylaw that contains a lot of things. If you maltreat your wife, this is what will be done to you. They can bring you out and flog you. You know, that kind of, you know. So, I mean, everybody should consciously and intentionally speak against such domestic violence meted against you, because these children have their rights enshrined in the Child's Rights Act, even in the Constitution, because they are first of all human beings before they became a child or children. So, is to begin to implement these laws and see that these laws are implemented, speak against it, sensitize these women that somebody is living with you does not mean that person is less of a human being. Love the person the same way you love your children. Because this person you raised today, I know a young lady who traveled abroad and still lives abroad today through house help. Because of the way she was, you know, taking care of these children, and the woman was taking good care of the woman. When they wanted to relocate, the children said, no, not without Auntie Ngozi. You can search it online. One Adojaligwa, she's put it up in the Facebook, and unfortunately, the person is from my maternal home, so it's not a hearsay. So I know.
All right.
As I speak with you today, this girl is living big, married, and with her children abroad through house help. So imagine if this woman had maltreated her. And today, the woman was giving, you know, explaining how this lady took care when she could not have time for her children, that this lady was their second mother. So why would you maltreat someone who has come to help you? You call her a house help. So she's the one doing chores. She's the one taking care of. We sent one couple to prison the other time, a few years ago. What did they do? The woman, at around 12 midnight, you gave a child that I think that child was 10 years or so, gave her a small child to carry. And she was sleeping. As she was sleeping, the child fell off. And you now carry hot water bikini, pour on her. That was one landed, and the man too did not do anything. So he was an accomplice. They're still in prison.
What very awful.
Innocent.
Yeah. You know, as before I let you go, just quick ones. How is the foundation going? The Nena Nozie Foundation.
Thank you. That foundation is for women and youth, and right now, as I speak with you, yesterday we empowered some women, young women, very few of them because of our limited resources, to learn how to make slippers and sandals. It's ongoing now. It started yesterday. We are even supporting them with their transport, because they are young women, 18 to 35 years, because they will tell you they don't even have transport. It is that bad. So that is what we are doing now. And again, we have a partnership we run with Joberman Nigeria with support from MasterCard Foundation. We are training young people on soft skills, employability skills, and we are also giving them job opportunities. We have a lot of job placements we are doing right now through that. We have trained, in this year alone, we have trained over, because we started this year in April, within April and now we have trained over 8,000 young people in soft skills. And some of them too have access to our portal where they can access different job opportunities. So that is basically what we are doing right now in Nena Nozie Foundation. And we give kudos to all our partners. And then Aneke TV can also partner with us, because honestly, we are seeing the gap. There's so much gap, especially when it has to do with women empowerment. That's why we are focusing more on women now, because even this issue of abuse we are talking about, gender-based violence, grows more because women are not bringing much to the table. The man has so much burden, so much financial burden. He will take care of pay the rent, he will pay for the school fees, and then you are coming to also tell him to take care of you, buy you clothes. So the man is angry, and the next person to unleash that anger on is the wife. So we are trying to see how do we help these women come up financially, and that's why we are taking them on skills, a lot of soft skills. And I've told these ones that are learning these slippers and sandals, when you finish, you cascade it down, do what you call step down training. Others will begin to learn, and that's how, before you say jack, everybody will be empowered, because there's nothing like skills.
Quite interesting, quite interesting. But just before I let you go, we are in the political season, and we're not seeing you making any moves at all. What's happening?
You know, our political system right now is so amazing. It's so amazing. You want to look into this political party, the next thing they say, they want to deregister them. They are in court. So you don't even know which political party is now standing. Was it yesterday or so? I think it was yesterday or today. They said will be the last day to field candidates, and some political parties are still in court contesting whether they should be registered or not. So all of these things are not just adding up. And I tell you, if we continue like this, is not democracy. Democracy thrives in competition, thrives in opposition. If you stifle the other opposition parties and say they will not exist, I mean, you are not helping. So we should live and let's live. Let the ruling party allow those other parties coming up to live. Let them also have the same environment to thrive. So for me now, I'm just watching and also trying to encourage my women to come up. Let us see how far. And then, of course, I'm also championing voters' education, registration, and all of that. But for now, I don't really belong to any particular political. I'm not contesting. I want to work on our mindset first, and then also see how to encourage more women who are already there and who are aspiring. That's why I have a lot of mentorship classes I hold, speaking engagements where I encourage women to come up. I have some of my mentees who are in government today, and I give glory to God, and I also look at myself and say, Nena, thank you for coming out that year, and also thank you for keep pushing, for how you have kept pushing all these years. So that is basically what I'm doing now, mentorship, support for other women who are going there. From? God. And the support of family, my husband, my children, my helps, and friends, like you. So they give me strength. They give me courage. Each time I open my phone and I see, God bless you. Thank you. I saw one of the participants, beneficiaries of our scholarship for this training, said to me, I said, God, thank you that we're touching life. So when you see that you're touching life, I mean, you draw more strength. So God has been our strength, and with the love and support we are seeing here and there, we gain more strength.
All right, just in 1 minute before we go, drawing from your experience in leadership and all that, what one major lesson have you learned that you would want to share with people to learn from? I've learned that we just have to continue to be resilient. Resilient. Keep pushing. Don't stop. If I had stopped because I didn't win governorship position, I wouldn't be here today. I didn't win that position, but I've won a lot of things. I've won network. The first travel I made to Rwanda was courtesy of that decision to run. When they were asking for women in leadership position, women in politics that could go and represent the state, I was among the nine women selected from Enugu, sponsored by the state government then. So, I mean, just don't ever stop. The moment you stop growing, you start diminishing. So keep growing, keep empowering yourselves. I attend conferences both in Nigeria and outside because I want to remain relevant and keep giving. You can't give what you don't have. So keep growing, keep on, and keep delivering, keep giving. As you give, you receive. Thank you very much, Barrister Nena Anozie. It's been a pleasure speaking with you so far. And to you, our wonderful viewers, you've listened to her. Let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag #Aneke TV on our social handles. And Barrister Nena Anozie is the founder of Nena Anozie Foundation and a former governorship contestant in Enugu State, yes, in Nigeria. Till come your way, same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains. Can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift. 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also use reserved seats for women in parliament. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security,
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site na ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site na omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere ịnụ n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. The headlines. Federal government to assume full control of Nigeria's humanitarian coordination system from January 1st, 2027. INEC appeals for increased funding and improved staff welfare ahead of the 2027 general elections. Gunmen abduct 4 students, principal, NECO officer during exam in Kogi. Details of the news. The federal government has fixed December 31st, 2028 as the deadline for Nigeria's final transition from analog to digital television broadcasting, bringing to a close the country's long-running digital switch-off program. The announcement was made by the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Dr. Charles Ebuebu, during an interview with the News Agency of Nigeria in Abuja. Mr. Ebuebu said the transition will be implemented in phases, covering subscription television services, studio development, and designated production centers for content creators. He added that audience measurement is already advancing, with a pilot project completed in about 7,000 households in Lagos, while implementation has commenced in Abuja. According to the MBC Director General, the Commission will engage stakeholders, including the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, BON, before releasing the implementation timetable. He noted that switching off analog transmission would free up valuable radio spectrum for telecommunications, financial technology, and other digital services after proper valuation by government. Mr. Ebuebu also said that the Commission is developing a policy for obsolete broadcasting equipment in line with international best practices. He explained that under the digital switch-over framework, broadcasters would concentrate on content production while licensed signal distributors, including NICOMSAT, handle transmission. Troops of Operation Hadinke have arrested a 28-year-old pregnant woman, Falmata Adamu, over allegations of transporting logistics suspected to be intended for Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa Province, ISWAP fighters in Borno State. Security sources said the suspect was intercepted on July 13th during a routine checkpoint operation along the Madanragiral-Bu Road. During a search, troops allegedly recovered 17 torchlights and 19 Tiger batteries concealed in her clothing, items believed to have been designed and destined for a terrorist enclave. The suspect is currently in military custody as investigations continue to determine the intended recipient of the items and whether she is linked to a wider insurgent logistics network operating across the Northeast. Military authorities say the arrest forms part of ongoing efforts by Operation Hadinke to dismantle terrorist supply chains and disrupt logistic networks supporting Boko Haram and ISWAP. They added that troops remain on heightened alert despite recent operational successes against insurgents. Governor Nasir Idris of Kebbi State has approved the release of more than 2.11 billion naira for the payment of gratuities and death benefits to retired public servants and families of deceased workers across the state. The approval will benefit 772 beneficiaries, including retired state civil servants, contract staff, former local government employees, local education authority retirees, and next of kin of deceased workers. The head of service, Malami Shakari, said the payment covers outstanding entitlements accrued between September 16, 2025 and January 15, 2026, describing the approval as part of government's commitment to improving workers' welfare. State authorities said the disbursement reflects the administration's resolve to honor its obligations promptly and provide financial relief to retirees and bereaved families who have waited for their statutory entitlements. Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amupito, has appealed to the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission for increased and sustainable funding as preparations intensify for the 2027 general election. Speaking during a courtesy visit to the commission in Abuja, Professor Amupito said inadequate funding and poor staff remuneration have contributed to the loss of experienced personnel, warning that continued brain drain could affect the Commission's operational capacity. He noted that conducting elections across Nigeria remains a major logistical undertaking, adding that governorship elections alone often cost more than presidential and National Assembly polls combined. He also cited the financial burden of pre-election activities and election litigation as major challenges facing the electoral body. Responding, Chairman of the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, Dr. Mohammed Bello Shehu, assured INEC of the Commission's support. The appeal comes ahead of the 2027 general election, with presidential and National Assembly polls scheduled for January 16, 2027, followed by governorship and state assembly elections on February 6, 2027. The Nigerian Air Force has released a list of successful candidates for its basic military training course, concluding the latest phase of its nationwide recruitment exercise. The Air Force advised successful applicants to check their status on the official recruitment portal and report to the Military Training Center, Nigerian Air Force Base, Kaduna, on Sunday, July 19, 2026, for the commencement of training. Candidates have been directed to report with original copies and photocopies of their academic credentials, valid means of identification, and other items listed in the official joining instructions. The Air Force also warned applicants against fraudsters, stressing that recruitment into the service remains free of charge and no payment should be made to any individual claiming to facilitate enlistment. The Kwara State government has introduced a fully digital payment system for haulage operations as part of measures to eliminate illegal revenue collection and improve transparency in the transport sector. Under the new arrangement, transporters and haulage operators are required to register electronically, obtain digital identification tags, and make all statutory payments through approved online platforms. The Kwara State Internal Revenue Service said roadside collection of haulage fees by transport unions, individuals, or unauthorized groups have been outlawed, describing the practice as illegal. Government warned that anyone found erecting illegal checkpoints, obstructing traffic, or demanding cash from transporters on public highways will face prosecution, adding that the reforms are aimed at improving ease of doing business and protecting legitimate government revenue. The federal government says it will assume full responsibility for coordinating humanitarian interventions across Nigeria from January 1st, 2027, marking the end of nearly 2 decades of international-led coordination. The Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Dr. Bernard Doro, announced the transition after a joint workshop with the United Nations in Abuja. He said the new arrangement will strengthen national ownership of emergency response and humanitarian states, Sweden, France, and Japan. He noted that Nigeria is among 8 countries selected for the transition to nationally led humanitarian coordination. The minister assured Nigerians that government remains committed to protecting vulnerable populations through strengthening social protection, recovery and resilience programs, while the United Nations and the European Union will continue to provide technical support during the transition. The Anambra State House of Assembly has appealed for urgent intervention to assist indigenes of the state reportedly stranded in South Africa due to xenophobic attacks, economic hardship, and immigration-related challenges. The resolution followed the motion moved Nachukwu Masoludo to collaborate with philanthropists, private sector organizations, and Anambra diaspora groups to facilitate the evacuation and rehabilitation of the affected citizens. Leading the debate, Dr. Ofodeme said many of the victims traveled abroad in search of better opportunities, but are now facing insecurity, legal difficulties, and severe economic hardship. He described the situation as a humanitarian concern, requiring urgent intervention. Members representing Agwata Constituency 1, Mr. Anayo Okbaleke, Ihiala Constituency 1, Mr. Jude Ngobili, and Onitsha South Constituency 1, Mr. Fred Ezenwa, supported the motion. Speaker of the House, Mr. Somto Chukwu Udeze, commended members for the initiative before the Assembly unanimously adopted the resolution. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the stories. Federal government to assume full responsibility for Nigeria's humanitarian coordination system from January 1st, 2027. INEC appeals for increased funding and improved staff welfare ahead of the 2027 general elections. And coming up shortly, gunmen abduct 4 students, a school principal, and a National Examinations Council official during ongoing NECO examination in Kogi State. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Gunmen have attacked government secondary school Odoekina in the Kina local government area of Kogi State, abducting 4 students, the school principal, and a National Examinations Council ad hoc official during the ongoing senior school certificate examination. The Kogi State Police Command said the attack occurred yesterday while candidates were writing their NECO examination. Police Public Relations Officer, Mr. Saliu Oyiza Afusat, confirmed the incident, adding that one of the abducted students has since been rescued. The police spokesperson said a combined team of police personnel, the military, and other security agencies has launched an intensive search and rescue operation to secure the release of the remaining victims and apprehend those responsible for the attack. She added that the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Naziru Bello Kankarofi, accompanied by the brigade commander and the Kogi State Security Advisor, retired Commodore Jerry Omodar, had proceeded to the scene for an on-the-spot assessment. The command said further verified information would be released as investigations and rescue efforts continue. The federal government has invited credible local and foreign investors to partner in delivering affordable mass housing across the country as part of efforts to address Nigeria's housing deficit. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, stated this while receiving a delegation from a Chinese investment group proposing to develop affordable housing using modern prefabrication technology. He said the initiative aligns with the federal government's Renewed Hope housing program. According to the minister, The proposed partnership involves the construction of about 10,000 housing units within 30 months, using advanced building technology designed to reduce construction costs, accelerate delivery, and improve housing quality across the 6 geopolitical zones. Mr. Dangiwa said the ministry had constituted a technical committee to evaluate the proposal and fast-track discussions. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has sealed 3 illegal milk production facilities in Awada, Idemili North local government area of Anambra State, over alleged violations of public health and consumer protection regulations. The enforcement operation, carried out by the Commission's Southeast Zonal Office, uncovered unhygienic production practices, including the alleged use of unsterilized recycled plastic containers and poor handling procedures considered unsafe for food production. Southeast Zonal Coordinator of the FCCPC, Mrs. Ndidiamaka Obialo, said large quantities of suspected adulterated dairy products were destroyed, while production equipment was confiscated to prevent the products from reaching consumers. Mrs. Obialo said one suspect has been arrested and handed over to the police for further investigations. And in sports news, the Super Falcons of Nigeria will take on Ghana's Black Queens in an international friendly in Casablanca on Saturday, as preparations intensify for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. The encounter forms part of the team's build-up to the Continental Championship, with head coach Justin Madugu using the fixture to assess his squad ahead of Nigeria's Group C campaign. Captain Rashidat Ajibade, goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie, and forward Ashishat Oshola are among the players already in camp in Casablanca, while midfielder Tony Payne is expected to join the squad after completing club commitments with Italian side Inter Milan. The friendly will be played at the Stade Labi Zouaili before the Falcons move to Rabat for the tournament, where the 9-time African champions will begin their campaign against Malawi before facing Zambia and Egypt in subsequent group matches. And on entertainment news, media personality Ebuka Obi-Uchendu has received one birthday tribute from his wife, Cynthia Obi-Uchendu, who celebrated him in an emotional message shared on social media. In an Instagram post, Cynthia described her husband as her greatest source of support and expressed gratitude for their years together, saying she looks forward to many more milestones as a family. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The federal government has announced that it will assume full responsibility for coordinating humanitarian activities across Nigeria from January 1st, 2027, marking the end of nearly 2 decades of United Nations-led humanitarian coordination. Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Mr. Bernard Doro, said the transition is part of a nationally driven response to global funding cuts and will focus on strengthening government-led emergency response, social protection, and long-term resilience with continued technical support from the United Nations and the European Union. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Joash Amupito, has appealed to the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission for increased funding and improved remuneration for the Commission's workforce ahead of the 2027 general elections. He warned that inadequate staff welfare is contributing to the loss of experienced personnel and stressed that adequate funding remains critical to the successful conduct of elections across the country. In Kogi State, gunmen attacked government secondary school Odoekina in the Kina local government area, abducting 4 students, the school principal, and a National Examinations Council ad hoc official during the ongoing examination. The Kogi State Police Command confirmed that one of the abducted students has been rescued, while security agencies have intensified efforts to secure the release of the remaining victims and apprehend those responsible for the attack. That's news across the country at noon. For more news, breaking stories and eyewitness reports, call 0703 043 7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Kano State occupies a unique position in Nigeria's history as one of the country's eldest centers of commerce, learning and civilization. Situated in the northwest geopolitical zone, the state remains a strategic economic hub whose influence extends beyond Nigeria into West and Central Africa. With one of the country's largest populations, Kano continues to shape national conversations on politics, trade, agriculture, education, and culture. Historically, Kano traces its origins to the ancient Hausa city-states, with documented history spanning more than 1,000 years. The famous Kano Chronicles recount the reigns of successive rulers who transformed the city into a thriving commercial and administrative center. Today, the ancient city walls, the emir's palace, and the centuries-old Komi market remain enduring symbols of Kano's rich heritage and resilience. Politically, Kano has consistently played a defining role in Nigeria's democratic evolution. Since the return to sovereign rule in 1999, the state has remained one of the country's most politically influential voting blocs. Its large voting population often makes Kano a decisive factor during presidential elections, while its political leaders have continued to shape national discourse across party lines. The state's leadership structure reflects a balance between constitutional governance and traditional authority. The executive governor oversees civil administration, while the emirate institution continues to serve as a respected custodian of culture, tradition, and conflict resolution. This dual system has enabled traditional institutions to complement government effort in community mobilization, social stability, and grassroots development. Religion occupies a central place in the social life of Kano. Islam is the predominant faith and influences education, commerce, family life, and public administration. At the same time, Kano is home to Christian communities and adherents of other faiths who contribute to the state's economic and social development. Religious leaders across denominations have continued to advocate peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and dialogue as essential ingredients for national unity. Economically, Kano remains one of Nigeria's strongest commercial centers. For centuries, it has served as a major gateway linking Nigeria with neighboring Niger Republic, Chad, Cameroon, and other parts of the Sahel. Its extensive markets attract traders dealing in textiles, grains, leather products, livestock, household goods, and manufactured items, making the state a critical driver of regional commerce. Agriculture remains the backbone of Kano's economy. Farmers cultivate crops such as rice, maize, millet, sorghum, groundnuts, tomatoes, onions, and vegetables, while livestock production contributes significantly to food security and rural livelihoods. The state also supports irrigation farming, allowing year-round agricultural activities in many communities. Industrialization has equally defined Kano's economic landscape. The Chalawa and Sharada industrial estates have historically hosted textile manufacturers, leather processors, food industries, and pharmaceutical companies. Although the textile industry experienced setbacks over the years, government and private sector investments continue to promote industrial revival through improved infrastructure and business-friendly policies. The informal economy is another pillar of Kano's prosperity. Thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises operate across markets, workshops, and neighborhood clusters, creating employment opportunities in tailoring, metalworks, leather processing, transport services, food processing, and retail trade. These enterprises contribute significantly to household incomes and local economic growth. Education has remained an important component of Kano's development journey. The state hosts numerous universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, and research institutions, alongside centuries-old Islamic schools that have preserved scholarship in Arabic and Islamic jurisprudence. Government reforms continue to focus on expanding access to formal education while strengthening technical and vocational skills for young people. Healthcare services have also expanded through investment in primary healthcare, specialist hospitals, and disease control programs. Public health interventions targeting maternal care, child immunization, and infectious disease prevention continue to improve health outcomes across urban and rural communities. Kano's cultural identity remains one of its greatest assets. Traditional festivals, colorful horse riding displays during Eid celebrations, indigenous music, crafts, architecture, and cuisine reflect centuries of cultural continuity. The globally recognized Dobo Festival showcases the splendor of the Emirate tradition and attracts visitors from within and outside Nigeria, reinforcing Kano's position.
Before you step out, midday updates while you walk, evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Enugu. Good afternoon, Omo Enugu. How are you guys doing? How are you catching up today? I hope you are having a great day. Today promises to be interesting and entertaining in this edition of entertainment here on Aneke TV, where we bring you premium gist, premium news, premium basketballs as it happen, as it be, and as it was in the beginning. Now today promises to also be back and front, because we're going to be taking you back to the history while we are here in the present, because
the issues that we're having in our society now demands that we go back to the history and we come to the present, and also we use the past and the history to check what's happening in the future. Anyways, my name is Good Hope Chukwumadi. I'm a man of many colors. Coat of many colors, can you? You know, but I will choose to be where I am, and currently I am the Commissioner for Enjoyment. I can switch to mental mechanic, and in this show I promise to switch to a lot of mental mechanic, because we're going to deal with issues in the entertainment industry and in the entertainment world. And I'm not alone here. I have my co-host. Hi
Enugu. You know what it is? Today is Wednesday, and I call it Women's Crush Wednesday.
Yeah, Women Crush Wednesday. So we're going to be crushing women.
Women?
No. When we're
special beings.
Yeah, you guys are special beings. So does it mean we're going to be, when we get a woman, we start crushing her? Yeah. Crushing her.
I don't know. I feel the sense of jealousy in his voice.
I don't jealous of women. I'm not. I just celebrate them because they are part of the society and they are amazing, and they are the part of.
Let me just tell you one key thing. Without them, you will not be here.
Yes, without the men too, women will not be here. Yes, because I don't understand what you mean. Okay. Without the women, men will not be here. Without the men, women will not be here. But however it is today, now all by ego somehow, because we are not talking about the men. Well, I hope we are not men. We don't have men haters here, because you know we are lovely people and we love women. We really do love women, and women love men. Yes, we are women used to love men. Today, let's just kick it right as we have it in the news, where we're talking about Uche Ogbodo. Uche Ogbodo has come out to say that men should take it easy on her since she came out of that breakup or that divorce with the husband, that they should that Kahapo Kennedy's love or settle. Now, I mean, Gift, I know you have seen this a lot of times, and he's saying make una chill. I'm not searching yet, let me breathe first. Again, no. 100 DMs a day is too much for just me now. Well, this could be a bait.
To catch the right fish.
Yes, this could be a bait, I'm telling you.
I think this is a bait, because at some point, I feel like Uche Ogbodo likes the attention she's getting now. Because the way she's just been posting back to back, and the way she's now flaunting her body.
Listen, they see these things, let me tell you, I tell people in real time that what we're having in entertainment, in the world of entertainment and media, is just flux. You know, it's just what it is. You can have something to flush it out. It's not so real, and it's not a solid ground for you to build things up. Now, many people went for this wonderful lady because of maybe what they are seeing, and you can't even tell on the ground of their divorce. Do you get? So, but she coming out to say this, I will tell you, is a rage bait. Like, not really a rage bait, but it's kind of a clickbait for other men to, you know.
But there has just been so many controversy. People are saying that, don't she know that this guy she got married to is a younger guy, and don't she know that this kind of thing will prompt, you know, argument, you know.
The thing is that talking about women marrying younger men, it has been a flex that this generation had to flex around. But for me, I still see it as a balanced equation. If they understand each other, that's fine. But let me ask you: would you think it is good for you to marry someone who is younger than you as a guy?
No, someone that is younger than you, and when you know that person you are you are older than is. Does not have money, you are the big celebrity, just like MC Fish and Joseph.
We're going to get to that.
Do you understand? Yeah. I'm just trying to give you that these women who are older, much older, marry these young people, knowing fully well that the term respect and loyalty will not be that, you know. They will just come for the money, and once the money
is shaking, that they will leave.
Yeah.
But talking about this celebrity marriage, you know, for over the past 6 months, we've had many celebrities breaking up, and we have a lot of single celebrities now. And if you look at it from the perspective, you have the women much more coming out of their marriages than the men.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
I think the entitlement that comes with the honor, I'm a celebrity, especially women, it enters their head, and they start feeling it's just like you as a celebrity. So many men
say that again, just like say it again now. Stop this. Just like you, as what? No, be sincere. Just like me as what?
As a celebrity.
Okay, continue.
So many women will be just coming for you and be like, please, Good Hope, can I just have a short time?
And I say no.
So these women get a lot of attraction. So many rich men will be in their DM. Babe, you look so beautiful. You are this, you are that. So when they look at themselves in the mirror, they'll be like, oh my God, I am this, I'm that. So maybe when the man is giving them little appreciation from their own end, they feel like, you don't deserve me. So
you don't deserve me because of this whole thing. And I will tell you for a fact that it has caused many breakups in marriage. And now this is not relationship. If marriages are breaking up and there's a lot of divorce, what about the relationship? That one is like water. Relationship breakup now like water. But it's giving a lot of concern for me. Someone like that really wants something that will last. You know, seeing that these women are coming out to, you know, declare that they're not doing again. Even this morning I read something about Chioma Akpota, you know, Chioma Chukwuka, the former Chioma Akpota, now Chioma Chukwuka, where she said that she was in the marriage, she did not find herself. She was not able to find herself. That she had to come out of it so that she could breathe.
People, you know, one thing about her own is that people are confused.
Okay.
If she's okay, you said you are married. For once, we didn't see your husband, your kids, nothing. You just secured everywhere, and you're coming out to tell us people that were not even there when you got married, or not even know anything about your husband, your children. You're just trying to come and give us leftover feedback. You know, who cares?
I really like what you said, leftover feedback. Thank you very much for that. That was all the word we needed for this kind of conversation. But then, looking at it, it raises a lot of questions. People, is it like men are going for the body, and when they get there, they are now looking, this is not actually what I signed up for, and the ladies are going for the money. Now, where it's raising a lot of concern is in the, you know, in the more matured ladies.
Okay, let me show you. Let me just say something now. Uchobodo, as she is now, you know, we can just recall that last 2 months she has just been flaunting her process of her BBL, how she went for the BBL,
okay, you see?
her procedures. You know, people are saying, okay, this is the okay. You just did your BBL, you just reshaped your body. You said you made yourself more confidence. You gave yourself, you boosted your confidence. Now this is even a greater opportunity for those your husband to like you more, appreciate you. You have gotten everything. So what is happening?
First of all, I would like to make a comment about this BBL thing. Not that I'm trying to talk down on the cosmetic side of women or whatever, but I will tell you with all good intentions that any woman who is married and goes to do BBL, that's an off for the man. And I must tell you this, because if you don't like your body the way you are, first of all, appreciation of who you are matters a lot. And if your confidence depends on your looks before your confidence, it will not really sit well. Secondly, is that the same thing, someone will say, okay, are you now saying that guys who go to gym to build their body you know, they are not going to be confident? No, for guys it's different, because no guy goes to the gym and, you know, puts on steroids and gets bigger. Everyone goes to work out, so it's a natural thing. In fact, it is just very natural. And
not all. Some people go
of course, some people do that, but I'm saying most of the guys you've seen that have built, all they took was creatine, and the rest of them that
it's still
enhancing, right?
It's still enhancing.
Women, it's still enhancing, but it's not. There's no part of cutting your body and adding somewhere. Someone like liposuction, all those things that women do.
See, let me tell you, calm down. That you don't know about the rest doesn't mean that there are so many little procedures I know about which could help to enlarge some organs in a man's body. So it's a minor procedure. So some men go for that.
Well, some men go for that, but what I'm saying is that generally I'm not trying to side men, neither am I siding women. I'm just saying that I'm talking about confidence. Even as a celebrity, you're already a celebrity is enough. I mean, looking at your status, looking at where you are. Now, the issue could be the woman now going to enhance her body and the man appreciating it. Now, you are not enhancing your body for the man, because when you married this guy...
But let me cut you short. This is what the society wants.
That's what the society wants.
So, if you're not looking the celebrity... so people will just feel like, this guy is
but the question
and
is,
a lot of endorsement will come.
But yes, a lot of endorsement will come, but it's going against your marriage. Is going against
Uche Bodo, when she did her own, you see her husband trying to help her lift her pipe, her excretion pipe, and did some things for her. You know, they were doing their lovey. And then, but you see that the man is in support. This one is not.
No, I'm not saying the man is not in support. I'm just saying that it's a lot of concern that we have. See, first of all, I don't know if I should say this, but I feel like even the men too should understand what they want, because if you don't like a girl the way she is, leave her. Simple. If you look at her and she's too slim or too big or too short or too tall, and you feel like it's going to be a problem, leave her. Don't even encourage anything. No, I'm not saying don't encourage her, but don't be the reason why she's going to do whatever she will do. At the end of the day,
but what do you expect from a lady who doesn't get this attraction at all?
Okay, wait. First of all, she's a celebrity, right? Before she became a celebrity, before she did the BBL, has she been a celebrity?
Yeah, she has.
Who knows her?
No, a lot of people know her.
So what are you talking about?
Talent. Now,
for her talent. What is BBL with talent? What kind of talent is that?
Okay, aside being a celebrity.
What kind of talent is with BBL?
No, she's now going out. Okay, now you see the kind of brand that are coming out for her. The brand that are coming out for her, for instance, the waist trimmer kind of brand.
Brand that was coming out for her.
Skincare.
What are they coming for? Because she has paid to a brother, but I mean, we cannot even be on this matter a lot. Why we just move over to the next reason? Of course, sorry, we are talking about marriage and relationship, and that's what is really running in this world of entertainment. We're still going to bring their way, you know, the women who has made history. Of course, these women are making history, and in the next 10 years we'll still go back to Uche Ogbodo and the rest of them while we're still talking about other people. But let's take a look at a lady on X coming out to say that the reason why she cancelled her, you know, talking stage was that the mom and the auntie died of breast cancer, and that has raised a lot of questions why she will cancel her talking stage. Now, looking at that, someone else replied. You could see the reply. Someone else had to reply, oh, this. Remember, women too. If someone had PCOS, that's why the man will cancel the talking stage too. I hope it will suit well. That's the summary of what the person replied. But here we have a real-time issue. Just take a look at that. Everyone in the comments is saying valid. Okay, when a man comes here to say he can't marry a woman because she has PCOS, I hope it will be valid as well, because it's the same line of thing. Now, Gift, looking at this, I would like to really ask, what do you think about this?
Okay, let me give my honest opinion. These two diseases or these two problems is hereditary. Okay. So it should be treated with caution. Okay. Cancer is not a child's play.
Good.
Like anybody that, I'm sorry, but if you tell me that there is a history of cancer in the family, now I will draw my step. Like I'll go 10 steps backwards. Okay. Because one, I'm talking about real hereditary issue. My child can just come out of nowhere and suffer for the deed of what I could avoid. It's just like going to meet someone that is AS and AS. And you're trying to tell me that you did not know. You said love. Love. So that is commonsensical. That is, we should not just bring emotion to.
There's no CMK and Chike here. Love is not here. They say love is
not a child's play.
It's not a child's play. Even breast cancer is not even a child's play.
Not at all. Then PCOS is something that people undermine too much, because do you know what it means for a woman not to see her period, like for a period of, let me say, like at least 6 months.
6 months. Okay. Before we get
conception becomes very hard.
Very hard. Now, looking from this point, do you think it is necessary for a guy to cancel a talking stage because of PCOS? Yes, Abby?
No.
Yes or no?
Some guys are watching me right there. You know what caught my head, but let me tell you, it's a valid reason to cancel a wedding. Let's be honest here, like, yes, because one thing is that when I have a younger brother, he works with my sister or another brother, and I want to get married to this girl, but she has PCOS, and I will tell you, if you come to the real nature sense, don't run for your life. But if you come to the spiritual aspect,
you should wait on the Lord.
Wait on the Lord.
Okay, beautiful. You should you should wait on the Lord. Well, she's the one that is saying it though. I didn't say but cancelling a talking stage for me because of breast cancer, and you know, auntie had it, mom had it, and they died of it. I won't lie to you. It is a thing of concern as a guy. It is a thing of concern if the lady cancels. In fact, from my own end, I don't think love should be that blind. But in case love has started and it has moved forward, let's better believe on the supernatural together. Let's better believe. But if we cannot believe together, no, we're not doing. I'm going to be sincere to you. Even me as a guy, if I don't have such history in my house, and I thank God, it's a good place to be. But I'm saying that perhaps there was this kind of history somewhere, and I meet a girl and we're talking and we're having conversations, and she gets to find out, or I get to tell her, oh, what happened to your mom? Oh, she had this. What happened to your auntie? She had this. Now, what do you think I would do? It will be obvious that there's a problem there. And if I don't have enough backings or to treat it, let's better back out. Because if we eventually go further, it may cause a problem. And at the end of the day, someone will now be saying, is it not because you talked me into this? Is it not because you encouraged me into this? I mean, it's going to be obvious. Even me meeting a girl.
Let's just say something. Let something bigger than us not jam us. Because at this point, I have some cases where somebody just, you know, gave me some DM and as gift. I'm so depressed at this point. She's married with 2 kids. Our child, one of our child, the child is just like, let me say, 10 to 12 years.
Okay.
So she was now seeking for advice on what to do. So I told her to do anonymous. So let's hear people's opinion. She said she got married and this child all of a sudden developed cancer of the lungs.
Okay.
And you know, they are trying to do this thing, but you know, before she got married there was no trace of this. And I was like, she's not trying to say that it might be from the husband's generation, maybe during their own time, during the ancestors' time, that this cancer was not known.
Okay.
And I'm saying that is there, like, I want to ask this question because this question has been in my mind.
Ask.
Is there a previous generational trace of this cancer at the early stage?
Well, I will tell you for a fact. I'm a native doctor. I'm a medical doctor. I'm neither one. But
you see, why I'm saying this is because you see that during our fathers, our primitive fathers, they will say there was nothing like cancer.
Well,
now I think this is just generating within our
The thing
stage.
is that we're going to make a research and find out really if there was something like cancer. But straight to the point, I will tell you that if that's a reason to cancel a talking stage, I'm sure the girl had to be safe. Safe to say she's safe for her reasons, and nobody should come and judge her for that. If she doesn't believe anything and the guy does not want to believe anything, it's fine for them. So it's their life. Do you get? It's a good thing for her that she found out earlier. There are other people there. There are other wonderful guys.
So what if you don't find a guy as good as that guy you want to get married?
There's nothing about not finding a guy as good as that guy. It's just like saying, what if I don't find the best Lamborghini? There's nothing like best Lamborghini. Cars come every
So what, as a woman being, we have limitation.
Yes.
Now,
Like,
what if you are not able to find another life partner?
There's nothing like not finding another life partner. Please, let's leave that.
No, there's 100% possibility for that.
There's nothing about that.
No, I know some women who rejected so many men
and end up with a trash, right?
Not only trash, she didn't even end up with anyone at all.
So listen, when we talk about this one, there's nothing like that. I am a witness of it. There's nothing like that. When I'm saying I'm a witness of it, I've seen it. You could say, oh, maybe there's 1 or 2, you know, soul tie here and there. This guy is a good. There are people who want to be good. All you will say is training, foundation, and growth. I beg. Let's talk about.
Let's talk about some important women in the society. Let's talk about the likes of Christy Essien Igbo, where you know this woman has made gross and great impact. And one of it, she's just known as one of more than a music legend, and she has so many few records. You know, her impacts have cut across Nigerian, and this woman, you know, she was a broadcaster, actress, advocate, cultural icon, whose legacy continues to inspire most generation, and she's regarded as one of the greatest female musicians. And you know, her voice has spoke a lot of interesting things that could inspire young female growing generation incoming. What do you think about this woman, Christy Essien?
When I was just away apart a little, I used to, you know, hear about her. I used to hear about her, you know, her exploits.
She used her voice. One thing to note about it, she used her voice for more than entertainment. It's just not just, you know, she made a lot of impact, entertainment, just you know,
she actually worked as a broadcaster in the
NTA.
Yeah, it's amazing having that women there are women who has made history. Then women of this our generation who are content creators, how would they make history? But I believe in them so much. But I believe in them so much.
No. That's an insult.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's a very big insult and it's slapped to our.
No. I mean, women, well, even men too are content creators. It's look at a career and the kind of women that we've had. And I mean, I'm trying to just point out that we can. We can milk that same history and bring it into our generation. I mean, women should actually go into
I think our generational women are more of camera and ring lights.
But it's not even bad. I'm just saying the content too and what it is for. So it's going to be interesting. Having Christy Bokwe, it's amazing to really have someone like that in the part of history. And I'm sure that you are having a good time while we are taking this on in this edition of entertainment. And before we go, I would like to ask Gift one question. Gift, what do you think about fashion for women in the entertainment industry? Looking at this woman who has given a royalty side of entertainment, who makes royalty worth it in the way she shows fashion.
I'm going to talk about a woman. She is Olori Awutase.
Yeah,
the woman. Yeah, she has built a very big and massive legacy. Just check her outfit. That's what she's giving. It's giving 100 over 100. I think this our modern fashionista should,
copy her, right?
Yes, because her kind of creativity is something that is top notch, and I don't understand why women they don't blend this look of elegancy and tailored design with modern versatility of outfit. But anyway,
it's gonna be it's really interesting, and I would love our women to copy her too.
It is more like a modern and traditional way, and she just blended the two. I don't know how creative she was, the modern and traditional.
We're gonna find out what that is and why we look into her. She's an example, and we all should copy her. We are women. This is where we are calling it a wrap on this edition of entertainment here on Aneke TV. Thank you very much for watching. And Gift, yes, thank you very much for.
Thank you, my Aneke family.
Yeah, our Aneke family. Thank you very much. We love you and we believe in you a lot. Until we come your way, same time, same station on Aneke TV. Join us across our social media platforms on Facebook and on YouTube. I would like to have your comments on our show today. Have a wonderful afternoon. Goodbye.
Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself.
Viewer, welcome to another edition of our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. We are here to actually give you the best of information that regards politics and other national and international issues that will serve your viewing pleasure. Today we have a veritable topic that has to do with the politics of Nigeria. One of the political parties, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, was in power from 2099 to 2000 and from 1999 to 2015.
Yeah.
And after which they lost the leadership of Nigeria and they became an opposition party. And since they have been made an opposition party, it has struggled over time. And most recently, the governors who made it through the 2023 election into the positions of authority, states, National Assembly, the governors have almost all of them cross-carpeted, almost all of them cross-carpeted to the ruling APC. And some members of the National Assembly, state assemblies have all cross-carpeted into the ruling APC, which means that the APC has reduced or whittled the electoral position of PDP, given that their first 11s has been taken away from them. But be it as it may, the PDP is not deterred by those erosion of people being eroded from the party. That is the so-called first 11. They now have veritable candidates who they think are even better and could make the party get to high heights and take over positions in Nigeria. Incidentally, they did not, of course, because they enmeshed in various problems, litigations, and the interpretation of certain judgments given by the Supreme Court and all of that. So this has kind of given the party a problem in being settled to become a very strong opposition to the ruling party. PDP is one of the opposition political parties alongside ADC, NDC, and about 18 or 18 other political parties, because we have 21 political parties registered by INEC. Of course, we're going to have 22 if the registration ordered by court is done. So, PDP is still working very hard to make it in 2027 elections. However, in Enugu State, where the governor of the state came through PDP and left the PDP for APC alongside all the other persons elected by the same election during 2023. So PDP started all over to build up a very strong political party that will be able to face the opposition. Face the incumbent as a very strong opposition, to face the incumbent in Enugu State. So today we are going to host a great comrade of ours, Prince Emmanuel Obodo, who is a political strategist and a public affairs commentator. Prince, you are welcome to the studio.
Thank you, Chief Rex. Thank you.
Like I said earlier, the party PDP has been facing myriads of court cases and interpretations.
Yeah.
And then find out the Makinde group led by Abdul Rahman.
Turaki.
Turaki, led by Turaki, and Abdul Rahman is Yewata. Abdul Rahman is led by the wike faction. And then these two leadership have been fighting to know exactly the implication of what the Supreme Court ruled. And they are seeking interpretation in court again. They started from the High Court. And now that matter is still there. Yet, the wike faction have uploaded candidates in INEC portal, haven't been recognized by INEC. And then, if eventually the court says otherwise, what happens to the candidates, uploaded in the portal by the wike faction? What happens to them?
Well, I think it's very simple because what has played out so far, the highest court of the land had already laid to rest. For me, there's no gainsaying there's a faction in PDP. We only have one PDP, which is ably led by the Capacity Field National Chairman, Abrahaman, and the National Secretary, Sam Dadi Anyang. And under the leadership of the national leader, His Excellency Governor Wike, who is the FCT minister today. So, and when you go through the court processes to address an issue, you take off from the high court, you get to the appeal court, then you find yourself landed on the apex court, which is the arbiter. And whatever pronouncement that comes out from the Supreme Court, it only takes God to do otherwise in it. In fact, in the human living, these are the God we have in terms of judgment, in terms of litigation. So, and I believe it is self-explanatory. When the Makinde broke out and they had their conventions in Ibadan, then they are the one equally who instituted a case trying to defend the Ibadan Convention, of which the courts equally annulled that convention. So for me, there is no actual faction in PDP. PDP is one family. PDP is formidable. PDP is more focused, more refined, goal-oriented, in order to galvanize the best brain that will entrench the positive democracy we are looking out for.
Okay, they had the opportunity to even entrench democracy, and they would have been there since 1999. But it never did happen. The opposition then became strong enough to oust them. But you say the apex court of the land has said the final thing. Then why are there still litigations about the interpretation of the ruling or the judgment of the apex court? Was the judgment made in some kind of ambiguity? Because Alan Samayamu at some point was said to have been
suspended, right?
Suspended, yes. And the Supreme Court also upheld that suspension.
Yeah,
and therefore, whatever he must have done in the course of the period he was on suspension was a nullity.
Well, I think it is we that are misunderstanding what the apex court said. It is very clear. You have a national working committee of a party which lifespan expired December. Okay? Now, you are instituting a case against a man who is no longer in an office. He's currently the National Secretary of PDP by the permission of the new convention that was held. So, he is now a product of the new convention and not the former convention.
Okay. So what about the BOT, the Board of Trustees of PDP? The Board of Trustees of PDP is being led by Wabara.
Okay.
And then you have another Board of Trustees by the Wike faction being led by Ohuabunwa. So which one is the authentic? Because I like the Wabara Board of Trustees, based on the Supreme Court ruling, decided to put, because it is their responsibility to put a caretaker committee in place. So decided to put a caretaker committee in place. And that which they are still contesting in court.
But that's not what the law says. Yes, the BOT is the conscience of the party, but the BOT is not the operational angle of the party. So we'll have the National Working Committee and we'll have the NEC.
That is where there's a stalemate I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Where there's a stalemate, then the BOT steps in.
But there's not a stalemate. We have a convention, legally backed, morally approved. So there's no gainsaying. PDP is one family. See, I'm just looking at these guys as meddlesome interlopers. Okay? You don't just come into a man's hut and you dictate the way he lays his head. The PDP should be allowed to do their thing. The law is there to take care of things, and the law is actually taking care of it. And the honest truth everybody needs to understand is, are we actually bothered about the structural value of a political party? Are we actually bothered about what will come out of the activities of the political party? So if that is the case, I believe there's no gainsaying that PDP is on the right track. PDP is actually rebranded. You know, the permissive nature of nature taking care of things itself took away, sieved the wheat from the chaff. So it is now more clear for us to understand who actually meant well for the country and who actually meant well for the party, the PDP as a political party.
Okay, and the PDP, wike faction, which is, of course, from your perspective, the authentic PDP, or the PDP that is one, you know, there's no other one, did not field a presidential candidate. Initially, they had mentioned one senator to be the president.
Yeah, we'll have one John Anna.
But he was not uploaded.
Well,
well, which means, okay, there's still time for substitution. They could upload someone sometime in the future within the time frame. But they have not uploaded any presidential candidate. But before you substitute anyway, you must have uploaded somebody that is going to be substitutable, you know. But if you do not upload any, I wonder how on the guise of substitution you will come to upload somebody, which means you don't have a presidential candidate.
There's nothing that says in the law of the land you must have a presidential candidate, and if you don't have a presidential candidate, you won't function as a political party. Okay? For the best of my knowledge, PDP has fielded a gubernatorial candidate in virtually the 36 states of the Federation, and all the 109 senatorial districts we have in the Federation, and within the 365 House of Representative constituencies we have in the Federation, and all the House of Assemblies, okay, in the 36 states. So it's still a viable political party, focused, determined to get things right. And that's just that.
Okay, during what is the prospect of the party in Nigeria? Then vis-a-vis you are going to come back home because you are in Enugu State.
Exactly.
So what are the prospects generally during the elections, and the prospect, what it looks like in Enugu State, given the fact that the governor was a PDP person who just left, given the fact that you are rebuilding PDP and trying to ensure that you give it the kind of strength it desires, or it desires, or it requires to win elections. So what are the prospects? But before then, you talk about Nigeria, since they do not have a presidential candidate.
Well, it's never say never. Okay, it's not yet concluded that PDP wouldn't have a presidential candidate. But let's see how it plays out. Okay, but having said that, I believe PDP wants to be a positive partner in progress to return the country where it's supposed to be. I mean the PDP now, not the PDP that was balkanized long ago. The men, the women of positive thoughts who have come together, converged to be sure that this party will be returned to where it's supposed to be and take this nation on a positive mantra, and which is delivering the good governance, human capacity development, and what are these that politics is all about? There's no gainsaying, and we're wasting our time dwelling on frivolities. PDP is back. PDP is alive. PDP is determined to return this nation where it ought to be. Either way, because government is holistic. When you get the top right, you didn't get the middle, you didn't get the bottom right, it's still an issue. So when you can get the local elections right, get the state elections right, then the national elections is there to be achieved. So PDP is actually grass-rooted. Their foot are rooted. They have foot soldiers everywhere. You will see what will happen. Once the campaign is lifted, then the nation will understand that we'll have a brand new PDP under the national leadership of Chief Dr. Wike, His Excellency.
Okay, so what about Enugu State? Because I look at Enugu State PDP with some form of skepticism. And more so, when they have, of course, I've seen there are some aspirants who have, apart from being PDP faithfuls, who have been very wonderful people, wonderful in the sense they have been involved in a lot of philanthropic gestures around the communities in Enugu State. They have been doing a whole lot of things for people.
That's right.
And somehow it's like they also have the aspiration to better it, you know, have the government power to be able to add to what they are doing to make sure that the indices will show that the life of the majority of the populace in the state are bettered in one way or the other. So, what are the prospects in Enugu?
Well, the prospect in Enugu is enormous because they say charity begins at home. And you can't talk about the prospect of PDP in Nigeria without mentioning Enugu. Because it's actually, it seems it's because of Enugu that PDP is being reinvigorated and rejuvenated back to life. Now we make statement that the governor left PDP and back to APC. The governor returned where he belongs. And PDP is rebranded, reformed, and ready to go. This election, I do tell people, actually, it's not about political party. It's all about individual. Who are you fielding in your political party? The prospect that is being expected and the PDP will bring on the table in this election, just take a good look at the level, the charismatic nature of all the candidates that PDP have actually generated from their primaries so far in Enugu State.
What are the characters of the candidates and which of them can be likened? For an example.
For an example, look at Chief Dr. Kinsley Wike, the young man called NKC Justice Global, who is now the candidate of PDP that is going to represent the good people of Enugu East Senatorial District. So,
and what has he done before? And we are not talking about politics here, because it's not time for campaign. What has he done before that necessitated people coming to, make sure that he is giving the candidacy of PDP?
Wow. You know, like I said, and I do say in other platforms, that this election, it's not about political party, it's about whom you are. Who are you? You want the people to have you come around to represent them. What have you actually done for your society before now? Chief Dr. Wike Kinsley Chizoba, though we're not campaigning, okay, we're trying to astray the prospects of PDP in Enugu State. And I'm using him as a case study. A young guy, vibrant, full of heart. He has the energy, he has the character, he's competent, and he has the capacity to deliver the dividends of democracy to the good people of Enugu East Senatorial District. For the past 10 years, through my research, for the past 10 years, this guy called Chief Dr. Kinsley Chizoba, his philanthropism is top-notch. He don't talk about Ababa, Peace Carnival. He don't talk about Ababa League that takes place in Sunday Field in Ababa. Holistically, go to Ababa today. You make mention of Odopo, the streets will arise. Everywhere we echo Odaopo, Odaopo. Then you keep asking yourself a question, why is it so? Have this young man been in government before? The answer is no. Has he been able to handle anything politically before? The answer is no. But the gospel truth that is out there is that when you have a street credibility, when the street gives you a top-notch rating, that means you are actually doing something. This is a guy that has been in a private business as a private citizen. Lives in Atlanta, Georgia, doing his daily activities and his business. He didn't just save the money and come back home and harness his kinsmen's land and take them to prison and, molest them on intimidation as a man who has a financial muscle and capacity. No. But what did he do with what God has given to him? He took time, he returned it back to humanity. They say, we rise by lifting others. That's a true example of what I've seen in Odaopo, Chief Dr. Wike Kinsley Chizoba.
That example, you are still going to come back to it.
Yeah.
So, and in all the 3 senatorial zones in Enugu State, you think PDP has as much eligible persons just like the one you just gave as an example? We have 3 senatorial. We have the Enugu East, Enugu North, and of course the Enugu West. Do you think they can possibly upturn or challenge the incumbent administration?
Yes, it's doable. Everything depends on the character. Everything depends on your strategy. Everything depends on what you are bringing on the people. Our people, the people of Enugu State, and more especially the people of Enugu East Central District. I have to dwell in Enugu East Central District because we are much more politically aware now. The political awareness in Enugu State and in Enugu East at large is more commendable than it was before now. So, and it does no gainsaying. You don't just go meet a market woman today. You tell her, give her a pinch of salt, a bag of 5 kg rice, and you want her to come and vote for you. They don't do that again. People want to know who you actually are. What have you done? Are you a criminal who is brandishing himself in the disguise of a gentleman because politics is there? Are you actually a person of character that should be trusted with public responsibility? This is what this election is about. It's not a matter of incumbency. It's not a matter of, government. It is a matter of what the people want, what the youth of Enugu State want, what the youth of Enugu East Senatorial District, where I come from, want. And that is why I can't say Jack without mentioning Chief Dr. Wike Kinsley Chizoba. I talked about what is going on in Nababa. Can you just go to Coal Camp? There's nobody in Enugu State that does not know what we call Coal Camp Carnival. The Coal Camp Carnival that has been an annual event that's have a very rousing ovation in this state. People thought it's the government that have been taking care of such program. But it's Odopo, Chief Dr. Wike Kinsley Chizoba, that has been responsible for such projects and other youth empowerment program. Are we talking about Bolobe? Bolobe that unite the 17 local government of Enugu State. A single individual is architect. A single individual is the sole financier sponsoring such event. And government is there, aloof. What exactly has government brought to the people?
Well, it is not about everything cannot be government. I think he's giving back to the society. I think your instances are good, but we are talking about the representation now. You see, philanthropism is one thing, representation is another. So we are talking about people who can go to the Senate and give the zone or wherever the much needed representation in terms of lobbying, not such persons that could concur to a faulty or a flawed electoral act amendment, which of course many of the senators in the National Assembly, did, but it was shooting themselves on the leg, because at the end of the day, many of them lost out because they thought they were going to come back automatically for those of them in APC.
You're right.
So, but they shot themselves on the leg, and you can see the situation now. So, but I want to ask one pertinent question. You talked about youth. The youth of Nigeria do not seem to be much politically aware, or they sell their birthright, or they do not know that the leaders of tomorrow are the youths. Somehow, what they do is to support anomaly. We talk about elections, survival of the fittest in Nigeria. This is the kind of elections we have. Because it was only the MKO Abiola election that was adjudged the freest and the fairest that we have had. Do you think we have had enough mobilization to spur the youths into knowing what they should do in the selection of leadership? Because if you look at Nigeria, the problem is leadership. And that is exactly why you are making reference to a particular individual who you think has all it takes to provide leadership for the people.
Exactly.
Good. And have your party, the PDP, which you believe in, sensitize the youths effectively to make them understand that it is not about collecting money and, of course, it's not about collecting money and compromising during elections. Some of them are going to be given responsibilities in that at ad hoc levels, as party agents, as inec ad hoc staff, and so on. And some others are going to come to help some individuals that may have hired them to rig the election. So has the youths been able to be sensitized enough not to partake in such an act that may not help Nigeria to grow?
Yeah, Chief Rex, before now, it has been said that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow. That has been an acronym that I've used.
Okay, we are going to take on this question, but we are going to pause for a break. By the time we come back, you continue with that.
All right.
So, we are on break on this program. Stay tuned. Don't touch the dial. Stay wherever you are. Thank you.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. Yeah, welcome back to our program. We're still on Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. Our topic is PDP and her prospects in 2027 elections. And our guest is great comrade Prince Emmanuel Obodo, a political strategist and political affairs commentator. He is here to lend voice to this program, and so far, I think you are right there enjoying his contributions to this topic. He is giving us a clear-cut, insight on the activities of PDP in Nigeria, which they believe that PDP is smoking and coming back to stardom, having been ousted since 2015 general elections. Now, our comrade is here. Comrade, we are talking about sensitizing the youths, exactly, and how you have sensitized the youth to ensure they do not compromise, to ensure that they will effectively, protect the votes cast.
Yeah, like I was saying, there's this saying that has been on for decades, that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow. But I must tell you that that is a scam in the highest order. And that have kept the youths down the hill, that the youths find it very difficult to stand firm and demand for what is rightful theirs. But this time around, I must tell you that it is youth o'clock. It is that.
What did you say? We'll say that again.
I said this time around, it is youth o'clock.
Yes, more emphasis on youth. What you mean?
Why I said it's youth o'clock, it is either we get it right now or never. And that is why I can tell you that the PDP deliberately, when I mean deliberately, chose their candidates. And when I talk about Enugu East Senatorial District and Enugu State at large, check the whole candidates has been fielded by PDP. More so, the Wike Chizoba, the senatorial candidate of Enugu East Senatorial District. He is more popular than the state governor now, right here in the state. Why? Because of what he has been able to put on ground. The impact to humanity. His ability to touch lives positively. Not because some responsibility was given to him as a citizen. No. But this is the path he chose for himself. That whatever God has given to me, and he does everything quietly. No media presence, no hula bua anywhere, no showbiz. No. He does everything. Are we talking about clearing hospital bills? No. So, when you trust leadership to some persons who believe that leadership is actually a game of sacrifice, you need to be selfless for you to be a good leader. A selfish person can never produce anything positively in the leadership-wise. So, I must tell you that the youths are much more aware now. The youths of Enugu State and Enugu East Senatorial District at large are more in tune with the happenings around them. Move around the street of Enugu State today. Move around the street of Enugu East today. Are you going to Enugu East local government? Are you coming to Enugu North? Are you coming to Enugu South? Are you going to Nkanu West, Nkanu East, Isuzo? The message is same. We need a positive representation, vibrancy, consistency, and that tenacity that comes with courage. That's the boldness a leader should possess. And when you check the track record of this nation, the leaders that have performed absolutely well in this country are youths. They performed that as a youth and they failed as adults. Yes. Obasanjo was how old when he became the first head of state? Yakubu Gowon the same thing. Ojukwu the same thing. M.I. Okpara. Mention every other leaders who have performed exceedingly great in this country. They are youths. The Vice President of America today is 40 years. And he's doing well. Give the youth the chance. And power is not given.
Okay, that's
Now,
exactly what I
power
was
is not
asking.
given. Yeah.
It is taken.
We've decided to take the power.
That's the orientation. That's exactly what I asked.
Yeah, we've decided to take the power
them
now.
the orientation.
Of course, we've decided to take the power. Either way, the youths have come to correct the anomalies.
And let me hope. Okay. We talk about apathy in our electoral system. And you find out that, you know, a lot of people tend to leave the selection of leadership to a very minute number of people. That's why you see people, you see the registration strength by inec may have several. For instance, Enugu State has well over 1.9 to 2 million voters registered. But at the end of the year, when the election happens, you see that not up to 700,000 would have come out to vote. Then you now ask yourself, the remaining 1-point-something million, where are they? It is as a result of apathy. People have abdicated in the responsibility of being part of the selection of leaders. Now, the issue of apathy is telling so much on our electoral system. How do you think that could be redressed?
Yeah, it's what the PDP is actually working on. When you get the square peg in the square hole, it will be result oriented. Getting the actual people that have this appeal of public trust will make the public to be subconsciously aware and interested in the politicking business. Because politics is a business. Take a good example. You have your shop somewhere, you have your goods, you have some goods imported, and you don't care to do due diligence in order to have such product or such merchants to be marketed out there. What do you expect? You go down drain. That's exactly what has happened in our Nigerian politics.
Okay, we have had problems of insecurity, and then the fact that votes do not count. People say, what am I going there to do? After all, my vote will not count. And somehow, that could be part of why they stay at home during elections. And then at the same time, you find out that youths are some of the persons who are used. Sometimes you see them coming out to electoral centers, you know, the polling unit, polling stations, and they're causing problems which could cause the men and the women to all scamper for their lives, and then leaving the place empty for the purpose of freaking. So, insecurity, number one. Two, vote buying and all of that. So, don't you think that these whole things affect our electoral system? Because we said that it is said that the moment a process is not right, the outcome eventually may not be right.
Is it not surprising to you and to everybody, all the viewers, that we're able to make the prospect we made in the last election, 2023? It's awareness. It's the people being interested in what is happening around them. This time around, it will be more better. Reason. What I purchase a cup of Gary in the market is what you purchase a cup of Gary in the market. So I don't need to come preach to you. Let's do the right thing. The people, more special, the youths, have awakened from their slumber. I said it is youth o'clock. And I will get discouraged coming to support a man of 60, 70 to represent me as a senator, or maybe as a governor, or maybe as a president, okay? But when you have a youth who have character, who is competent, and has the capacity to represent, you don't need to tell the youth to do the right thing. Security is every man's business. And they say that when insecurity persists 24 hours, that means government knows about it. And everything is local. Election is local. You can't come to my polling units, to my community, to where I and my people are exercising our electoral rights to cause a mayhem if there is no aid from that same community. You understand me? So there are avenues to mitigate all this so we can understand that we have a place we are going. So for me, and for the good number of people out there who have now awakened in their slumber of voter apathy, you are doing yourself. You go back home, you relax. These marauders will just write their result and pronounce whatever thing they want to pronounce. Then you keep nagging, complaining for the next 4 years. So you have the chance, the opportunity to come out, cast your vote, protect your votes, see that your vote is being counted. And nothing will happen. It doesn't take 1 million people to bring change. It takes reasonable people to bring change. And positive like minds. And this is what this election is all about. It's going to be a revolution of peace and restoration of good governance.
It is going to be a revolution of peace and the restoration of good governance, so said our great comrade who is lending voice to our topic on Arena today, Prince Emmanuel Obodo. Yes, the Prince, you see, we have actually talked on voter apathy, you know, ballot box snatching, as well as vote buying. But you have not actually said something on that. But I'm coming. Let me put it well. Let me frame it well. You see, you find out that it's like the government of the day is aware that people are hungry. It is like, I am not saying they are aware, but you know, there's a feeling that they seem to be aware. And there's a feeling that politicians know that putting people under starvation will make them jostle for whatever they have to offer during elections. So you find out that the hunger that's been on them will not allow them to, it will becloud their sense of reasoning. And that's why they jump up to grab whatever the politicians has to give. You know, you said we are more aware. I still wonder if we are aware enough in such a way that when they bring in the rice, the soap, and whatever thing that they give as PR and ask for votes, that the populace will not jostle at those offers. So, you know, what options do the people have to actually jump and pass those offers that will make them derail?
Well, you're actually right when you say it's self-inflicted, because those in government, deliberately, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Once the election is coming close, they stiffen the system, they make the people suffer, you know, pay the bills through their nose, and so you have no option than to do their bidding, either sharing of bags of rice, maggi, whatever thing you call it, monetary inducement and all that. But I want to tell you something. That still brings me to this noble gentleman, the senatorial candidate of Enugu East Senatorial District. Yeah, because the why he's having this public acceptance is because of a track record of what he's been able to do, what he has done to the society. So people are not following him today. The support base he's having today is not because of what he's bringing to give to them now. The people are aware. If a man could be doing something good without being reminded, how much more when he's been entrusted with that responsibility to do more? That is what is working for him. So now I must tell you that the youth of Enugu State, more so the youth of Enugu East Senatorial District, are very, very much aware of what is happening around them. Not only the youths, the mothers and the fathers, everybody. I didn't dodge the question. Remember, there's an acronym I used here. I said, it is the same price you get your cup of gari at the market. That is the same price I get mine. So what does it stand for? I don't need to come preach to you that this government is actually so wicked on the masses.
Why do the people sell their votes?
Well, to be honest with you, at this point, everybody, virtually everybody in the system are complainants. Everyone is complaining the same thing. So I don't see the position of anybody trying to sell his or her vote this time around. When you sell your votes, you've mortgaged your future and the future of your children and the ones yet unborn. Because some of these politicians, they don't have conscience. They are so mean and wicked. All they do is just selfish and self-enrichment. And for me, and for every like minds out there, this election and the sensitization that have been going on is to appeal to the conscience of everybody. It is time to wake up. It is time to do the right thing. Listen to them, speak up their trash, tell them before them, what have you been able to do for the communities before? That's what I said before. That this election is not about selection of political party. Oh, it's now from top to bottom. No. It is on individual capacity. If Chief Rex is going to be a candidate, Chief Rex should be judged by what he has been able to do, not because the political party want him to be their candidate.
Okay, is PDP actually going to survive the mesmerizing forages of the incumbent leadership in the country? For instance, you find out that almost all the governors, we have 31 governors holding swear to 31 states, and you have Abuja. Remember, your leader in PDP is so. Do you think they can hold on to the forages of the incumbent and make an inroad, or are you expecting the situation where after the election people will come, complaining and going to court to ask for redress?
You understand that politics is local. When you want to base your yardstick based on what is playing out from the national, you won't get it right. It grows from the locality, the grassroots, to the national.
That is, you are talking about a pyramid kind of thing?
Yes. For you to get things right, you need to handle it from the roots. And that's exactly what PDP is doing. It shouldn't be about who becomes the president. It shouldn't be about fielding a presidential candidate. Because put Jesus Christ as the president of the country, and you have a knothead as a local government chairman, a knothead as a governor of a state, same thing is going on.
In the state?
Yes.
And the local government?
Yes.
So not in other states where you have responsible leadership.
That's what I'm saying. You need to get it right, state-wise. When you have a good governor, the state will rejoice, and not the country rejoicing. This euphorism of the country getting a president who is going to represent, it should be more of who becomes your governor, who becomes your senator, who becomes your house of representative.
No, but at the same time, you find out that the kind of administration or governance we run has so much powers vested in the president. And that is exactly when you talk about coming from the grassroots, then I tend to see power coming from the top. And I tend to see leadership from the top being right, and then the others will follow.
Okay.
Don't you think so?
Okay, for example, we found ourselves in the situation we found ourselves in the country today, right? And we have Alex Oti as a governor of Abia State. Is Abians complaining the same thing that we are complaining today? That's what I'm talking about. You have a governor who have the ears of the people he is representing, who is actually bringing on table what the people need. And the people are happy. That's what I'm talking about. We can't leave our local and be championing or who becomes the president. Who becomes the president is insignificant if the governor and the House of Reps and the senators and the local government chairman are not the right peg on the right hole. You need to put the square peg on the square hole. Getting the right people. Politics is local. And until we begin to treat politics as a local business, we will not get it right.
So far, have you seen the Nigerian political scene as such that is being practiced with some form of ideologies?
No. We are yet to get there. We are yet to get there. It's a cut and join stuff. You know, you bring hammer, you bring spanner, you just mix everything. That's what the system has gotten us to. Is stick and carrot stuff. You know, you dangle it, you just to preempt what the masses will feel about your policy, and if the masses are so docile, you run away with it. So there has not been this ideology instead in our polity. No, there has not been.
There's not been this ideology in our politics. So says Comrade Prince Emmanuel Obodo, our guest on this program, Arena on Aneke TV today. Please, where do we go from here?
Well, it's simple. For me, we are already heading somewhere.
Are you asking the masses for their PVCs?
Of course. Of course. That is your right. Any citizen of this nation that has not gotten PVC, I don't actually know what you are looking for. That is your right. That is the weapon to take away these balkanizers. People who doesn't have conscience.
Yes, your PVC is the weapon to take away those who do not have conscience. That is the much we can take on this program, and we are sincerely grateful to you, Comrade Emmanuel Wike, for being with us on this program. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
And for you, viewer,
thank you.
Join us same time
on
this program, Arena on Aneke TV. We'll continue to give you the best.
Thank you.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria's governance challenge is best understood as a deep and persistent crisis of institutional trust, supported by consistent empirical evidence, global governance indices, and everyday lived experience. Despite its significant human capital, natural resources, and economic scale, there remains a widening gap between state authority and citizens' confidence in its fairness, predictability, and effectiveness. International governance metrics consistently place Nigeria in the lower tier of global corruption perception indices. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index typically scores Nigeria in the range of about 24 to 26 out of 100, indicating a sustained perception of high corruption and weak institutional integrity. This is not merely symbolic but reflects a broader pattern of diminished public confidence in governance structures. Survey-based evidence reinforces this picture. Afrobarometer findings over multiple rounds show that a large majority of Nigerians believe corruption has increased over time, with some surveys indicating that up to 80% of respondents perceive rising corruption. Trust in key institutions remains low, particularly in the police, where as many as 70% of respondents in some waves consider officials to be corrupt. In addition, only a small minority, around 10% in certain data sets, believe that reporting corruption can be done without fear of retaliation. These figures point to a systemic trust deficit that extends beyond perception into behavioral reality, where citizens often expect inefficiency or bias before engaging with public institutions. From an economic perspective, trust functions as social capital, an invisible infrastructure that determines how efficiently a society operates. In low-trust environments such as Nigeria, transaction costs rise, informal payments become widespread, compliance with public systems weakens, and investment confidence declines. The World Bank and IMF have repeatedly emphasized that weak governance structures reduce the effectiveness of public expenditure, especially in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure delivery, even when physical allocations are significant.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
We are glad to have you join Youth Focus once again on Aneke TV. It is a program that has confirmed that really iron sharpens iron by following up on the activities and the lifestyle of the young people anywhere they are, especially when they are away from home. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and of course, we say a very big thank you so much for being a part of this program. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Awasi. And today our focus is students' time management. Thank you so much. And in the studio today, I have some vibrant youths who, as a matter of fact, have managed their time and are still managing their time effectively. By my left, I have a student from the Department of Public Administration at Ebonyi State University, Abakaliki, Uwa Ehnanyachuku Joy. Joy, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And again, I have the CEO of Corazon Lex Enterprises, Chike Philip Osigwe.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right. Joy,
Sir.
Let me begin with you. What does time management mean to a student?
I would say time management is the process of planning and controlling time on how much time spent on a specific activities to increase productivity, efficiency, etc., etc.
Productivity, efficiency, etc., etc. Philip, I don't know how comfortable you are with Joy's definition.
Okay, it's fine. It's okay. The only thing I will just sum it up this way, like being the boss of your time. Like they say, time waits for nobody. That means time is going. But time management is more like channeling it to the path you want it to go. Let me put this time in this direction. Let it travel in this way, and let me be the boss and not the time telling me what to do and what not to do. So that's time management.
Okay, thank you. Joy, like somebody can help, one can help the other wash plates, one can help the other run errands, or even wash clothes, as the case may be. But in this case of time management, can one help another in managing his time or her time?
I will say yes. I will say yes.
Okay, in what senses?
In what sense is that I was asked to come here by 4 o'clock and I was a bit late. Him calling me, reminding me of my time, asking me where I was is also part of helping me manage my time. Like reminding me that time is ticking, like clock is ticking, time is going. So it's a part of helping me manage my time.
Okay, for effective time management, do you think there's a space for mentorship?
Okay, of course, yeah. For effective time management, yes. There's a place for mentorship, meaning you coach somebody else on how to prioritize time. Of course, all of us in fact, many of us, we are mentored into time management to teach you. In fact, when I was growing up, when I was much younger, we had this woman in my compound. She wasn't my mom, but she was more like a mom because we were close neighbors. So she was this type that would always ring it in the ears of our children. Time waits for nobody. Time waits for nobody. And that inculcated that mindset in us that time will always be going. So whatever you want to be doing, just know that as you are lying down and waiting, time is not sitting there with you, it's moving. So parents inculcate it in children, priests inculcate it in church members, the school inculcate it by even flogging you when you come late. So it's also mentorship to learn how to prioritize time. So yes, is the answer.
Okay, Joy, if I place before you now 2 students, one that manages time effectively and the other that doesn't, to you, what's the difference between the two?
I'll say priority. One prioritize her time, then the other person does not prioritize her time.
Okay. I think that's exactly what I have said, and that's what I placed before you. Define the person of this person that manages time effectively and the other that doesn't, elaborately.
Okay. If I'm to say that the difference between the both is discipline. It's just discipline that this person knows that, okay, at this time I'm supposed to be doing this, at the other time I'm supposed to be doing that. Be disciplined with time. I am supposed to be here by 7, and it's one thing to wake up and promise myself that, man, by 7 I'm supposed to be there. Probably you will see 2 students now. There is a lecture by 8 in the morning. One student will prefer, let me eat and go to the lecture. Even if it means being in the lecture by 8:20, I'm still somehow early. Then there's another student that prefers, let me take my food and go to the lecture. And he will be at the lecture by 7:30 and yet be eating. So that means this student prioritizes time that I have to be here by 8. The other one thinks even if I come 20 minutes after 8, I'm still somehow in time. So it's just the discipline that is the difference between the two human beings.
Okay, Joy.
So,
I'm back to you.
Okay.
What's the approximate number of hours a student who manages time effectively should spend sleeping per night?
I'll use myself as an example. Okay. During exam period, I sleep by 9, then I wake up by 3 to read. Then when it's not exam period, I sleep by 12. Then I wake up by 7 against 8 o'clock lecture.
Can you come again? During exam, you sleep by 9?
I wake up by 3.
Wake by 3?
Yes.
9 to 3?
That's
okay.
3 a.m.
3 a.m. I know. Then, ordinary time?
I sleep by 12.
You sleep 12?
I wake up by 7.
You wake 7. Okay.
Approximately the same thing.
Okay. Then, what do you have to say?
Okay, for a student, okay, it's been a while I left the student community, but I know that a student, probably people might disagree with this, but a student, for me, a student should not be sleeping more than 4 hours. 4 good hours of sleep is enough for a student. The reason is, aside from studies, there are other things you do with your time. Probably your socials, your devotions, and other things. So let me say a student sleeping by 10 and probably waking up by 2 or 3 to read is not bad. You will be sound, you will be stable. 4 hours of sleep per day is not bad for a student, because at 4 hours you've gotten all the rest that you need. Judging with the fact
does not depend on the students or a particular student's body system?
I don't think it depends. I think the body system in general, except you are sick, the body system in general, at 4 hours of uninterrupted sleep, let me use the word, because some persons might be sleeping, you're playing music, you might be sleeping, you set a movie to watch, that's interrupted sleep. That means you sleep, wake, you sleep, wake. If you have 4 straight hours of uninterrupted sleep, you'll be fine, you'll be okay.
Okay, Joyce said during exam, 9 p.m. to 3 a.m., that is 6 hours.
6 hours.
And ordinary time, 12 a.m., yours 12 p.m. to 7 a.m. That is around 7 hours. Yes. Okay, and you're saying it should be approximately 4 hours. Okay, but Joy used this and it worked for her.
Of course, it can.
Okay, and probably used approximately 4 hours and it worked for you.
Of course.
Do you think, I didn't know other people who could use approximately 10 hours and it still work for them?
Yes, depending on the person's capability to learn. Yes.
Capability to learn?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Some are dull, then some are sharp-minded. With a glance at their book, they have gotten what they want. Then some have to read before they can understand. So some are dull, some are quick to learn, then some are dull to learn.
What are the factors necessitating that, if it is true?
Okay, yes, I buy the idea that it varies with individuals, because just like what I was saying now, it just recalled to me that back in school days, even now, I understand things faster in the night when maybe everybody's asleep. Back in those days, we still have students that when they wake up in the night to read, they don't understand anything, so they have to read in the afternoon. So such students spend more time sleeping in the night than in the day. Meanwhile, somebody like me, I will want to use my nights and maybe find a time to sleep or take a nap in the day. So it all depends on the time you assimilate more. Mind you, we are just talking about students now. It depends on the time you assimilate more, the time you understand more. If you know you understand more in the night and you sleep for 7 hours through the night, you are robbing yourself. Then if you know you understand more in the day and you spend 6 hours in the day sleeping, you are robbing yourself as well. So it still varies with individuals.
Okay, Joy, when do you think is the best time to start preparing for examination as a student?
1 month ahead.
1 month ahead of what?
Of the examination. 1 month ahead.
1 month ahead. That's what worked for you?
Not for me. For Eddie, that's why I said some people are sharp-minded, then some people are slow to learn. Me, sometimes, depending, if it's a course I understand very well, I might not just open my book. Then one day to the exam, I'll just read through it because I already understand it from the class. But if it's something I don't understand, something I did not learn, something I did not attend the lecture, if it's a course I did not attend the lecture, I'll start 1 month ahead to be able, not like I am not sharp to learn, but to be able, instead of doing cram work, I'll be able to read and understand, read it continuously to understand it.
But I know that in each examination period, you have several courses to write, isn't it? If you give such amount of time to one, what of others?
It's not just one. Which English do I use? Okay. I write out a scheme of work and place time. I'm going to read, I'm going to use...
That's your personal timetable?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll draft out a timetable. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this so time. I'm going to, yes.
Okay, how do you justify the case of a student who will always wait until when the examination timetable is out, then you start reading?
Such a student...
Don't you think that this happens to a majority of
it does. It does. Not just in the students' world. It even happens in other realms of life. But then it's not the best at all. Because one thing that can happen is that you can mix up things. You can use this for this, and at the end of the day, you'll be screaming that you don't know it. Simply because you read that thing, and probably at the points that your mind is still digesting it, is when you're actually supposed to deliver it in the exam. So in the exam hall, you can mix things up. Secondly, you can blank out in the exam hall. It happens to many students. You just blank out, and that's because probably your mind is still trying to assimilate that thing. You can imagine where you've never heard of photosynthesis, and you have to write photosynthesis in the exam, and you just learned what photosynthesis is last night, and you come to the exam and it's before you what is photosynthesis. It's very normal for your mind to blank out because you only heard of it once in your entire lifetime. So your mind will take hours to recall what that thing actually is. And some people think it's a demonic manipulation because what normally happens is after the exam, you go outside and it just comes. And it's because your mind would take the time to digest it. This is what it is, and you bring it out. So it's not even advised. Every student should, not just 1 month. As the classes are going on, practice those things, learn them. Sorry to say, the course I studied, you have to be very familiar with formulas and how to do it. If you are not very, very much familiar, it's very possible you mix up things in exams. So,
I agree with you.
You agree? Yes. Have you ever experienced blank out?
Plenty times. Even spelling. I'll be like, what is? Can someone help me spell is? I'm like, is. What is? I'm calling it. I'm pronouncing it, yet I cannot spell it. Then after the exam, I was like, what's like, what was that? What is that I cannot spell?
And I think your village people have visited you.
The mind didn't digest.
Okay, in that case, you studied yourself over time. What do you think is actually what happened to you?
Social media.
Social media.
Wonderful.
Social media. Okay, that's a wonderful one. Social media. What actually do students do with social media, especially when they are students at school and during examination periods?
My God. If I'm to say, students do a lot on social media. In fact, if I'm to rate, I think about 60% of social media is managed, controlled by students. In fact, it might even be more than 60 because they are the ones usually on social media. But then, social media is, like it has been argued around about the world, is robbing students of time. Because most students, you scroll on Facebook, you scroll on TikTok, you scroll on this just to watch videos and laugh, and it has a way of keeping you there. And if you are not the boss of your time, just like we are saying time management, you did not regulate it that I will be on social media for 30 minutes. You find people, they will be on social media till they sleep, they wake up, and somebody wakes up, I did not read my book, and meanwhile at the moment he's on social media, still looking at the same thing that made him sleep through the night and did not read, still on it till daybreak. So social media kills students' time, and I don't know exactly what it is they are doing there.
You are talking about watching video or movies on social media. What about some that will have multiple accounts? Like you have an account on X, you have an account on TikTok, you have on Facebook, you have on Instagram, and the rest of them, and you maintain each per day. Has it ever happened to you? What's your own experience of social media blank out during examination?
Okay, so I run an online business. I sell bags, then footwear at times. So most at times, I'm like, let me be keeping up with my customers. Let me be posting. Let me be waiting for their reply, their get back. Hey, you said you are going to get back to me today. I'm always eager to know what is happening online, so I don't miss out. So I don't get a notification, oh, I want this bag, and because I am sleeping or maybe I am reading, I won't get to see the notification on time. Then the person now leaves me to go to another place, to another online vendor to get the item. So I'm like, my data is always on now. I'm active 247. Call me, chat me. Even if I'm sleeping, wake me up, I will answer you, which I normally do, no matter how busy I am. So first somebody wants to buy an item from me, I leave every other thing I am doing. Even if I am reading for my exam, I'll be like, I will not fail the course. I'll close my book. I'll go to deliver the market. Then I come back and continue. So it distracts me very, very, very well, because I'm always eager to know what is happening online, what is going on, what is trending. Aside from my business, I always like what is trending, the latest news, what is happening, who is dying, who is alive, who is fighting, which country I am. I always want to know the trending updates.
Okay, Chike, I think Joy is being sincere here.
Very much sincere.
Yes, despite the fact that the other aspect of her business is using the social media meaningfully.
Yes.
Yes, and the other aspect of knowing what is happening around the world. I think in a lot of times, knowing it's always good. Knowing more. Okay, but she couldn't eat her cake and had it. That's why she also suffered the same thing. Others who use social media meaninglessly also suffered. Okay, let me come in this way, Chike. We are talking about time management by students, and in a case where a student is the one training himself in school or herself, now we have to have threats on social media. But some of the student I'm talking about goes about hostels along the roadside and all of the places, giving people the product she has and all of that. And she doesn't have time to read. Even in the exam period, people are making demands and she's supplying for that reason. And she needed to do that to pay her school fees. How do you think such will manage his time or her time as a student?
Okay, fine. There is one point I would like everybody to remember. We all have 24 hours in a day. All of us in the whole world. We all have 168 hours in a week. Everybody equally. Now, just like we say, time management is apportioning each time to each thing. The fact that you know that first and foremost I am a student, so that means I should find a way to share in a greater proportion of my time to studentship, like my main job. Then let it be that I am giving 3 hours to moving around to give people my products, which is your second work. So let's say in a day, give out 4 hours to customers, maybe give 5 to study.
But in some cases, according to what Joy said,
yes,
customers can violate the time.
Which is where I'm driving.
Because you made the time and they are not aware of it. They can call you anytime.
Yes. I'm still driving to that part.
Okay.
Now, if you go to a place like Roban on Sundays, you meet it locked. It's not that they don't like money. It's still time management. Like I said, be the boss of the time. Let those your customers know from onset that by this time to this time is when you will get me. After this time, you won't see me. Banks love money more than every other institution. But they tell you, when you come here by 4, you won't see us. Not that they don't like the money, they like it, but they don't want to violate their time. So every individual should do that as well. One testimony or interview by Dangote, Aliko Dangote. He taught me something. He said when he was starting his business, when he was still very young, he told himself that Saturday is for him and his family. So he grew up with that in the business, that even as big as he is, Saturday is still for his family. So if you set it that I'll be in your hostel on Monday from 2 to 6 in the evening, and you will see that people would adjust to it that, this lady will be here by 2 and she will go by 6, which is the way we adjust to every other thing we go to in life. So such a person should not say, this is the reason why I did not read. If you do it, it just shows us sign that.
But look at the angle I'm coming from.
Manage your time.
Joy, don't you think you will lose some money, supposing you adopt the method you mentioned here?
I will lose.
You will lose some money. That's what it's money we're talking about here.
I will lose.
It's money we're talking about.
Yes, you will lose. It's not a loss per se. Let me say you have other values to offer. Probably this person sells the best rice. If he has gone, you will see that people will say, let me just manage this other one. So to you, it may look like you lost. But that person would most likely come back tomorrow to tell you, I sought for you the other day, you have closed. I just managed the other rice. It has happened to me. I went to a particular place to buy food late. They've closed. I bought food from somewhere else. I purged for 3 days. And that woman might see it as, she lost customer. But me, I know that the food I want to eat is this one. But this person has gone. Let me manage this. And I purged for days. So tomorrow it will make me bend my mind to the fact that I have to meet this woman and buy food, then do something else. I'm just saying this person should not use it as an excuse. I'm doing business.
Okay, that's okay. Joy. Apart from social media and the business you do there, what again takes your time on campus as a student?
Okay. Like lack of electricity.
Lack of electricity takes your time? How? You visit NEPA office?
No. We go from one charging center to another to be able to charge our torchlight, our phone,
Is there anything like game you like? Like you go watch football, play snooker, and all of that?
Nah.
Chika, do you know there are some students on campus that would like to watch every match of any tournament? They will not like to miss any.
Of course.
And that takes their time. How will such student manage the time effectively?
Yes, for a student that loves to watch football, everything about time management is priority. You know when they fix the match. You know what you're supposed to do. You bend your schedule around that time. Let me say there is match by 12 and there is class by 12.
Say exam.
Thank you.
Exam,
okay,
8 a.m.
Okay, exam.
And there is match by 12.
And there is match by 12. You know that probably after your, if it's 8 a.m., the student can cope. Maybe after exam, you rush and go to where they work. But let's just say they are together. 12. Of course, you know what your priority is. You're supposed to go write your exam before you go to the match. Same thing applies to every other thing. But let's say the match is by 8 in the night, and you know that by 8 you are supposed to be somewhere else. Maybe there are some things that you can do now to create chance for 8 p.m. So by then you can create it. Where the issue is you just flowing with the time. Like you don't create any time. You just say anytime match comes, I bend every other thing.
I think my instance revolves around a student that will always wait till the examination, the timetable comes out before he starts reading. This is the same student that loves watching all matches of a tournament. Then, for instance, today, by 12 a.m. the next day,
yes,
that's when the match is coming up.
It's coming up. Okay.
By 8 a.m. the same day is when the exam has to take effect.
Okay.
How will such student watch the match, read books before the exam, and then go and write the exam successfully?
Such a student will be robbing himself. Unless, in fact, there is no way around it. You have an exam by 8 a.m. and you wake up by 12 in the night to watch football that will probably end by 3 or by 4. That student will only rob himself, because by the time you are done watching the football, you'll be tired. And you say, let me rest a little bit. And by the time you're resting, you wake up by 7:30. The next thing is to take your bath and enter the exam hall with that hurry and that rush. You are even setting yourself up to even forget the ones you already know. So it's not even advised. If you have an exam or even a side exam, just prioritize, set some things out, remove some so that you can be lord of your time and get what you want done.
Okay, Joy, I'm surprised you didn't mention that you go clubbing most of the nights as a student on the campus.
There are some students who go clubbing. I don't.
There are some who do, but you don't.
I don't.
You don't like it?
Not like I don't like it. I stay in a remote area. Isheke is a remote area in Abakaleke, so me going out at night is endangering myself.
I know Isheke very well. Students go from Isheke to Cars, go to Presco, wherever it's happening.
For me, I will not. It's endanger. I could get raped. I could get robbed. I could be stranded. Why coming back and there's nobody?
It means it's fear, the phobia, not that you don't like it.
Yes.
Okay? If not because of the fear, if anything can take away the fear from you, you do what others are doing.
And then if I have friends whose mindsets are also like that, I stay alone. Then I don't stay in the same hostel with my friends. So it's not
Okay,
something.
you don't even have anybody to tell you about how it happened and how fun it was. Okay, but Chike, do you know there are students like that who go clubbing almost every day?
Yes, of
on
course.
campus?
Of course.
Yes. How will such students manage their time? It may not be their fault that they go clubbing, it's what they like.
Of course, of course. We cannot rule out that there are people that love clubbing. But if I'm to advise such students, use that thing you like as a bait for yourself. Like if I read throughout this week, by Saturday I will go clubbing. It's okay. Maybe because you set it as a bait for yourself that as long as I'm able to cover this textbook from Monday to Friday, I will use that clubbing to reward myself for doing it. It's good. Maybe in a day you can say, if I read for 4 hours, then I will enter on social media and spend 2 hours. Use this as a bait. It's going to help you manage your time. But then where the issue is, if you've not read for the whole week and you go clubbing on Friday and Saturday and you are to, come back on Monday, you are robbing yourself entirely. It's not a bad thing to love clubbing, but as you're loving clubbing, balance it with doing something meaningful for yourself.
Okay. It is not a bad thing to love clubbing. But when you're clubbing, you should balance it and do something
It is a
meaningful for
bad thing
yourself.
when you are dull.
Okay, Chike, it's not a bad thing according to you. And Joy, it is a bad thing. Thank you so much. You tell us more about that when we come out from. We want to observe a short break. After the break, you will tell us, Joy, why it is a bad thing, despite the fact that you stayed alone according to you, and you hadn't anybody who tells you stories about what happened there. Still, to you, it is a bad thing. And Chike, maybe you clubbed all the years on campus. That is why it's a good thing to you. Thank you so much. Our viewer, we shall be right back. Just a short break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much for being there. Back from the short break, it's still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Topic for today is students' time management. And thank you so much for being there. Before I went on the short break, we were talking about night clubbing. Yes, according to Chike, there's nothing bad in night clubbing as far as you arrange yourself very well so that it doesn't disturb other of your school activities. And then according to Joy, everything is bad about clubbing. Joy, let's hear from you.
Not everything entirely. Okay, I'll say individually. I'll still use that word though. If you know you are slow to learning, you shouldn't be going clubbing. It's going to do you more bad than good. Because I myself, I have I don't know if it happens to any other person, but I have this, should I call it behavior of always remembering what happened before now. Maybe I might be scrolling through my phone, then I at church on Sunday I danced so much. That's a distraction. Me, whether I'm reading or whether I'm pressing my phone, then imagine me now going to club when I know that I cannot even read out. I cannot even read out what is written on the book or spelling it or writing it. Then I went for clubbing. Then I opened my book. What I'm seeing is the way they were sparing money. Everybody was jubilating. They are dancing. It's a very big distraction. I shouldn't have any business to do with clubbing at all.
Okay. I don't know if you have something to tell us, but I wish you have. What are the things and activities in a clubhouse?
It's more of dancing, drinking, then everybody's jubilating.
Dancing, drinking.
Jubilating.
Everybody's jubilating.
Nice.
Chike, you've clubbed for some time.
I've never been to a club. I've never been.
How would you know what I want you to tell
But
me
then
now?
the thing is that from social media, from videos, from reports, we know that clubbing is about partying. In fact, the word is wide party. It's a wide party where there are no rules. Anything goes. You can meet with anybody. Some people get beaten. Some people get raped. Some people, under the influence of alcohol, people do a lot of things. That's just what I know is what happens in the club. It's just a wide party with no rules.
Chike, remember you said there was nothing bad about clubbing. Why are you saying all of this?
With respect to time management,
You know, time management.
We are not saying it from maybe the moral or religious aspect. We're just talking about when it comes to managing time. We are not saying don't do, you remember you said if it is what gives the person happiness or joy. We are not saying you should not go there because it's what gives you joy. With respect to time management, I was now saying it's not bad if you fix it as a bait for yourself. I will use this to relax after doing this. So I wasn't talking from the moral or religious aspect. That's another thing entirely.
That's another dimension of it.
Yes.
It would have been good you make a little touch, so that anybody that has never attended clubbing will have just a tip of what will be happening
I
there.
think I made my point when I said I've never been to a club. So when I said I've never been, you should send the message.
Okay, Joy, now that I don't know what was keeping you actually when you say you lived alone. Maybe you were not associating with some people. You didn't live in a hostel where there were a lot of students, right? But I know that some students come to the school, a male and a female will agree to pack into an apartment, and then they live as if they're husband and wife, do everything and all of that. Joy, just be sincere. Is it one of the things that kept you alone?
No. I just love my space. I love being in my space. I love my things to be kept the way I organize them, because sometimes people tend to make use of your property or like mismanage it the way you yourself will be hurt. If they are the people that purchase it, I'm not sure they will use it like that. So I love my space. I love being alone. So when you come to my house, you see this laptop, you see this tab as it's sitting there. After using it, you still put it down there. But when we are staying together, we are sharing the same apartment. You'll be like, what is there even if I don't keep it there? After all, I'm your roommate. But when you're a visitor, when you come see me, I've placed it there. After using it, you place it there. So I don't like people inconveniencing me in my own space. I just love to be alone.
You like keeping your space?
Yes.
Okay. Please, this is a personal question. Don't be offended. Are you married?
No, I'm not married.
Supposing you get married tomorrow, and it happens to be such a man that will always pick something from the table and you see it under the bed, pick another one from the kitchen and it is on top of your bed. That's exactly what you have explained that you wouldn't like, and that is why you are staying alone. What will you do?
Okay. To be very, very honest and sincere, if I complain, no changes, we are going to get a maid.
That will be doing what? That will be controlling your husband?
No, that will be putting it in place for him since he's a child.
Who trained that maid? How sure are you the maid will do exactly what you wished?
She's going to do it. I'm paying her.
Okay, that is by the way. That is by the way. Chike, back to the drawing board. You may have been aware that in some cases, a male and a female students, maybe from the same department or from different departments or different faculties, who agree and pack into an apartment as campus couple, and they live all through, and they join themselves. What happens to their time management in relation to the academic pursuits?
Okay, fine. Yeah, I experienced it during school days. I saw people that they are not legally married, husband and wives, but they are living together. And in most of those cases, the man is the one paying for the apartment, and the lady is attaching to it. Now, it does a big harm in terms of time management. You know, everything we are saying today is about time management. I won't talk about the harm it does in other aspects, religious, another one.
Okay, that may not concern you today.
Yeah, it's for today. But in terms of time management, when you enter that home, not a home per se, that apartment, they will share rules. And the lady will have the role of cooking. So
if they so wish, can't the guy have the role of cooking?
Ethically, it's going to be so that the lady will have to cook. Okay. And let's say exam is to start. The lady has exam tomorrow. Meanwhile, she has to come back and she has to cook. I don't know whether you're getting what I'm saying. She has to cook, she has to make food ready. Meanwhile, she has exam tomorrow. So that role itself is killing her time. Secondly, there will be distractions, because maybe this guy would like to watch ball inside the room, or he want to play music, or he want to invite friends to chat and make noise, or maybe the lady want to invite friends over.
People that live alone invite friends, they play music.
No. This one is having the opposite sex. We don't work in the same way. Let's not even talk about distractions that will come from attractions and other things. But these two now will surely affect in terms of time.
Okay, Joy, I'm back to you. What could be the benefits of effective management as a student?
Please come again.
I said, what could be the benefits of effective time management as a student?
Okay. I'll say increase in productivity.
We are listening. Increase in productivity. Can you build on that?
Yes, I think I know what he's trying to talk about. Like, increase in productivity is more like you get results, you achieve things. One truth is that, like I said in the beginning, time is not found. You have to create it. I will do it if I have the time is not a reply. But then I will create time for it. Like, for us to be here now, it doesn't mean we don't have any other thing we are doing, but we created this time. So within your 24 hours, create time to do anything you want to do. So one of the benefits is increased productivity. And mind you, being busy is not productivity. That I'm doing something does not mean I'm achieving results. Hey, I'm busy, I'm doing this one, I'm doing this one, you can be, what English people say, busy doing nothing. And at the end of the day, somebody will be like, what did you even achieve? And it's nothing. But if you manage your time, you will see that you will be very productive. That is something I used to do. I can wake up in the night and say, today, I have a lot of things to do, but let me itemize it. I will say 9 a.m. to 11, I will wash clothes. 11 to 12, I will wash the bedroom. 12 to this. You will be surprised that by the end of that day, you might have done about 8 or 9 very difficult things, and you achieve them, and probably you still found time to go and play ball or watch ball that same day. But if you wake up on a day that you did not plan, you notice that you will just be sitting, you sit in the sitting room, go to the bedroom, go to the toilet, and at the end of the day, you can't count one thing that you were able to do.
I'm interested or concerned about the busy doing nothing, Joy. When somebody is in the house, Chike is talking about going to the bedroom, going to the toilet, going to the kitchen, moving about. Supposing you are in the house and you are sleeping, are you not busy doing something?
I'm busy doing something. Sleeping is something.
Okay. Have you ever been in your house busy doing nothing?
Yes, all the time. Not all the time. Not all the time. Not all the time. At times I might feel weak due to my hormonal system. I will get a bath I want to wash. I've soaked it. I am washing, but I am not washing anything. I'm just there. I'm pressing my phone whereas I'm washing. I am busy, but I'm doing nothing.
If that pressing your phone is doing your business online, I think you're
It's not my business. Like, I'm just engaging in.
So such things will happen if there is no time. Like, I must finish this washing by 12. As long as it's not there, you can decide, let me just be pressing my phone. I can wash the clothes all day. And you even notice that at times you have to pack the clothes and go back inside and say, I'll wash it tomorrow. So, like that.
Okay, thank you so much. Joy, what can be the obstacles that can stand on the road of the students' effective time management each time?
Okay. Me, I always use myself as an example. So in Isheke, we lack water. There's no water. So most of the times, I woke up in the morning, no matter as early as I am, while I'm looking for water to take my bed to be on school on time, I might end up going late because there's no water. Sometimes I have to trek from Isheke Junction to trek or then another example is lights. At times my phone goes off, then I am not seeing any lecture updates. I don't know there's lecture at all because there's no electricity to boost my phone and know that this. Then maybe somehow I managed to boost my phone and this on. Then somebody calls me, oh, there's lecture again. I'm like, Jesus, do you mean it? Then I'm running to school. So lights, water, then lack of sleep at times. Maybe sometimes I feel like I don't want to sleep on time, then I'm going to use my night period. I'm going to watch movies. Then it's quick to bed, early to wake, then being here. So when I wake up, my alarm normally clocks by 6. Then by 6, I'm so tired because I did not sleep at night. I'm going to off it and still sleep. Then I might end up getting up by 9. Then 9:30, I'm trying to perform magic to be in school before 10, which is not possible. I will end up going to school late.
Okay, are there other obstacles you can itemize? Jo has told us about her life experience and what has always been the obstacles on her way.
Okay, if I would say the only obstacle could be still self-cost, but then it's priority. What you prioritize. You set it that this is my time and I must be the Lord over it. That's one. Number 2 is that you protect your time. If you fail to protect it, you will always have obstacles in managing your time. Let me say, I decided I will go to, I will be washing by 9 to 12. And in between washing by 9 to 12, by 9:30, a friend suddenly calls, bro, please, can you escort me to go and do something at so place? It's my responsibility to say, I am actually fixed up at this time. I want to do so and so thing. Can it be by 1? You understand? You protect your time, shield it that I must finish this thing before I do this. But a lot of people will say, well, let me escort him. When I come back, I'll begin to wash. You can escort him and come back, and you find out that you're tired. Or from that place, you could go to somewhere else. You see that time is breached. So priority is number 1. If you fail to prioritize your time, you will always not be able to achieve time management. Number 2 is protecting. It's not every call you will answer. It's not every invitation you will honor. Sometimes you tell people your time because you have a plan. You must not fall into everybody's plan, because if you don't plan your time will lord over you. Then somebody else that plans his time will use you to fulfill his own achievement. So,
okay, Joy, is there anything procrastination can do as an obstacle to time management?
Yes.
What is that?
Okay. I would say yes. I will use myself as an example. I know that I'm supposed to be in school by 8. Then, as I don't want to insult myself. As somebody that is very sensible, I know I'm supposed to a night before the 8 o'clock the next morning, I'm supposed to go and look for water. But because I am tired, I'm going to procrastinate it. Then I'll wake up by 6 and start looking for water, then end up going to school late.
Okay. Chike.
On procrastination?
No. How can fear of failure come into effect somebody's time management as an obstacle?
Okay. By fear of failure, is it fear of failing to keep time? Is it what we're talking about?
Fear of failing to achieve.
Okay,
with
fine.
time.
Of course, there is always the fear of failing to achieve when it comes to time. But I think in that aspect, what people should learn is you know what you can do, know what you can achieve, know what you can meet. There is this rule that is called the 2 minutes rule. That rule in time management says if it's something that will not take more than 2 minutes, do it immediately. If it is something that would be more than 2 minutes, you can reschedule it to another convenient time, or you say, no, I cannot do it. So the fear of failure will come when you are actually having the mindset that I will not be able to do this thing, yet you just want to, give out the promise that you will do it. That fear will always, not even a fear now, you already know that you are going to miss it. So when somebody is saying, can you be at so place by 4? And you know that you will be doing this and doing that and doing the other one, and you have to finish by 3:30 and enter transport, you already know within your mind that you will fail in this thing. So it's better you reschedule it, or you find a way to, if you can't, just say it openly, I cannot do this, so that it doesn't affect your time.
Joe, I'm interested in knowing what else that distracts you on campus. Apart from your lectures and your social media time and all of that, what else do you do? Or do you channel your time to? No matter how mega that time is. Distraction.
Lodge, should I use the word apropos? Lodge gist. Maybe some students fought, or maybe they are fighting in the next compound. Something intense happened and I want to know. No matter, even if I'm going to let, I must stay back and know. Like, I want to be involved. What happened? I don't want to hear it. I want to see it with my eyes. Even if, except it's something really, really like exam, that is the only time I can ignore. But if it's lecture, I will always catch on. I will sit back, I will watch. I want to know what is happening. Who fought, who first slapped, who
Okay. Chike, let's take it to peer pressure. How can that be an obstacle to time management?
Okay, well, in so many aspects, yes, peer pressure can affect time. There are a lot of things, especially youths, especially students, do out of peer pressure. Let me do this to meet up. In fact, a lot of people go to places, even this club we used as an example, just to belong. And with that, you buy away your time. So peer pressure, trying to be like every other person, trying to do like others. For example, you going to night class. I remember, let me just use this scenario. When we were in school, I was very good with night class. I go to night class, I can go and begin to read from maybe 9 p.m. till 4 or 5 and go. Now, a student feels like, this guy is serious. Let me also start going to night class. Meanwhile, it is not your thing to be awake at night. What normally happens is that student will go to night class and sleep the whole night, and because he did not sleep on his bed, he will come back in the morning and will still have to sleep another longer hours during the day. You see that time is lost, both night and day. So it's better you stick to what works for you and don't be moved by your peers. Just plan your own thing and do it the way you want to do it.
Okay, Joy, how can lack of focus be an obstacle to time management?
I'll go with his example when it comes to clubbing. I'll go with his opinion, because if you are focused, you should know that clubbing is going to distract you. Or me, if I was focused, I know that that aporoko that I was doing is going to distract me, or it's going to make me lose focus on where I'm going to. But instead, I stayed back. I focused on the aporoko instead of focusing on the lecture going on in class.
Do you sometimes see yourself that you are overcommitted? Like you have a lot of things you are laying your hands in doing, and it's taking your time. How does that affect your time management?
Because I want everything done. Like I want to be a captain of 2 boats when it's not possible. I want to cook, I want to fetch water, I want to take my bath. I still want to be in class. It's not possible. I have to do it, each one of them at a time.
Okay, Chika, is there any way this mismanagement of time can be blamed on the parents?
Yes, it can. Some parents do not teach their children the value of time. You know, I see some parents that comfortably look at a child and he's at home, sluggishly dragging his school bag, his sandals, his clothes to go to school by 8 or 8:30. And some of them would only tell him, look at the time you are going to school, others have gone. In fact, I've even seen parents that will not even talk.
Gentle parents.
It's wrong. We grew up, let me not even use myself as an example. Every good parent should, the help you can give your children when they are younger is to wake them early enough and say, take your bath and go to school. Because then my own parents would be like, everybody must leave this house by 7:30. And when it's 7:30, whether you are having food in your mouth, whether your school uniform, you are wearing it left, right, whether your sandal is inside your bag, you have to leave the house by 7:30. So by the time you know that if I leave this house by 7:30 and I'm not fully prepared, it would make me stress on the road or look stupid on the road, you will prepare and get done by 7:30. I've seen homes where some parents put their children in school bus by 6 a.m. in these modern days. And I will be like, this child is already made for life. You will find out that there is no meeting or no attendance that child will go late because he has been inculcated with waking up early and doing things early. That child is already made. So parents that failed actually failed. So time management can be blamed on parents.
Joe, let's hear about soft parenting.
Yeah, I'm against it.
What is soft parenting?
Soft parenting is overlooking a child, causing nuisance, all in the name. I don't want to beat my child. Beating a child doesn't mean you're correcting a child. There's something called correcting a child with love. That's a total no-no for me. When I was growing up, in fact, now that I am still growing, because I'm not done growing, till now I cannot leave my house without taking permission from my parents. It's not done. The only time I can do that is when I am married, according to my dad, and we all respect that. Because of the way I was scared, like I was afraid if I should do this, I'm going to disappoint my parents, they are going to beat me. So I had a modest growing, and I'm still growing. Like I still have fear in me that if I do this, my dad is going to insult me, and I don't want him talking back to me. Or my mom is going, because now they can no longer beat me. But there's a word somebody is going to tell you. It's better the person beats you than telling you those words. So I always call myself back to, because I'm like, I don't want to do this thing. I don't want to attract such insults. Like, I'm old enough to know what I'm doing, the good thing to do and the bad thing to do. So this Gen Z gentle parenting is a no-no for me. I am not doing that. You will see there is I want to give an example. I was sitting down at a clinic, Niger Optic, the place I got these glasses. So I was eating something. A child next to me was crying. On the normal, I'm supposed to give it to the child, but it's spoiling the child. Then the child kept on crying. The mom was like, I should give the child now. I don't understand. What are you teaching that child? Which one is I should give the child now? The child kept on crying, so I cut my gala and gave the child. The child quickly ate the gala and still wanted me. I said, no, me, I'm not your mommy. If I was to be a mother of that child, I'm going to beat that child mercilessly, because you are like, how do I put it? The child does not have control, self-control, and the mother, on the other hand, is doing a bad job on the child's upbringing.
Do you like or love your parents for the way they brought you?
I love them very,
Make
very
a shout
much.
out to your parents.
Mommy and Daddy, thank you. I love you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Chike, I want you to, on a conclusive note, speak to students on campus on why, the reasons why they should manage their time effectively.
Okay, to students on campus, one thing I normally tell students is, in your student days, you have the greatest time at your disposal. You may feel you are being choked with activities, but when you come out to the real world, that's when you know that you actually had your greatest number of hours in school. Now, if you check your timetable in school, submerge all of them, you will see that you have approximately 48 hours. That's 2 days to study in the whole week. So that means the rest 3 days or even 4 days of the week, you are using it to play, you while it away. So manage your time very well and you'll be able to produce things. One way of doing that is have your MITs, your most important tasks for every day. If you wake up 12 midnight, write things I must do. In fact, 3 or 4 things I have to achieve on the next day. You will see that you will not be moved. You will be disciplined and do your work.
Okay, thank you so much, the CEO of Mikorazon Links Enterprise, Chike Phillips. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you so much, our student from the Department of Public Administration, Airborne State University, Abakaliki, Owa. Ehonaya Chuku Joy. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Avira, thank you also for being there. This is where we draw the curtain of today's episode of Youth Focus. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obas, saying bye-bye.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency warns 14 states of imminent flood risk. Abia State records Nigeria's lowest maternal and infant mortality rates in the first quarter of 2026. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar calls for probe into 6.44 billion naira budget allocation for World Cup qualifiers. Now the news in details. The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency has warned that 14 states face a medium flood risk within and between July 14th and July 20th, following its latest hydrological assessment. The affected states are Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bauchi, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Edo, Enugu, Imo, Kaduna, Lagos, Niger, and Plateau. Director General of the agency, Mr. Umar Mohammed, said the agency's latest forecast indicates the likelihood of localized flooding along major river channels, with 16 monitoring stations identified as high-risk locations. He explained that several communities, including schools, markets, and healthcare facilities, could be affected if preventive measures are not taken. According to him, the annual flood outlook provides scientific projections to support disaster preparedness, emergency response, and flood risk reduction across the country. He urged state governments, emergency management agencies, and residents to strengthen early warning systems and activate evacuation plans where necessary. Mr. Mohammed identified Saminaka on the Karam River, the Wike Dam axis on the Wike River, and Amber on the Amber River among critical flood-prone locations. He advised residents in vulnerable communities to clear drainage channels, avoid flooded roads, relocate where necessary, and follow official flood advisories. The federal government has completed the evacuation of Nigerians affected by the recent xenophobic attacks in South Africa, with the arrival of the final batch of 308 returnees at the Murtala Muhammed International Airport, Lagos. The final repatriation flight landed in the morning and also conveyed 3 government officials who coordinated the evacuation exercise. The latest arrival brings the total number of Nigerians evacuated under the emergency program to more than 1,500. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, said the successful operation reflects President Bola Tinubu's commitment to protecting the lives and welfare of Nigerians abroad. She noted that the decision to extend the evacuation beyond the June 30th deadline issued by the anti-migrant groups in South Africa ensured that more affected Nigerians returned home safely. The minister commended officials of the Nigerian High Commission in South Africa and other government agencies for coordinating the exercise. She also encouraged the returnees to take advantage of available government reintegration programs as they rebuild their lives. A High Court of the Federal Capital Territory has granted former chairman of the Code of Conduct Tribunal, Mr. Danladi Umar, bail in the sum of 100 million naira pending the determination of criminal charges filed against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Delivering the ruling, Justice Peter Kekemeke held that the prosecution failed to establish sufficient grounds to deny the defendant's bail. The court ruled that there was no convincing evidence that Umar would interfere with witnesses or obstruct the judicial process. The court ordered the former tribunal chairman to provide one surety with verifiable property in Abuja before meeting his bail conditions. Justice Kekemeke subsequently adjourned the matter until October 29th for the commencement of trial. The EFCC had arraigned Umar on a 4-count charge bordering on alleged abuse of office and gratification. The commission accused him of receiving funds through his wife's bank account from contractors handling projects for the Code of Conduct Tribunal, including payments linked to building renovation, digitization of records, and the tuition fees of his daughter at Bayes University, Abuja. The Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Shosho, has issued the Federal High Court Pre-Election Practice Directions 2026, introducing new procedures to speed up the determination of pre-election cases ahead of the 2027 general elections. The new guidelines repealed the 2022 practice directions and are designed to ensure the fair, efficient, and timely resolution of election-related disputes in line with the Constitution and the Electoral Act 2026. Among the major provisions are stricter timelines for filing and hearing cases, mandatory commencement of pre-election suits by originating summons, and opening of federal high court registers on weekends and public holidays exclusively for the filing of pre-election matters. The court urged legal practitioners, political parties, and litigants to familiarize themselves with the new procedures, saying the reforms are intended to minimize delays, reduce unnecessary adjournments, and strengthen confidence in the judicial resolution of electoral disputes. The Abia State has emerged as Nigeria's best-performing state in maternal and child health care after recording the country's lowest maternal and infant mortality rates in the first quarter of 2026. The State Commissioner for Information, Prince Oke Kanu, announced the achievement while briefing journalists on the outcome of this week's meeting of the State Executive Council. He said the performance reflects the impact of ongoing reforms in the state's healthcare sector. According to the commissioner, the administration of Governor Alex Oti has continued to prioritize investments in primary healthcare, skilled birth attendants, maternal services, and improved access to quality medical care across the state. The state government described the development as a major public health milestone and reaffirmed its commitment to sustaining healthcare reforms aimed at improving the well-being of mothers, newborns, and other vulnerable groups. The Anambra State government has expanded its telemedicine program to improve access to quality health care, particularly for residents in rural and underserved communities across the state. The Commissioner for Health, Dr. Afam Obidike, said the initiative introduced under the administration of Governor Chukwuma Charles Soludo operates through a hub and spoke system that digitally links primary health care centers with medical doctors at designated telemedicine hubs. Under the arrangement, nurses at primary healthcare facilities use digital communication devices to connect patients with doctors for real-time consultations, diagnosis, and treatment recommendations. The government said the service is available round the clock to ensure prompt medical attention. Also speaking, the program officer, Mr. Ken Nwokolo, said the expansion would improve healthcare delivery, reduce self-medication, and strengthen access to professional medical services across Anambra State. Residents of Uzakoli in Bende, local government area of Abia State, have appealed for urgent government interventions as Serve gully erosion continues to threaten lives, homes, and critical infrastructure. Community leaders said the erosion, which now stretches for about 7 kilometers, has destroyed residential buildings, farmlands, and roads, while forcing several families to abandon their homes. They added that the expanding gully is also threatening the historic Dodds Memorial Methodist Cathedral and other public facilities. The affected communities said that they had spent more than 67 million naira on local erosion control and drainage projects in an effort to contain the environmental disaster. However, they said recurring heavy rainfall has continued to worsen the situation. The residents appealed to Governor Alex Oti and the federal government to urgently intervene through permanent erosion control measures, warning that further delays could result in more destruction of property and displacement of communities. The Anambra State Police Command has rescued an 18-year-old girl and arrested 2 suspected human traffickers during an operation in Azuku, preventing the victim from being trafficked to Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. Police said operatives of the Rapid Response Squad acted on credible intelligence and intercepted the suspect while they were allegedly being prepared to transport the teenager out of Nigeria without the knowledge or consent of her parents. The suspects, identified as Chimobi Wiwu and Onyinye Wiwu, were arrested and are assisting investigators. Police said preliminary investigations indicate that the suspects allegedly received 100,000 CFA francs for each victim successfully trafficked across the border. The rescued teenager has been placed under protective care, while the police command said efforts are ongoing to apprehend other members of the trafficking network and ensure they are brought to justice. Operatives of the Imo State Police Command, working with military personnel and local vigilantes, have foiled a planned armed robbery operation in Owerri following credible intelligence from members of the public. The joint security team raided the works layout area during the operation and arrested one suspect identified as Onyewulem Lucky Boy. Security operatives also recovered a locally fabricated pistol believed to have been intended for the planned robbery. Police said another suspect, identified simply as Chijioke, escaped during the operation, while efforts are underway to track and arrest him. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Audu Gaba Boso, commended the collaboration between security agencies and residents, urging members of the public to continue providing timely information to support efforts aimed at combating crime across the state. The Akwa Ibom State Police Command has commenced a statewide traffic enforcement operation aimed at reducing road crashes and improving compliance with traffic regulations. The police public relations officer, Mr. Tim Phone John, said the exercise is being conducted on the directive of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Baba Mohammed Azeri, who is expected to personally monitor its implementation across the state. According to the command, the operation targets traffic violations, including driving against the flow of traffic, excessive speeding, the use of concealed or covered number plates, and the operation of motorcycles on prohibited routes. The police command warned that offenders would be arrested and prosecuted in accordance with the law, while urging motorists and other road users to obey traffic regulations to promote safety and order on the state's roads. The news at 3 comes to you live on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency warns 14 flood risk. Abia State records Nigeria's lowest maternal and infant mortality rates in the first quarter of 2026. Coming up shortly, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar calls for probe into 6.44 billion naira budget allocation for World Cup qualifiers. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The Kano State Police Command has arrested a 20-year-old suspected bandit courier allegedly disguised in military uniform during an intelligence-led operation in Rimawa village, Bichi local government area. The suspect, identified as Mohammed Isa Haruna, was arrested following credible information provided by a vigilant member of the community. Police recovered live AK-47 ammunition, fake military identity cards, desert boots and military uniforms during a search of his belongings. According to the police command, preliminary investigations indicate that the suspect was allegedly transporting the military items and ammunition to bandits operating in parts of the state. He is currently in police custody while investigations continue. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ibrahim Adamu Bakori, commended residents of Rimawa for their vigilance and timely information, stressing that effective community partnerships remains critical to the fight against insecurity. The Jigawa State Police Command has recorded major breakthroughs in its ongoing operations against crime with the arrest of suspected drug traffickers, cattle rustlers and theft suspects across different parts of the state. The police command said operatives arrested Gaba Muhammad, Buhari Umar and Awolu Dan Jos during separate operations in Kazuri, Dushi and Gumel. Recovered exhibits include more than 3,400 suspected elite tablets, wraps of blocks of Indian hemp, and as well as over 100,000 believed to be proceedings from drug trafficking. Police also arrested 3 teenage suspects in Dushi over the theft and possession of vandalized electric cables. In a separate operation, officers recovered a stolen PlayStation 5 console and 2 plasma television sets, valued at about 2.5 million naira, leading to the arrest of another suspect. In Guru local government area, police working with local vigilantes arrested a suspected cattle rustler and recovered 3 stolen cows. The command said investigations are ongoing while recovered property has been returned to its rightful owners. The federal government has unveiled a renewed digital switch-over strategy aimed at providing up to 40 million Nigerian households with access to 100 free-to-air television channels. This is done through state satellite-based broadcasting platforms. Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, Mr. Charles Ewebu, said the new model replaces the largely terrestrial transmission system with a satellite platform powered by the Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited to ensure nationwide coverage from the onset. Mr. Ebuebu said that more than 73 channels are already available on the platform, with plans to increase the number to 100 channels during the nationwide rollout. He noted that the new approach would eliminate the need for hundreds of transmission sites while expanding access to digital television services across urban and rural communities. He added that the revamped DSO project is expected to improve picture quality, promote indigenous broadcasting content, and accelerate Nigeria's transition from analog to digital television broadcasting. Governor Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom State has urged members of the National Youth Service Corps (NYSC) to embrace entrepreneurship and vocational skills as viable alternatives to scarce white-collar jobs. Speaking at the 2026 NYSC Corps Employers Workshop in Uyo, Governor Eno said Nigeria's growing population and limited employment opportunities require young graduates to develop skills that will enable them to become employers of labor. The governor commended the NYSC Skills Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program, describing it as an important platform for promoting self-reliance and sustainable economic growth among young Nigerians. Also speaking, the Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Olakunle Nafiu, urged employers to provide corps members with safe working environment, effective mentorship, and adequate welfare to ensure a productive service year. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for an independent investigation into a 6.44 billion naira provision contained in the 2026 Appropriation Act for a presidential support group for the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers. In a statement issued by his Special Assistant on Public Communication, Mr. Frank Schwaibu, Atiku questioned why such an allocation was made despite Nigeria having been eliminated from the qualification campaign before the 2026 budget was presented. The former vice president described the allocation as a serious breach of budgetary accountability and called on relevant anti-corruption agencies to identify those responsible for inserting and approving the expenditure. He also urged authorities to extend the investigation into the alleged 1.3 billion naira fake agency budget scandal involving Adeneye Adeyemi Matthew, insisting that all those found culpable should be prosecuted in accordance with the law. Nollywood actor and filmmaker Femi Adebayo has celebrated his eldest daughter Ninola Jana as she marked her 21st birthday. The award-winning actor shared a heartfelt message on his verified social media platforms, describing his daughter as his first joy, forever baby, and a priceless blessing to the family. Mr. Adebayo expressed gratitude for witnessing her growth into adulthood and commended her for her character, love, and support for the family. And now, to end the news, here are the main points again. The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency has issued a flood advisory warning that 14 states are at risk of experiencing medium-scale flooding between July 14th and July 20th. Director General of the agency, Mr. Umar Mohammed, urged state governments, emergency management agencies, and residents of vulnerable communities to strengthen preparedness measures and heed official flood warnings to minimize the impact of the expected flooding. Abia State has emerged as Nigeria's best-performing state in maternal and child health care after recording the country's lowest maternal and infant mortality rates in the first quarter of 2026. The Abia State Commissioner for Information, Prince Oke Kano, said the achievement reflects the state government's sustained investment in quality healthcare services under the administration of Governor Alex Otti. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has called for an independent investigation into the 6.44 billion naira allocation in the 2026 Appropriation Act for Presidential Support Group linked to Nigeria's World Cup qualifying campaign. The former vice president questioned the rationale behind the expenditure, insisting that the allocation should be thoroughly investigated to ensure transparency, accountability, and prudent management of public funds. And that concludes the news at 3. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You are welcome viewer to our program, The Mysteries of Life. We have moved from this, trying to look at death, to trying to understand this whole issue of accidents, coincidence, what's happening. to now we want to zero it down to what the Igbos call Ifabakalaka. One of the musicians in those days said, Nokugegu, the man called Oliver de Kokwe. Nokugegu, no Igbo. Meshazia, Abuna Yegu, Bakalakia. In fact, almost all the people of Nina, they will say it is the Akalaka. But back to the English word, we are looking at destiny. You know, during this current World Cup, Clivert, the son of the old Clivert in 1989 missed penalty in the World Cup, played to the same direction. And the son in 2026 missed another penalty, the same side with what the father missed so many years ago, 20-something years before. And people continue to ask, what is all this? There are stories around J.F. Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln. There are so many stories in the world about so many things. And therefore, which means they need to look into this particular issue. By my right, of course, we have the pastor who oversees growing ones, you know, the faith of the young ones in the Assemblies of God Mission, Nigeria. He is Reverend Carlo. Reverend Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
And by my left, we have our regular consultant equally, who is involved in trying to settle, you know, peace conflicts. He's a peace and conflict consultant, a good Igbo man, a Mazi in Igbo land, Mazi Nemeka Gabriel Anichukwu. You're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Yeah, so let me start with you. This issue of destiny. I know I would have gone to the pastor, no, but I want to start with you. This issue of destiny, this issue of Akalaka. What do you understand by this issue? I know that I talked of Oliver de Kokwe and all those people, what they used to say, but maybe they were just singing and talking. You know, now what is Akalaka? What is destiny? You know, what is destiny?
Viewed from Igbo traditional understanding, from Igbo cosmology, or school of thought, or worldview, Akalaka, destiny, means one's preordained or predetermined parts of life or part in life is one's core purpose for coming to this world as ordained by the Supreme Deity, God Almighty, is a calling or talent one must adhere with or tally with or follow for the person to live a meaningful life that will give the person meaning, relevance, dignity in this life. Once somebody is in line with his destiny or Akalaka, that is the you in you. Even the word of God, according to the Christian, says, Christ in you, the hope of your glory. So destiny or Akalaka is Christ in somebody which is the only hope of glory for that person. Once you miss your Akalaka, your destiny, you will live a meaningless life. You will you'll be living, but you have no essence, you have no relevance, you have no meaning in life.
The person will be existing.
You'll be existing, but you are not living.
Okay.
You'll be existing, you are not living.
Okay.
So it makes your life very superficial. You won't have a fulfilled life. Your destiny or Akalaka enables you to have a fulfilled life.
You see, I want to, because I'm getting confused now, because the Akalaka and the destiny, they are now two things. I know when I will go back to I'll come back to you after getting to the pastor or to the reverend, because the issue now is, from what you are saying, the Akalaka, you know, defines the quintessence of that person's existence here on planet.
The purpose of coming to this world.
I know. But what of it, the destiny is not, because it could be negative, it could be positive. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but Reverend, destiny, because if Akalaka might mix it up with us, but maybe you will still add your own perspective to it, destiny.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. To my understanding, anytime we talk about destiny, we are trying to, in the nucleus perspective, unveil the predetermined purpose or will of God.
Okay.
Will of God.
The will of God.
Hidden will of God.
Okay.
In a man's life. What God has predetermined, if that person works according to his will, the end living, the end purpose of a man, you know, what you are born for, what you are born to achieve, to become, and it's just like an inbuilt instinct, a personal instinct. As day goes and comes, it begins to be revealed. It is not openly revealed ab initio, but as you grow in life, trending towards your heart desire and yearnings, you get to a point, a destiny, a destination where you now say, I am fulfilled, I am excited doing this, and this is what I am born for.
Okay.
And that becomes
that's one part. But is it possible to have a very negative and unsavory destiny?
Well, when God finished creating man, he affirmed in signature that all he has made is good.
Okay.
But we have found out that the devil is always in the business of counteracting and trying to bring a disabuse of what God has made that is good, to turn it not to be good.
Okay.
And so in destiny can be thwarted.
Okay.
Destiny can be influenced.
Okay.
Destiny can suffer distractions. And if the bearer takes heed to it,
yes,
that person is bound to miss the end expectation
yeah,
God has planned for that person.
Okay.
So that is the issue that goes along with it. In another form also, God is a sovereign God.
Okay.
He sees tomorrow from today. So if something is not going on well or auguring well, and you happen to align yourself with this God who made you, he can either connect you to a person, or connect you to a situation, or connect you to a channel that will bring a total overhauling of your life. The truth of the matter lies underneath that this is the will of God. And that will of God is unveiled as your destiny in life.
Okay. Now, so because I remember that the scripture tells us that the Son of Man is destined to suffer grievously and to die. Then the third day he will be raised from the dead. So I'm just thinking about it. I'm then thinking about Judas, thinking about the Jews, thinking about his destiny, thinking about people that sometimes when people die, they will say that it was that like they just mentioned that this man missed the penalty. The father missed the penalty, the same penalty in the World Cup 20-something years ago, the same side of the the goalpost, and this year the son Kluivert missed another penalty 20-something years later, and we are looking at that, because he is talking of this thwarting destiny, which we know is possible. So, but I'm looking at the positive aspects of destiny, which he has already defined. That at the time God created, he said that everything he made is good. Yes. Because God is good. God is good, and he does things that are perfect. But how does a man move out of God's predetermined purpose for himself or for herself? Maz?
This is the right question at this juncture in this discussion. Destiny is not rigid.
Okay.
It's not a must. It must go well without particular destiny. Depending on how you negotiate that your destiny.
Okay.
God might destine you to be a very good architect.
Okay.
But that's you are destined to become a very great architect in life. It is your destiny. But you worked against that being an architect because of your value system.
Okay.
You deviated and went to study law. You can have PhD, but you can never do well. Whenever you deviate from God choosing path for you in life, it's not, the problem is not from God, but from you. Because God is perfect. That's why in destiny, in Akalaka, we are created wire uniquely, peculiarly. No two persons are the same. We are wired to reign as kings in this life. In your field, you must be a champion. I must be a champion here. The other person be a champion. That's why God, in the originality of creation, wanted us to be gods in our own fields.
That's what the Bible says.
To make our account to Him. Nobody should be spirit to the other. That's why the Holy Spirit in you, even the church people, that will spite what you do wrong, but to tell you this person is an entity. Nobody should be an entity. Because God does not create failures. He is the super creator, the whole wisdom. So in life, that wisdom of God uniquely carved for each person is what we call destiny. And when you align with your destiny, you follow your destiny. Achebe went, when law was running a curse, he went and read literature. Do you see that with that literature that Achebe read, he became a global figure? But some people that read law that time could not even build a house. They were great. So Achebe found his part in literature and distinguished himself as actually the decimal akalaka of Chinua Achebe was literature. And see how he became a class of his, he became an institution. So what I'm saying is that you can work against your destiny. When you channel your life, you can leave your destiny and you waste away. You become a waste. You become a failure. But know that God who created you wasn't failure. And that's why in destiny it is connected with what they call cosmic oath. That is
what's that one?
Have you seen it? Iyowa or cosmic oath is the oath or a kind of value. Iyowa is the value system with which you negotiate your destiny. You can say, I will become a grand lawyer. You're not saying to become a grand lawyer. But your Iyowa, cosmic oath, you have chosen before you reincarnated into this physical world that you will never dabble into any case that involves criminality. That so when somebody kills somebody or without just cause, you come and cover that person through your legal knowledge. You say that I will never defend somebody who had killed somebody without a just cause. And once you go against your that's your cosmic code, and you went to go and defend somebody who has killed somebody without just cause. You have problem. It can lead to your death, as you call Obanje. You can lead to your death or any mishap.
I was saying Obanje is a different issue.
No, Obanje means you do not fulfill your destiny, you bring back. That is when you go against your Iyowa. You negotiating. Iyowa helps you to negotiate your destiny. But when you go that your destiny, your Iyowa means the part, your vow of how you will negotiate your destiny. So when you go against Iyowa in your destiny, you have big problems.
You know, you're bringing so many concepts now.
So I'm saying that
want those concepts
you can fulfill your destiny, yes. You can challenge it, you can rule it, you can distort it, you can confuse it, you can mess it up. but it's not God messing it up. You are the person who messed it up. But God has given you that destiny for you to become like God on earth, whereby even a governor, a senator, or a minister will ask, where is Emeka Anichu? I want to see him. He's a great philosopher. He's an independent thinker. I want to. He's specialized in this field. I want to have an audience with him. If I can perfect my destiny now, governors, senators will come into me. Even if you know me, they will seek me and come from the maker and each because they're not coming to me because they love me. They are coming to me because I discovered my destiny and I used it, I deployed it, and kings and queens and they sought for King Sheba sought for Solomon. They seek for me, seek me.
Okay. Yeah, because you have brought in a number of concepts.
Yes.
You have brought in your concept of Iowa and Obanje and what again? What's Reverend Carlo, because we are trying to look at, because the essence of this program is for the young ones and for every viewer to align themselves with a number of mysteries of life. Yes. And we are looking at some of those mysteries. Yes, he has brought in this concept of reincarnation, and we are not because of reincarnation now, but we are looking at destiny. Yeah. Because we just mentioned our Lord Jesus Christ, where he talked that the Son of Man has been destined. He used that word, destined, and both of you use that word, predestined. But he also made a point, which he has also corroborated, that destiny could be ruined, destiny could be diverted, destiny could be thwarted, and so on and so on. So, while you address part of what he has tried to raise, I want you to get into the mind of the viewer, on the essence of some of these mysteries, because sometimes we say somebody gave birth to only one child. That's their grandfather gave birth to one child. And then the man gives birth to one child. And the son, the man gives birth to one child. That's the way we see destiny. That's what I'm looking at. And how do you explain some of those things, in addition to whatever he has tried to bring up into this matter?
All right. I will do my best to make a little explanations to what he just said. Issue of destiny, we really need to be too much, we don't need to be too much confused about it. Destiny, like I rightly said in the beginning, is a hidden purpose, a hidden plan, and when it is hidden, it takes time to be unveiled. And when God unveils it through the person's lifestyle or whatever that comes out at the end, you too will know this is what you are born for. Now, there are factors that affect destiny, which we must guide so much. It's not all about who is Obanje or who is Iowa, who is Iowa, who now do this, do that. Where are you? Are you a human being to contract or to discuss with Iowa? Whatever, those things are realms in the spirit. But there are factors that genuinely affect destiny. One of the factors that affect destiny is information. Availability of the right information, and then you applying it into action. That is the skill to information will facilitate whatever is the outcome of what a man can become. Another thing that affects destiny is mentorship. If you say, I want to become this, there is somebody that is there that must be able to assess your ability with your becoming future, whatever you become. Yes, Bible said when Moses was born, the mother looked at him and said, this is a proper child. And for that reason, I cannot just let go. I must go into dimension that will preserve this destiny. And then in mentorship, somebody must be able to see your tomorrow from today by the act or by the behavioral trait in you. You know, you mentioned somebody scoring a goal or missing a penalty, and there are coincidences in life. We don't draw a line on that. Something can happen and it will be a coincidence. What we talk about in destiny is what is the eventuality of the action you take today. In the end, that is the purpose of your existence.
Like the substance. The substance of it.
That's the purpose of your existence. So somebody must be able to mentor you in the track to get to where you are. And when you get there, whatever you are doing, you are excited doing it. That is what you are called for. Because what you are called for, if it doesn't excite you, you will not last there. You will not last there. And that thing that affects destiny, you know, is this God, grace. Grace. You know, as a grace is something that works so much very close to destiny. Everything God has called a man to do, he gives you available grace to fulfill it. If you are not called there, you cannot do it. But the person that is called there can do it. Watch a barber, a salon. He wouldn't mind standing from morning till night.
Yes.
And he will not complain.
I will be happy.
Watch a medical doctor. He wouldn't mind staying in the theater for long and he will not complain. Every profession you occupy, there is available quantum of grace that will carry you to fulfill it.
So there's something that you just said now. That means that sometimes, because we are looking at destiny just from the point of view of fulfillment of work purpose, because
work calling.
No, work purpose. Yeah, that's calling. No, yeah, that is side, you know, because our brother Job, when he was suffering, said, "It's man's life on earth, not mere drudgery."
Okay.
It's man's life on earth, not mere drudgery. Then he went down and they tried to explain a number of things. But now, are we saying, you know, as a diversion now, that some people go into work that they should not be part of? Because if a barber is able to stand for a whole day, barbing, without complaining.
Yes. Are you that?
I'm going somewhere. Okay. I'm going somewhere for America, so he will resolve this crisis, this conflict. This conflict now, because it looks like some people are now beginning. Because our brother, Puta, our father, he gave birth to Charlie Boy. Charlie Boy is the face of the Puta family today.
Okay.
I don't think he read the music.
Okay.
The father was forcing him to go and read one of those regular courses, those ones like him. But he went and read this. Fela didn't read music. He was forced to go and read, and he finished and ended up being Fela Anekulagbo, which we know today. And he's the face of the family today. And so on. The young woman, Akonyele, that is powering all over the world today, went to read the Fine and Applied Arts, and everyone was angry with her. Today she is the face of the family. So I'm trying to understand. Chimamanda comes from a lecturer's background.
They wanted to read Miss Fancy.
Yes, both the parents were all professors. You know.
That is where mentorship comes in.
Yes.
That is also where grace comes in.
Okay.
If God didn't assign you to that, there will be no available grace that will carry you through.
So the person will say that the person will be a dangerous medical doctor.
What it also that there could be a time in life when you find yourself in a fixed tight corner. How God will navigate you out of it is a pathfinder to your destiny. So sometimes when life becomes uncomfortable, don't pull out, because there may be a channel.
There is something I want to chip in there.
Okay,
that's what I want to chip in there.
Yes.
Whatever you don't have passion for, you cannot do well in it.
Of course.
Like Pele found passion in football. He was the greatest.
How am I talking? When you see people hitting him left, right, and center.
So you then in life, that is why you see somebody who is a senator. That everyone is clamoring for politics. Politics is not the only way to become prominent in life. Someone can become prominent in life through hospitality, caregiving, even the way you talk to people about their conflict.
That's Florence Nightingale now.
So now,
Florence Nightingale.
So you see these pastors, DBS, who are doing evils, we are not called. They are called themselves. When you see a real man of God, this Reverend Omar Carlo, if he is really called, he can even spend his millions to come and pray for you and go and spend and go back. Because he is not delivering joy because of the money he gets, from being a minister in the service of God. He deriving joy because through him, God is touching lives positively. That is his destiny to become a pastor in the house of God.
But so how do we solve?
And you see a Dubia who when he touched you, you see that there is a kind of force that goes with him to alleviate your problem.
Okay.
So whoever, as a prof now, some profs are frustrated because they found they call themselves to becoming professor. They were so some of you should be footballers, Nollywood artists,
musicians.
But they force themselves because their brain says, I want to be a prof. I want to be a prof. Today there are profs who are frustrated. There are sons who are frustrated.
Okay, we are because of time we are about to end. So what do you have to tell our people so that they fulfill their destiny? 1, 2, so that they don't thwart. So that we don't get their destiny thwarted. Yes. I always enjoy what you normally tell us every time. You know, trespass. So,
destiny, as my brother had just said, is not necessarily you must have passion for it. You may have passion for a particular thing, but the ability may not be there. You may have passion for something, but the availability, because it takes you to be available, it takes you to be capable, and it takes you to be willing. That is where the passion comes in. If you don't have these 3 things over a particular professional field, you are not destined to survive.
There be no passion, self.
You are not destined to survive there. So I speak to our viewers, if you want to look for what your destiny is, look for that thing that gives you joy. Look for that thing that guarantees you peace of mind. Look for that thing that negatively there is no competition, but positively there is competition. Look for that thing that gives you a platform to access mentorship. Look for that thing that guarantees you value for life.
Okay.
That is what
it is. Well, what do you tell our viewer?
Viewers, I will advise us to seek that divine voice, that silent voice in you, that God in you tells you you are called to become a man of God.
Okay.
And when you do it, God will be fulfilled. God will praise through you. But whatever you are doing and God will not praise through you, it's not your calling, it's not your destiny.
Okay.
It will bring a cost upon your life.
Okay. And with this we say thank you.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday. From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You are welcome here to our program, The Mysteries of Life. We have moved from this trying to look at death to trying to understand this whole issue of accidents, coincidence, what's happening. To now, we want to zero down to what the Igbos call Ifa Bakalaka. One of the musicians in those days said, Nokugegu, the man called Oliver the Kokwe. Nokugegu, Lolo Ibo. Meshazia, Abuna Egu, Bakalakia. In fact, almost all the people of they will say it is the Akalaka. But back to the English word, we are looking at destiny. You know, during this current World Cup, Clivert, the son of the old Clivert in 1989 missed penalty in the World Cup, played to the same direction. And the son in 2026 missed another penalty, the same side with what the father missed so many years ago, 20-something years before. And people continue to ask, what is all this? There are stories around J.F. Kennedy and Abraham Lincoln. There are so many stories in the world about so many things. And therefore, which means decided to look into this particular issue. By my right, of course, we have the pastor who oversees growing ones, you know, the faith of the young ones in the Assemblies of God Mission, Nigeria. He is Reverend Carlo. Reverend Carlo, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
And by my left, we have our regular consultant equally, who is involved in trying to settle, you know, peace conflicts. He's a peace and conflict consultant, a good Igbo man, a Maazi in Igbo land, Maazi Nemeka Gabriel Anichukwu. You're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Yeah, so let me start with you. This issue of destiny, I know I would have gone to the pastor, no, but I want to start with you. This issue of destiny, this issue of Akalaka, what do you understand by this issue? I know that I talked of Oliver the Kokwe and all those people, what they used to say, but maybe they were just singing and talking. You know, now what is Akalaka? What is destiny? You know, what is destiny?
Viewed from Igbo traditional understanding, from Igbo cosmology, school of thought,
collaborate with philanthropists, private sector to help bring these people that are stranded back home. So, I mean, do you think we've seen the federal government bring people home. So this is a particular request from a state. Do you still think that there are some indigents trapped in South Africa as it is right now?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so because, you know, a whole lot of guys are in South Africa.
Mm.
We all know what we're facing in this country, so everybody is trying to, you know, fend for life.
Okay.
So, and it's not all of them that are that fortunate or that lucky to have joined the federal government arrangement.
Okay.
So the move by Anambra State House of Assembly to me is proactive, very, very necessary. And I'm sure it's going to impact, it's going to be beneficial to so many of their citizens.
That are stranded.
So, yeah, so I give kudos to the Anambra House of Assembly.
All right. Now, this second story is something that I see, I consider frequent occurrence in Anambra State.
Because we've seen, I think it was yesterday I read in the news that a certain lady who runs a clinic, a fake clinic, was arrested. And today the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has sealed 3 illegal milk production facilities in Awada, unlicensed, and they have confiscated all dairy products, uncovered unhygienic production practices, including bottles, unsterilized, recycled bottles, and this is to help curtail, bad drink and all of that in Anambra State. I mean, this is quite. As much as I commend it, this is quite becoming frequent in Anambra. I don't know what you have to say about that.
You see, what people know about Anambra is that it's a business hub.
Okay.
Once Onisha is mentioned, or even, just Anambra generally, you will think they just do business, they just work hard. But I want to tell you that a whole lot of criminalities are happening in Anambra State. It's unfortunate. And it's because of this quest to make money that fast. This is not a fresh news.
Okay.
Do you understand? Before now, even when we were in school, it has always been like that. So I don't know. I thought that with every effort of the government, even the security individuals, that these things would have been curtailed. But we can see that from time to time it will, come up again. So, in fact, we are not safe there. And I just want to urge the stakeholders, those that are responsible, those that are, have the responsibility, yes, NAFDAC, a whole lot of them, they should know that they have not done enough work. They have not done enough work. And the problem is that some people are not seeing this thing as crime. They're seeing it as working hard. They're seeing it as business to the detriment of people's life. So it's unfortunate, but I know. Me, I'm not surprised.
Okay. And then the last story in Imo State, the House of Assembly has called on the NJC, that's the National Judicial Council, to facilitate the appointment of a substantive chief judge of the state, expressing concerns over the continued extension of the tenure of, the acting chief judge, who's by law supposed to be acting for 3 months. But as it is, he has been acting for more than 3 months, and they need a chief judge at least.
Why are they expressing concern?
Every state needs to operate with a chief judge.
A peculiar case. I mean, they do what they want to do, so they should not be surprised. And I'm even surprised that they're having that concern. But the right thing is to follow the law. Do you understand? To follow the law. If Nigeria is where something happens, anything happens, honestly, by implication, they don't have a chief judge.
Okay.
By implication, they don't have. Do you understand? So the earlier they right the wrong, the better for.
I think that's why they're finally calling.
That's what I'm saying. If they're waking up now to do that, it is better done now than waiting further.
Okay, truly. All right, that's all we have on the news bulletin. We'll take a short break. Then when we get back, we'll be delving right into our conversation for the day. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to the conversation of today. If you live in Enugu, you know that moving from one point to another isn't just about transport fare. It is also about the stops, the arguments, the levies, the chase. For a long time now, conversations on our roads have centered around one group, the Ministry of Transport Task Force. Created to bring order, regulate motor parks, and ensure compliance, the MOT Task Force became one of the most talked about and most feared sites on Enugu roads. Just 2 weeks ago, the Enugu State Ministry of Transport announced a total ban on all task force operations on highways and major roads across the state. According to the ministry, the decision was to curb excesses, restore sanity, and protect both drivers and commuters from intimidation. For many residents, the announcement was met with relief. Over time, there have been growing complaints from motorists, commercial drivers, and members of the public about multiple checkpoints, alleged harassment, conflicting directives from different enforcement teams, and accusations of extortion under the guise of traffic control. However, today's conversation is particularly important because lasting solutions cannot be delivered without hearing directly from those who work within the system every day. Transport unions occupy a unique position at the intersection of government policy, commercial transport operations, and public service delivery. They understand the realities on the ground, the challenges faced by drivers and operators, the expectations of the government, and the frustrations experienced by commuters. Joining me today is the chairman of the trade union in Enugu State, a respected voice representing thousands of transport workers across the state. Now, as someone who engages daily with transport operators, government agencies, and stakeholders within the industry, he is well positioned to provide insight into the realities behind the current situation, the implications of the recent ban, the concerns of transport workers, and most importantly in this conversation, we would explore practical and lasting solutions that can deliver a transport system that is safe, efficient, fair, and capable of supporting the economic aspirations of Enugu State. And we're looking at the topic, the Enugu transport problem, excesses, ban, and the way forward. And to help me break this down, I'm joined by my guest, already introduced, Comrade Simeon Ejikeme Akeme. He's the Chairman, Trade Union Congress, Enugu State Council. Welcome once again.
Thank you.
I mean, it's good that we're having this conversation today because we understand that one of the, like I already read over there, one of the issues that we're facing in Enugu as it is the MOT, all right? So we'll just have a few conversations and, try to understand what is going on, how this, affects the trade unions in the state, in the country, in the southeast, and how we can have a synergy for all of us, both for the road users and the road officials, to have, so that we'll be fine and use our road very well. All right, let's just start off the conversation. Now, as someone who represents thousands of commercial transport operators in Enugu, how would you describe, holistically, the current situation of transportation in Enugu?
Okay, once again, I thank you for this great opportunity.
All right.
As a matter of fact, transport is a very critical component of development and well-being. It is indeed, a segment that every growing economy needs. When you talk about transportation, it's about movement, delivering of both human beings, good services, and most importantly, to enhance commerce, that is trade and aids to trade. A state that wants to function well should map out or design a good transport policy, and which, if done, it will enhance productivity. It will also facilitate safety and comfort of the citizens and all whatnot. But the truth of the matter is that if things are not done the proper way, it is definitely going to, we have counterproductivity. So what I'm trying to say is that in our states, there are a lot of misunderstanding and misconception. One is that the transport operators themselves, not all of them are helping matters. Not all of them are abiding by the rules. And the government on their own side, why they make some of these restrictions or possibly ban is to regulate the excesses. But if this regulation is not properly done, it also does not yield the results. So what I'm trying to say is that it's a holistic thing. Both the operators and the government have to get it right. So, okay, coming from the point of the transporters now, a good transport operator is such that one has to be a professional, at least get certain level of training. He's such that when you are dealing with your passengers, you also have to be humane about it. Because there are some operators that molest the commuters. And if I should approach this discussion from the point of labor, where we talk about our workers making use of this transportation and the rest of them, I would say that government should do more.
Okay, we'll get right into that, government. We're just trying to have a preamble for the conversation on a general holistic level. Now, from the things you've pointed, you've mentioned the officials, you've mentioned the commuters, you've mentioned the operators. Would you say these three things are the biggest or constitute the biggest challenges confronting commercial drivers or commercial transporting, both commercial and private as it is at this point? Because it's not just commercial users that use the road, we also have private users. Yes. So what would you say are the three major challenges of transportation in Enugu currently?
Okay, well, I understand where you want us to come from.
No, we would probably tilt into almost all of that, but let's just have where we're entering from.
Okay. Yeah. The truth of the matter is that the motorists, the transport operators are not moving freely on the road. Do you understand? And because of that, discomfort, it also has imperative implication on the passengers. Do you understand? So what I'm trying to say is that, okay, when you come to private drivers, a good number of private, not commercial, private drivers in Enugu move on the road with fear. Fear in the sense that you don't even know when you will be obstructed in the name of someone trying to impose on you that you have, you have committed an offense. Many times, these offenses are not as they are put to you. You understand? So, in my observation, the transport operators are not comfortable plying on our roads. But in the other way around, especially in the cities, government is equally doing well in terms of infrastructure. Our roads are being maintained. Others are being, created or constructed. So in that aspect, the government is helping, but in the aspect of those that are watching or, chasing about the operators, I would say that area the government has to look in depth.
Okay. Okay. We'll look at the daily realities of commercial drivers. Let's narrow down to probably in a moment we'll move and include private. But let's narrow down to the daily realities of commercial drivers. Now, many drivers have argued that they spend a significant portion of their earnings on levies, on permits, and various charges. And some say that they are compelled to pay a certain, unofficial payment, as it were. How do you reconcile? What are the, realities of these drivers on a daily? Does these things, apply, or are there some hidden charges that these commercial drivers get to pay daily?
Okay, coming to that point, what I know or what I observed is that before the inception of this present government, what drivers pay, what commercial vehicles or commercial operators pay, were not regulated.
Okay.
And by so doing, you will see someone who possibly have link or contacts going freely without paying anything, while those that are not that much connected are extorted the more. But I think the reason for this cry could be because of the regulatory ticketing, or that centralization of what they are supposed to pay. And in my own understanding, because I think what they have done now is the uniform ticketing system. And I was discussing with someone sometime, the analysis brought us to the fact that the only thing is that they were paying in bits. They were paying in so many portions. Maybe you leave this park, you get to this point, they will tell you that this. But now that it has been, collaborated, so that is what makes them think they are paying more.
Okay.
That is my finding. You understand? But if it is to be what exactly they are paying, I don't think that they are paying higher now than they used to pay before.
So there are no hidden charges and the drivers having to spend more than usual?
No, it's the hidden charges that the state government is doing everything to avert.
Okay.
That is the introduction of the central ticketing arrangement and whatever. So, and I doubt if that still exists.
Okay.
I doubt it.
The Ministry of Transport issued a ban on traffic task force operations across major highways and major roads. How did this information reach you? Were the trade unions, consulted before these decisions were made? Were all the unions involved in transport in the state consulted? And that's one. Secondly, it's been almost 14 days. Has this ban, or is this ban being obeyed and honored so far in the states?
I am not in the field,
okay,
and I wouldn't say whether they have responded fully. But one thing I know is that, government has reasons to possibly pronounce this ban because of the excesses of these operators. You understand?
Yes.
For example, the kind of congestion you get on the road, especially, for example, if you go through Holy Ghost, or you want to go from Ugui Road to Opera Avenue, before now, you find out that it will almost take you the whole day. You understand? So such restrictions by the government is what makes that place to be flowing now as we speak. But it has its own implications too on the operators. Then another aspect or another area where the government ought to have done well is on the aspect of, pre-information, pre-notice. There ought to have been enough stakeholders' engagements so that these things don't come spontaneously. So what I'm trying to say is that I don't think enough notice was given. That is why they are reacting the way they are reacting. I don't think. But another aspect is that, you know, our people, even if you tell them that this thing is going to happen, everybody will want to sit back and wait until it starts happening. You understand? So on this note, I call on the government to be lenient enough to accommodate some of these difficulties. You understand? Let them not be too frontal in the implementation, especially immediately. It has to be over time.
But I would think that the ban was because they've had complaints from both private and commercial road users about this extortion and this unlawful payment, hence why this ban was issued. So you're saying that they should have considered, I mean, shouldn't the focus be on the, you know, users of the road rather than the stakeholders who participate in creating somewhat difficulty for these road users?
No, what I'm trying to say is that everyone, all parties have to do their bit.
Okay.
It's not one person's turn. Do you understand? When government is doing theirs, the users of the road, who are the operators, I think that is what we mean here. The operators also have to understand the intention, the good intentions of the government at the same time. Do you understand? But what I'm saying is that if there is a reconcilable decision, I mean, from a discussion to a decision taking, I mean, this the cry or the
concerns.
Yes,
raised.
the concerns, you know, the way it is being felt wouldn't be like that. That's why I say that some of this, you know, when a comment comes, it comes with its own peculiarity or its own fresh ideas of doing things. So what I'm trying to say is that we really need this patience and understanding in order to work in the same pace.
All right. On the responsibility of the trade union as it is, how does the union discipline members who violate these traffic regulations or engage in reckless driving? You know, what sanctions exist for drivers involved in overloading, dangerous driving, reckless driving, and all of that under the union's regulations?
This aspect you talk about is not mainly handled by the unions.
Okay.
It's not by the unions.
But there is a portion of the handling or the execution that the trade unions handle. Because I understand that there are different unions. There are the bus unions, there are the keke unions,
Yes.
there are the bicycle barrow unions. So how do you
If they
sanction?
If they don't obey the rules.
Because the reason why we have all of this MOT, doing their job is because some persons default. And these people or this group of persons that default are said to be under, specific unions at some point. So unions, primarily, how do they discipline their members under them?
That's what I'm saying. The disciplinary aspect is not mainly handled by the union. Do you understand? It is meant for government to make the policy.
Okay.
Then it is meant for the operators to obey the law. Do you understand? So that is why it is governmental agents that, enforce the discipline, not really the union.
So what does the union, what's the contribution of these unions to road movement and usage?
Good. The contribution is that the union will try as much as possible to inform you and guide you on what to do and what not to do, where to go and where not to go. But when you now go outside that, then the governmental agencies will now enforce the discipline.
Okay. Now, there's been this, let's come back a bit to these levies and taxes, right? It's almost difficult to ascertain who is who. Because when we talk, I've been into commercials, I've had conversations where you hear some drivers tell you they don't know who is collecting the money. They don't know. Back to the taxing, they are being taxed every turn, everywhere you turn. They are being taxed. So it's hard to know if it's the government that is tasking them or trade unions that are tasking them, or just, yeah, because I understand an incident occurred yesterday. So I want to know who is really in charge of, because I know there is a fee drivers pay at each turn, at each round. So who is in charge of collecting these things, and how does this help build or improve the welfare and affair of drivers and commuters in Enugu State?
If you talk about paid at every turn, maybe you are still discussing of the old.
This is the most recent.
Where exactly and how? What I'm saying is that, yes, when Enugu State introduced the central ticketing system, it is designed, it is done such that once you pay, you don't have to pay at any other turn. So if it still exists, then it is an illegal arrangement.
So it also implies that the drivers themselves, encourage these activities.
I'm even saying that they may not be saying the truth. That's what I'm saying. To the best of my knowledge, they're not saying the truth. Because if they say that they have consolidated all tickets, to the best of my knowledge, for example, the keke drivers, the tricycle union is under my Congress.
Okay.
And I am aware I have some friends or some members who operate that. All they talk about is the central tickets. I don't think there is, except maybe, few people can come together and give themselves an arrangement of either thrift or something. That is a different thing. But if you're talking about levies now by the government or by any other aspect apart from the central one government does, I don't think it still exists.
Okay.
I don't think. In short, I don't have any such report that it still exists. And any driver who has, for example, if it is keke, if it is bus, and you've purchased your ticket for the day, any other person asking you to pay any other thing, it is meant for you to possibly, iron it out with the person. It is at that point that the union comes in. Do you understand? When you are being exploited or, driven unjustly, that is when the union comes in. The union will not ask you not to make a personal arrangement of maybe how you contribute to yourself or things like that. You understand? And, okay, from what we are noticing or we are observing, terminal points are being now arranged or constructed by the government. So, is it at that terminal point that they still pay? Or which point again? Because you say,
are you asking for specifics at this point? Because I know I'm trying to get clarification on this issue, because we've had around the old park.
Yes.
There is this system that they operate there, and I often wonder, is it because each time you turn, there's someone there to collect 200, there's someone there to collect 100 naira.
That arrangement is not good. Now I understand what you mean. Although some of us, we don't usually enter the commercials or to observe this, but I think I can remember what. That is no government arrangement.
So these are individuals. Okay.
Let me shock you. It's an internal arrangement which they themselves have, accepted to do. May I not just use certain words here? But I know some agencies are doing that in the guise of maybe they're giving them protection. And look at it this way, because I'm beginning to understand the exact place you're going, or area you're going. When you know that the route to, or the way out of this room is this door, and you want to go through the back door because you want to cut corners, and somebody who knows that you ought to have used the front door now awaits you and apprehends you using the back door, you will be the one to even say, let me give tip and pass. At that point, you won't say that anybody has levied you or extorted you. You were the ones that gave yourself to such payments. I think that is literally what is happening in that place. There is no, in short, any of those collections are not legal, and the government is not aware of it. Neither the union. The only thing is that, and if you don't stop there, you won't pay, just like you said. If you don't stop there, so which means there is a place designated for you to stop or load. So we should be talking about a problem where, if the issue is that you did the right thing and you are being extorted, this one is not extortion. You are even the one giving yourself to disobedience.
Which was why I asked, what are the punishments, or what are the modes of discipline for people that default? Because I mean, both the giver and the collector are both guilty. And seeing that you can't operate on a given route without being under a certain authority, how does the union help curtail these excesses? Because these are the excesses we are talking about. There are legal ticketing systems. There are legal tickets to be paid.
But these are the excesses.
And these are the excesses. So how do we, because these are some of the things that defame the actual system that is supposed to work, and they make these actual systems ineffective. So how do we curtail this so it does not ruin whatever the actual system is set to build?
Good. How we curtail it is that it has to be the governmental agency, not the union this time around. And let me tell you, like, from my own point, I'm a Congress, not actually a particular union.
Okay.
You understand? Good. So the Congress is a conglomeration of many unions. For example, the keke, or the tricycle union, or the tricycle operators, or even the bus operators, they have their own union as bus operators. And if they go inside themselves and agree on something that they have to be doing, they don't need to come and consult the external person. So is what they have. You see, convention, they say, is part of constitution. If they have given themselves that rule, they know they should abide by it. So the surprising thing is that, having given yourself that rule, why are you the one complaining? Or are they the ones complaining? And imperatively, they may not be the one. It could be the commuters, the passengers that observe it. And if you observe closely, you will discover that the drivers don't hesitate in doing that. So they are already aware of the arrangement. That's why I say the regulation should come from the government. And even in courts, court doesn't grant what you didn't pray for. So if they, as union, did not go and tell government or complain, which means it's a normality, so nobody should go and fight it for them. Do you understand? So if it is this one, which I think I've understood what you are talking about, these are the laws or rules they gave to themselves, and they know why they did that. For example, let's also be particular with that of Holy Ghost now. They know that, and that is why they still try as much as possible to cause that congestion, which government is trying to avert. In the course of doing that, you now sort yourself out by giving that tip. Then you shouldn't be the one complaining. Instead, government should put more stringent efforts to even apprehend those that are encouraging that arrangement. Do you understand? So I think that is the way to regulate or minimize that. But the thing is that you can't just do that when it is the people doing it that have given it on themselves.
So for this regulation that we're talking about and trying to curtail excesses, do you think with the way drivers and these officials have found a common playing ground,
yes,
that they are, transparent enough to regulate the excesses of these transport users? Or should it be, relegated to an independent body who probably would not, their only duty might be to, judge or prosecute whoever, both commuters and officials alike, whoever has been found guilty? Or do you think the government agencies are transparent enough and, truthful enough to prosecute issues affecting transport and transport system in Enugu State?
No, look at it this way. That is the essence of having this task force, governmental or government task force, because the government cannot be everywhere and cannot do it all alone. Do you understand? Now, I want to say that it is only, or I should think, is by the arrangement of such task force that they could even apprehend them. The government themselves, who are governments? Those ones working in offices and the rest of them. How many are there and how many would they be? But another, irony of it, or the way it is bad, is that if government sets that task force, this is task force that's supposed to, hold someone who defaulted. And our system, which is a very wonderful one, the task force person will bargain and get himself settled. You understand?
Yes.
Good. So if there could be a way, still by the government, to have a realistic task force, because it is the government that will press on those ones who are already enjoying, eating, or rather, making ends from that system. It is the government that will put them to stop. So government has to step up. If they cannot, they most likely may not have enough manpower to do that. Realistic task force.
Okay.
And I think one of the reasons this task force don't work is that the condition, the remuneration don't seem to be befitting. So if you mean it and you really want to get results, you have to make something substantial. And I think if they do, they get functional task force that will be their eyes in those places that the government itself cannot get. I think we will have an impact.
There have been speculations that most of these task force officials are also commuters. Most of them they are both bus drivers,
yes,
they're keke drivers. Do you think it should be independently, it should be an independent employment such that they have IDs, they have uniforms, they are being regulated, than just living into, appointments by trade unions?
I am not talking about task force by possibly the tricycle union or the bus union.
Okay.
I'm not talking about task force that the union will set. I'm talking about task force that the government will set.
So should these union task forces be subject to the regulations and guidelines
of the government? That is the truth.
But we don't completely see that happen. We see these people oftentimes operate independent of the government-owned task force, which is why we're having the numerous issues around the transport system. Because there is the keke task force, there is the bus task force, and then there is the states. So you wouldn't know which is which and which to submit to. So that was how do we have a unified front when it comes to the task force and carrying out of justice and regulations on these roads?
The task force instituted by the unions, like the bus or the tricycle, will definitely work favoring their union members. We should know that.
Okay.
So I think what will be more practical is, let me say, combined team. Representative of the government, or more of the government, and few of the union or the operators. You understand? Because the reason is that if you say only government, they may not know the intricacies of what the business is about. So that's why, and everyone has to be realistic about it. And I mean, even if you co-opt or bring in someone from the union into the government set task force, and you give them their terms, you are stringent enough and you watch them, because supervision is another thing. Good. And most importantly, they are sure that their remuneration is worth it. I'm sure they will deliver.
Okay, now, when we talk about ticketing, we mentioned ticketing earlier, where we said they pay a ticket, one with the ticketing that is currently, in use.
In use, yes.
You pay once. Now, in order to, streamline the activities of tickets, know who paid and know who has not paid, would you propose a digitalized form of ticketing in the state, such that, the way we have the ticket and the bus for the CNG buses, such that every driver that comes in the morning clocks into a certain system? Would it be too advanced? Because we see our governor is a digital doctor, a digital governor. So is it something that we could propose, and they have a one, central command for all tricycle users, all bus users, that will help regulate completely the activity somewhat?
That is a gradual process.
Okay. And
I know the way even the government has started, because the way we have it now, it has not been had like this before. And part of this outcry is that those that have been benefiting, chopping from, this multiple ticket arrangements, you will see someone who may have no boss because he is the chairman of Gariki Park. In the morning, he will be in that park playing drafts from morning, because he has people cut across almost everywhere collecting money for him. At the end of the day, he will go home with even you that is driving. Do you understand? This is what the government came and stopped. And all of them are the ones crying out that they are being paid, they are doing this. Good. Secondly, now the level the government has gone is that, because at times, especially, I go to work through Gariki many a times, and if I'm coming back, passing through there, you will see some guys who will use their phone. When they face it on your number plates, that it will indicate whether you have bought the ticket or not.
Okay.
That is the level they are now. You understand? Good. And that's why I say those task force people are the people sabotaging the system, because definitely there are task force people. Good. The normal thing is that if they catch a defaulter, possibly the penalty, for example, maybe 20,000 or 5,000, but these guys will corner the person and collect the money and put in their pockets. Many times they will settle. You will hear the terms, and before you know it, that person is settled. And again, others that have had a relationship, when they come, they give signal. You see that they've given signal because they settle upfront. Do you understand? These are the loopholes. So I know that over time, having analyzed this situation and knowing the point we are, because the truth of the matter is that by that arrangement that with their phone, because that ticketing is online. Do you understand? And you will see someone who is not that acquainted with the system, even if he's maybe somebody that is a truck driver or something, and you just give him work now to go and carry something for you. If he has not bought that ticket, even tanker drivers, he will be the one calling
owner.
The person that buys ticket for him.
Okay.
So that another set of people will not catch him somewhere. Do you understand? Good. So that aspect has been achieved. It is now on the area or aspect of handling the defaulters. Do you understand? So if we continue to improve and get to the technological level where that aspect will finally be handled, maybe there wouldn't be this problem. But it will take us.
It will take us time. It will take us time. Now we're about rounding up. Just one quick, message to drivers. If you had a driver listening right now who was extorted last month, who was extorted 2 months ago, who is trying to offset his, payments from the crime he committed, what is one message you would tell him today about his rights, and what your message would be to the government about protecting drivers and commuters going forward in Enugu?
Good. For the drivers, the only way to save yourself from more embarrassment is to try as much as possible to do the right thing. You may think you didn't benefit it today, but you never can tell. Maybe next time you will be the one that will be in gain. So what I'm saying is that they should learn or imbibe the culture of doing the right thing. When you come in the morning, you pay that one that government has said you should pay. And if any other extortion comes your way, then you report to the appropriate authority. Because I think I know, apart from that centralized online ticketing, nobody collects any other thing, except you default. You turn where you're not supposed to turn, or you park where you're not supposed to park, which are these excesses we are talking about. Do you understand? So, if you abide by the rules, so that is the key thing now, abiding by the rules. Okay. In your operation and in your aspect of fulfilling the government policy, which is buying the tickets. Then, for the government should as well try as much as possible to create an enabling environment for the drivers.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Simeon Ejikeme Akeme. It's been a pleasure having you on the show today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And to all who have stayed with me to this moment tonight, come your way again same time Friday. Keep living, keep breathing, keep fulfilling. I'm Princess Kenochoma. Have a lovely day.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity. But do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked. And this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals, they were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Pleasant welcome to You and the Law, the program where we break down the law and defend your rights and bring real legal issues to light. I'm your host, Gift Obodo, and today we are talking about, counterfeit drugs and fake electronics to adulterated, food items, cloned beauty products, and many innocent citizens are unknowingly risking their health, safety, and hard-earned money every single day. But the big question is, what are we protecting ourselves from, and who protects the consumer? And when fake product destroys lives, businesses, what does the law really say? And this leads us to the topic, consumer rights and fake products. And to break down this topic today, joining us is a distinguished legal practitioner with years of experience in the field. He has handled numerous high-profile cases and well-respected in the legal community. Please welcome Barrister Matthew S. Eneji. Barrister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And today we have a lot of things to discuss about consumers' rights and, as it relates to fake products. But before we delve into the main question for the day, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Welcome back to the show, You and the Law, where we talk about, your right as a citizen of Nigeria, and we talk about a lot of legal issues of soaring in the community. And today we center it on consumers' rights and, about fake products, most especially in our country, Nigeria. And, this leaves us with so many questions about, fake products. And I'm starting with, a Nigerian consumer truly protected from these fake products or substandard products?
Well, to answer that, I would like to say no country is really safe from fake products. But the reason why we are complaining about Nigeria is that Nigerians own is far high above a certain percentage that even the government should be really worried about. Now, over the years, there have been some improvement here and there, and sometimes you see a drop in the percentage, and then it will rise up and go beyond the other one and still go down again. But if you look at it overall, it has always been on the rise to some extent. So Nigerians are not safe. The country is not safe because of the high level and amount of fake product in circulation.
So who are we actually going to blame at this point? Is it the seller, the manufacturer, or the government, or the regulators who regulate this product in the market?
Now, everybody has a portion in the blame. Every single person has a portion in the blame. From the roadside person who, instead of going to the authentic place to buy a product, is looking for another person who will sell just about anything to him at a price of God knows what. To the government who, instead of getting the people, the agency to do the work they are supposed to do, is not getting the agency to do it, or the agency taking bribe and allowing some of this fake product to go through the borders. They are also to blame. Now, the court system, who is supposed to enforce the right of the people, to some extent is supposed to blame. So everybody has a portion in this blame, one way or the other.
So we don't have a centralized blame on any of these regulatory bodies?
Well, the regulatory bodies need to be blamed. I think they have the highest percentage of blame. For instance, if you look at regulatory bodies like NAFDAC, like Standard Organization of Nigeria, and even the FCCPC, that is the Federal Consumers and Competition and Consumers Protection Commission, they do have some blame to be apportioned to them, a huge number of it. But then again, I think these agencies have been doing their best. They've been doing their best. Now, recently, when I was going through some of the interviews of the current president, chairman of NAFDAC, Professor Adeyeye, she was saying some things as to how at one time NAFDAC was removed from the borders. And how do you remove an agency that is supposed to check what comes into the country in form of goods, in form of medicine, in form of food? How can you remove such an agency from the border? The government did remove them for a number of years. And until when they got back to the border, that was when they realized that the rate at which fake product had gotten into the country was at a roof. It was alarming. So the agency now is doing its own best. And to some extent, there have been some sensitization all around. A very good point is the way the media is helping in sensitizing Nigerians. Before now, you hear of fake product, but nobody hardly says a thing about it. But these days, even the slight error can lead to a lot of things. Recently, it was just last week or so, Lonart, I don't know if you know Lonart, yes. The anti-malaria medication, they decided to change their wrap to a new design, where they applied to NAFDAC and approval was given to them and all of these things. But because they did not sensitize the public enough, and then they went ahead and changed the wrap to a new package, immediately it came out. Nigerians were everywhere, sharing on WhatsApp groups saying, this one is fake, this one is this, this one is this, until Lonart had to go back and start bringing out evidence to show that no, it is the same company, we just changed the package after seeking for permission and getting all of these things. So the media is playing a role, and I love it because it is holding everybody accountable. And people now are no longer taking the Nigerian populace for a ride. And I think it's a good thing.
No. You know, I got to a point where, when you're talking about drugs now, like, I got to a point where one day I wanted to purchase a drug from a pharmacy. Let's bring it down. So at some point, it's a malaria drug. So there were two kind of, there's one that is under a packet sale, and the other one is not under packet sale. And now I was asking, because the one not under packet sale looked more like a fake product. So, and the one under a packet sale was looking like the company product. And I asked the seller, I was like, which of these products is the original one? So they told me that these two are the same product, just that one is made for the poor and one is made for the rich. I got confused because it's a question of, is there any need for the poor? Because it's, I think this producer or manufacturers of these drugs should do better.
Yes.
Because there is nothing like for the poor and rich. Packages should be just equal.
Yes.
Because the drug is being sold to human beings, not a particular set. It's not produced for a particular set of human beings. So at that point, what do you say about this?
Now, there is this thing about imported drugs and locally made drugs.
Okay.
Now, the imported drugs are usually well packaged and better than the locally made one. But whichever instances, they should all not be fake. So that as you're buying this, you are guaranteed of your health. And the other person is also guaranteed of his. Now, sometimes, because some of these medications are imported, it's not as if they are really better than the locally made one. It's just that because they are well packaged and they are coming outside the country, they are usually more expensive. So I guess the pharmacist may be telling you that this one, because it's locally made, is not that well packaged, is for the poor. Now, I hope it is that. Because if the locally made one is a fake one, then the pharmacist selling that to you does not have immunity from the liability that comes from it. Now, if everybody that involves itself in peddling or selling fake product is not immune from the liability. The pharmacist cannot tell you that, this is for the poor people, and knowingly taking a fake product and sell it to you. If you happen to find out that it's fake, you can sue the pharmacist, and you can even sue both the producer and even the government agency if it is shown that they were negligent in carrying out the activity they were supposed to do in protecting you from taking a product that is fake.
I think I would rightly say that the need of foreign and local products should be, banned at some point because it causes a lot of confusion.
Well, I don't think that would be the solution. The solution should be to empower the local manufacturer to get to a point where they can produce something that is world standard. That way, you wouldn't have to worry about getting your Panadol from outside the country for you to be sure that it will be effective.
Okay, and I'm going to ask, what right does a consumer have under the Nigerian law against fake product? And if he can actually sue a company or a seller of a damaged product, can he actually sue?
Of course, of course. The thing is, most consumers don't know that they have all kinds of rights. The law protects the consumer to a point that if the manufacturer and the distributors were to know that the consumers know these things, they will not misbehave. The law took out time in protecting. I mentioned the statute earlier, that is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, that empowers you to be protected against the manufacturer and the distributor, because they know that the manufacturers and distributor are the stronger party in this contract between the consumer and them. So the law has provided so much protection. You may not even know it until you go through the act, and then you'll be amazed at what it is. Most people don't know that you can return something that you buy if you don't like it, if it doesn't meet your need. You are entitled to be given full information of whatever it is you're getting. So, and that information must be written in a very simple way that you understand. So, because of all of these things, and the right for you to be given the best product possible, which means it should not be fake. If, by instance, the distributor, the seller, or the manufacturer were to give you a product that is fake, you can sue them. You can take them to court and get damages for what they've done to you. So the law protects everybody and has even gone as far as making sure that if anybody is caught bringing in fake product, the person should be dealt with severely. You know, ordinarily in discussing companies and how they operate, there's what they call separate identity. That is, the company is different, has a different personality from a normal person, whereby the liability a company is responsible for does not affect the directors and people under. But in this particular act, that is the Federal Competition and Consumers the Protection Act, the law goes on to apportion punishment for both the company and the directors. So that if the company, for instance, is saying, CEO, it is my right as a company, I'm a different personality, and I take all of the blame. The law is saying both the people that are running the business under the company should also be held liable. So when you sue a company, the directors are also made to pay a certain amount of money, so that everybody should be very vigilant to make sure that the right of the ordinary Nigerian is not infringed upon.
So when it comes to a consumer out there, when he encountered these fake products, at what point, what can he, is he eligible to publicly expose these, fake products through media, through social media?
Of course.
Or is there any penalty for, exposing a company? Because we have seen so many cases where people call out some company for giving them a certain product outside there, and they end up, being persecuted for, by the company, accusing them of, defamation and tainting their public image, on the media. So what do you think about this?
Yes. Let me begin by saying the defense to defamation is the truth. If what you're saying is the truth, then you are immune from whatever procedure they might bring against you. So you can call out a company. In short, when you discover that a product is fake, the first step you're advised to usually do is to go back to that producer, the person or the distributor, and register the complaint. Let them know that, see, you've gotten a particular product and this product is fake, to see if they can solve it. Because sometimes it might be that everybody makes mistake. They mistakenly let it go, and then they just realized from you bringing it to their knowledge, they can take it, they apologize, and probably even give you another one. And if it doesn't work, you can, in addition to taking it to them, also bring it to the attention of the commission. That is the FCCPC. You can let them know that, CEO, I bought a particular product and it's fake, and I've taken it to the distributor or the manufacturer, and they seem not to be saying anything about it. Can you investigate this thing? Because I think it might be just a tip of the iceberg of what is going on. The commission will receive that complaint and start investigating on it. If you are not satisfied, or in addition to informing the person you bought from, the commission, you can even go to court. So, usually advise that before you go out there to start saying some things about some product, it's better you explore some of these avenues. Because if what you're saying is the truth about a particular product, but other customers assume that it's true about a different product, and that person loses customers or patronage and can show that from your publication, this thing has affected me one way or the other party can sue you for leading him or her to lose customers. It is immaterial whether you were talking about just this person. So for you to take it to the media, you must be sure, if you are taking it, you must be sure that what you are saying is the truth and you've proven it. and it can stand the test of trial. When you are setting up that, you can take it to the media and complain about it. If they sue you and you go to court and you prove that what you said is the truth, then everything falls apart.
You know, there's always a presumption, a general presumption that justice is for the rich and the poor don't obtain justice. Because I've seen so many cases where we meet, you know, poor people will always cry out and reach out to these companies for, you know, help. And, you know, to tell them that, see, their product has caused this damage, that damage, and the company, you know, fails to act on it. Now, when you see a big man coming out to, you know, say one thing or, you know, send this in, the company are already agitated. So at that point, don't you think that there is a cornerstone for this justice when it comes to the rich and poor?
No, justice is blind. That is why when you look at the statue representing justice, it's usually a lady whose face is covered with a sword and a measuring instrument. So the justice is supposed to be a blind person who administers justice to both the rich and the poor. Now, when you are saying the poor don't get it, there may be some issues that might lead to that, which is not justice in itself. It's either they did not really understand the allegation in which they were supposed to levy, and then they said a different thing, or they did not have the proper representation in court for them to get the justice in which they want. But when you have all of the right processes in place and you go to court, justice will definitely be done. In short, when people complain of something being done not rightly, I always advise that, and you are in numbers, why not come together?
As a group.
As a group. Get into a group and commence a class action against this set of people.
I think when you say class action, I think with this current sensitization, like people coming out to tell them, because so many, you know, consumers out there, the poor, most especially, don't know their rights. You know, this you know, our program is an awareness program, so you know, people get to know their rights, as especially the consumers, the local consumers, you know, and you know, most times that's why I think. According to public poll, you know, I've heard, and people say that the rich always prefer importing their products from different countries because they don't like the local producers. But actually, I'm always inquisitive to say, does this, you know, whole law aspect, you know, can it also affect the influencers and the you know, in entertainment industry? Who influences, for instance, those celebrities who influences this, you know, product are fake? Does this law, you know, affect them too?
Of course, of course. See, when you are a party to anything that leads the people to taking fake medication or fake product, you are part of the chain. You cannot come out and begin to say, see, oh, I'm not aware of this, then I should be free. It's not done like that. Once you are taking a responsibility as an influencer to promote a product, it is a duty on you to investigate that product, to be sure that the product does what it says, so that you don't just endorse something that you are not supposed to endorse. If you endorse a poison, and some other person takes it and gets poisoned, they will come for you. You're part of the chain. In short, the influencers are supposed to be part of the people that these actions are commenced against too, because they have a whole lot of influence on the populace. Whenever they say a thing, people don't think twice. They go into it. And then when things go bad, most times they come out to say, no, we're just doing our usual this thing. No, you have a duty. There is what they call duty of care in law, whereby there is something you're supposed to take duty, I take care to make sure that you do it properly. If you did not, and something goes wrong, you're going to be part of the people who held liable.
So, should sellers of fake drugs and dangerous products be charged with attempted murder?
No. Attempted murder is a capital offense. And it is, even though it might sound really nice for you to say, for him to have caused this, it is attempted murder. No, attempted murder is a capital offense that has specific ingredients that must be proved. So the mere fact that someone advertises a product or maybe sells a product to you and then it causes you harm in one way or the other, you now charge a person to court for it. You fail woefully. You fail. Except if that product happens to cause the death of the person. And you can link the product to the death of that person. Then the person will now be charged for murder. It is just like someone using a knife now to kill another person. As soon as he uses that knife to kill, the person becomes liable for the death of this person. So the product could be like an instrument used. So if, for instance, someone buys a particular product, let's say a paracetamol, and takes it and dies from it, or is bringing attempted murder under you.
No, like for instance, no, it's not like it's difficult. Like if I buy a paracetamol outside and I can prove that immediately I took the paracetamol, my health deteriorated to a very, very dangerous stage, at the stage that I was at the verge of death. At that point, can't you bring the attempt of murder in that?
Murder. It will be very hard for you to prove, because the ingredients to prove attempted murder are quite specific. They were made with the intention of someone using a physical equipment in trying to cause death. So taking product might be very hard for you to really prove. But if that product were to result in the death of someone, and you can prove that this product is linked to the death of this person, then the person who produces that product can be charged for murder if you can show a connection. But showing it is usually not easy.
Should fake product offenders face jail time or instead pay fine?
The law provides for both fine and jail term, or both, for all the offenses involving fake product. Just go through the proceeding. What we should be clamoring for is that the punishment should be made more grave than it is. Because most of the time, you see the provision of law, especially in the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, you see that some of the provisions there, the jail term is saying not more than 2 years, not more than 5 years. And then if you even read the Standard Organization of Nigerian Act, you discover that the fine there is even archaic. You see fines of 500 naira, and is it 100,000 or 10,000? What we should be clamoring for is that this fine should be made to come to terms with the current realities. Somebody should not just be fined 10,000 naira for the FCCPA, that is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act. To some extent, you see amounts that are up to millions, 5 million, 10 million, 50 million in cases of companies and all of that. But then the law has to be intentional, it has to raise this amount higher. And the sentence term should be higher. We can move from just no more than 5 years to no more than 10 years to maybe life imprisonment. So that someone knows that for me to go to China or to any of this country and import fake product into Nigeria, if I'm caught, the consequences are there. That might serve as a deterrent to people.
In Nigeria, we have so many, causes at which consumer should know their right. But before we, move, further to our next question, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, You don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to You and the Law, where we talk about so many things. You as a citizen, you're right. And, you know, Barrister Matthew has said a lot about consumers and they're right. You know, for you to be able to take any legal action or step forward to protect yourself, you have to know your right and know the law. And I'm always interested in, you know, these online vendors because there's an acclaimed short note that they are just online vendors. They don't even have a store to locate them. So they are just doing, you know, online promo. So who cares to buy? They are not forcing you. So do you think if in any situation they sell out these fake products, should they be held liable for this?
Of course. More than any other person, they should be. Because they are one of the people who are channeling this fake product more than any other person. Because, for instance, he knows that he doesn't have a physical location. Tracing him will be hard. So he can afford to sell just about anything for you. And then sometimes when you try to reach out to them, you can't even trace them. The law should find a way to make sure that these persons are more than even the physical seller out there be held liable. They should be held strictly liable for what they do. Anybody who is involved in getting a fake product to a consumer is liable. It doesn't matter whether you are an online vendor, it doesn't matter whether you have a physical shop, as long as you are in the chain, be you the producer, be you the distributor or the retailer, you are liable. The lives of Nigerians are precious and they should not be toyed with by anybody under any guise whatsoever.
So when you say the right of Nigerians are precious, that means let's not bring it down to compensation because people are always interested. If you do this to me, what are the compensation, you know, listed out for consumers when they are in a right or their life have been affected by these products, this fake product or substandard products?
Now, for the law is basically divided into two. We have criminal law and we have civil law. Now, depending on whichever one you want to explore. For instance, if someone selling the fake product to you is both a criminal offense and a civil offense. So if you decide to be like, let me pursue the criminal angle of it and make sure that this person gets punished, then if convicted, the stipulated amount where the law says either you pay 5 million or you go to a jail of not more than 5 years or 2 years or whatever will be paid. But if you decide to explore the civil angle of law and you carry this person to court, you are the one who will come to court with a particular amount, showing the court that, see, based on the suffering I've gotten from this, I've been made to suffer damage to this amount. This person should be made to pay me 50 million for this. It should be made to pay me 100 million for this because my right has been infringed upon and using it has cost me so damage. If you can enumerate all of these things, the court will look at it and give you what it feels is normal. You might ask for 50 million and the court might give you 5 million.
So looking at this, the market, you know, when we talk about this flooded fake products, we see mostly at the market space. Where, so are the market leaders meant to be held, you know, liable for, you know, market leaders in precise for, you know, in every channel like drugs, there's always a leader in that space. And they don't want to be held liable for, you know, any circulation of this fake product in the market.
No, you can't. You can't hold them liable, except if it is shown that they are the ones involved in it, or that they have a duty to prevent it and they did not. The person who is peddling in this should be the one to be held liable for it.
So I also asked, what are the regulatory bodies which people can reach out to when they are involved in a situation where they are, having fake products? Because some people are always asking, what are the authorities which we can actually reach out to? Because some of them are scared to go to the police. Can you just explain it to the public?
You can reach out to NAFDAC. NAFDAC is a very active agency that has been working on it. You can reach out to the FCCPC. That is the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission. In short, recently they had a very good victory, and it's a thing to even celebrate, because the way they operate is they are like an umbrella body that reaches every nook and cranny of anything, as long as the consumer's right is involved in Nigeria. So they were trying to settle some conflict, dispute that were coming from banks and complaints and all. And the bank took them to court, alleging that they have the CBN and other agency that are in charge of them, and not the FCCPC. Now, the court ruled that the FCCPC has a jurisdiction that extends into that. So whatever it is, you can reach out to them, you can reach out to NAFDAC, you can also reach out to Standard Organization of Nigeria. And all of your complaints will be dealt with. It's even better that you don't reach out to just one. You can reach out to as many of them as possible. And you can also even reach out to them on social media, because they have handles where if you go in there, you can drop your complaint. Or you can even tag them to a particular complaint, and they will come and investigate.
So if fake products continue to flood our market despite the existing laws and regulatory agencies, who should be held truly accountable? The manufacturer, the seller, the regulators, and who do you think ignore, most especially, who do you think ignore the warning signs?
I think the consumers themselves are the major culprit in that, because the truth is, a lot of these fake products are circulating because the consumers, to some extent, are not taking the necessary care to escape some of these things. You're going to the market and you are seeing where a product is sold for 10,000 and you want to buy it for 500 naira. So some of these things can lead to you harming yourself. Instead of you checking the wrap of a medication and testing the number to be sure that that number is the right one, you are just taking the medication before even reading any prescription in it. So once everybody becomes sensitized about their right, people the amount of fake products in circulation will definitely reduce.
That leads us to the fact that the fight against fake products is not only a legal battle, it's a fight to protect lives and business and public trust, and consumers should do better.
Yes.
And this actually leads us, to the end of the show today on you and the law. Remember, knowing your rights is the first step to protect yourself and those around you. If you have any question, you can always reach out to us. We can always listen and, talk about this. I'm your host, Gift Obodo. And thank you, Barrister Matthew S. Eneje, for, educating us and sensitizing us against these fake products and our rights as consumers. And, stay tuned. This is Aneke TV. We love you and stay protected. Bye. Have a nice day.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
A beautiful morning to our viewers for joining this Wednesday. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, a bright Wednesday morning here in the coast city. And that will welcome you to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you and to our global audience. Yes, wherever you are, at home, in your office, even in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, engage, and motivate.
So wherever you are, just like Mr. Uche said, pull up, gather in, grab that coffee, grab that tea, grab that cold, hot oppa and pap or hot coffee like
you
Mr.
You need to explain that to our viewers. Some of them
okay, oppa is, I mean, it's like, I don't know how oppa is oppa. I don't know how to
You have to explain it. We are speaking to a global audience. Some of them don't know.
It's like when people decide to call abacha African salad. It is oppa.
Just explain it.
Oppa is
it's a local delicacy.
Yeah.
Eaten mostly by people of southeastern Nigeria.
Well, it has
especially those
beyond.
From Enugu State.
Yes.
Where it's used as breakfast. Often, however, is widely, gaining traction in Nigeria. That across tribes, everybody now eats it. Maybe tomorrow we'll get a sample for you.
That would be. I mean, I don't know if it would be unheard of to have. Since it's a breakfast show, maybe we should have an actual.
No, we'll tell our culture desk.
Yeah.
They will do something on that regard.
All right,
so
all right. Well, regardless, welcome. I mean, I'm excited for today. I don't know what the papers have. I don't know what the conversations will be. But whatever it is, I think from the headlines that we have, we are seeing stories on the Phantom Agency again stirring up in the news. We're seeing these school children that have been finally released to their return to their families after receiving rehabilitation and psychological care. So, and also we have controversies. Yesterday we discussed the governor of Oyo State making claims and requesting for a UN-led probe into the investigation. Now these are all the issues with and more we'll be looking at this morning, and also an update from the match yesterday. I mean, that's the special section.
Yes, but beyond all this, what makes me happy this morning is realizing that the Federal Ministry of Education has suspended, the increment on examination fees, speaking to wike, NECO, and all that. So it makes me so happy that, yes, even families that have made plans, budgeted on how to raise the 27,500 naira can go ahead knowing that their children can still take this very exam. Why, the stakeholders sit down to look at the figures again. So I am quite excited about it because I've been bothered thinking about the children who may not be able to, after spending 6 years in secondary school, and then maybe the family are unable to afford the examination fee and the person has to drop out at that point, not even being able to have that certificate, to show that, yeah, I did attend secondary school and all that. So it's been so disturbing for me, but I am quite relieved this morning as well.
Do you have someone that is about to write?
It's not about me. The point is that, you see, when you've traversed the length of this nation the way and manner I have and the nature of background and job I come out from, you realize and understand what it means. You know, I have seen poverty in this nation firsthand. I don't need to be told. I've gone to places in this nation that will beat your imagination that people still live, suppose a little bit developed in quote, because that word development from their perspective doesn't equate to what development is, and then migrate to the farm houses during farming season, where I've seen younger women above teenage age and teenagers still going about naked in this time. So I have seen firsthand the level of poverty in this nation. I've had to see where families are unable to afford a square meal. I've seen children sleep in the streets. I've seen children who are intelligent wanting to be in school, but there's nobody that would sponsor that. So, and this cuts across. Moving from northern Nigeria, traversing through southwest Nigeria, through southeast and south Nigeria. I have moved around and I've seen the level of poverty and understand the potency and the power of education to lift somebody from the lower rung of the ladder and give the person an opportunity in life. So that's why I celebrate it. In fact, words are not enough if one is to paint the vivid pictures. I've had to move at a point when there were no cars, you know, during rainy season to take you, there was no road to take you to Krukushe in Yobe State. When, if rainy season like this, you have to be on either on a padded canoe or some of the engine-powered canoes for 3 hours to be able to access a village in Yobe State. So when you see the level of poverty, you can be grateful that people will still have the opportunity to be able to pay 27,000 naira instead of 50,000 naira.
Okay, now to our quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from George Orwell, and it says, "In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. At the time when the lines become blurred, in the times where there is so much uncertainty, in the times when there is so much deception, so much which is true, which is not true, in the time of you not trusting the system or believing or trusting what is being done, what is being said, the actions, the inactions of people. Telling the truth is the most revolutionary thing, is the most outstanding thing, is the most honest thing, and I dare say is the most liberating thing to do at that point. When it looks like things are not honest enough, it is very important, it's very paramount that the truth should always prevail in such situation, because in that moment does revolution come. In that moment does, revelation of what needs and ought to be done is being reviewed.
Yes, very well put together. I don't know if I stand qualified to add or subtract to this because it's so lucid, And this is George Orwell, the author of Animal Farm. You remember?
Yes.
All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Yes, I remember vividly. And this is typical of human society, where even in Nigeria, everyone seems equal, but some seems to be more equal than others. And a moment where you are not getting what was promised should be equated to be a moment of deceit. And I tell you that telling the truth in this, becomes deviant, becomes, revolutionary, because it's revolutionary. It's not everyone that has the courage or the God to stand on the path of truth, irrespective of the consequences and the inconvenience that may bring. Therefore, there's only one truth that we can tell at this point in time. And I tell you that truth comes in a way of going out, go register, get your PVC, and be able to cast your vote. That in itself is the very courageous act that would, chase away, erase the pains, the lies, the agonies of yesteryears, and ensure that this nation is set on a trajectory, on a continuous path of development, so that the children coming after us would have something to be proud about us.
Okay, that's the quote for the morning from George Orwell, that in the time of deceit, telling the truth is the most Revolutionary Act. We'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll bring in the weather update for the day. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, and want to use a kinetic approach alone, you cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
All right, I'm sure you learned a thing or two from the weather update or seen a thing or two on the weather predictions and forecast for the day. Now we'll be moving straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for the day. And the papers we shall be reviewing this morning are the Daily Trust, The Guardian, The Nation, The Daily Sun, and a story where forecast predicts daily rain for the next 10 days across Nigeria.
And joining us is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with deeper insight on these news issues. Painstaking analysis. I introduce to you a brand new Mr. Rex Arum, looking so handsome. I didn't know that he looks this handsome. Welcome, Mr. Rex.
Why were you talking a brand new?
Because you look rebranded.
Yeah, I've always been.
Anyone that saw you yesterday wouldn't know that it's still Rex Arum that we're talking about here.
Yeah, well, I wanted to rebrand me, and they did. They insisted I must be rebranded, and since it's Aneke TV, it's something worth doing, but everything worth doing.
But Mr. Rex, taking Aneke away from this equation, you look so handsome. I am just scared about how many of these single girls that would want to stop you by the roadside and then, you know, chat you up and say hello for a moment of conversation.
Well, I still see that as flattery because I know I am old.
Let's Ochoma say something here. I think the word handsome is an understatement here.
Honestly, when I saw you, I was like, Okay.
So what is it that is different from what it were?
No, the fact that your face, yeah, it looks different. It looks a whole lot different, and it looks younger. It looks younger. It looks, I don't know.
You see what she did? I don't know. That's what I expect that you be getting on the road these days now, when you walk by the roadside. You know, you see what she did? That's what I'm expecting. It's a pleasure to have you here, Mr. Arrest.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Now we're starting off with our first story from the Daily Trust. The Daily Trust headline reads, Phantom Council DG detained. Phantom Council DG detained. Wajabamila listed as witness. Now, the headline stems from the latest development in the case against Adeyemi, who has been in and out of legal proceedings regarding his activities, while Adeyemi was previously on bail following an 2025 October arrest. Recent reports highlight his detention or active prosecution as the case approaches a critical court date scheduled for July 27th. Adeyemi, who is currently in custody and facing charges of fraudulent impersonation, have fought with explosive allegations. He has accused the chief of staff, of course, of demanding 48% kickback from the alleged agency's fund, a claim that Wajabamila has vehemently denied, threatening a 10 billion naira defamation suit in response.
Well, the case of Phantom Agency, the PFIPC, has been just opening up gradually. Before now, it is seen that Adeyemi Matthew had earlier jumped bail. But when you say that somebody jumps bail, it means the person did not appear in court after being granted bail. So the court now issued a bench warrant. And you see the security agencies in Nigeria, unlike them, wherever Adeyemi hid himself, they traced him to that place and caught him. But when it comes to these daredevil kidnappers and terrorists and all of them, they find it very difficult to actually penetrate them. But that is a story for another day. So Adeyemi has been arrested as the court gave an order for his arrest. But one looks at it from the angle that is now standing trial. Then what happens to the investigation that the ICPC have been has been told to do by the president? What will happen? Are there going to be double arraignment? Are they going to, because the police already is arraigning him on some charges, and now these people will come out, are they going to arraign him exactly on those charges? Are they going to amend the charges? And then how do you reconcile both things if he is found culpable? And if the SCPC investigation tends to see him as a witness after all, because they may actually dig deep and find out those who were behind the budgetary allocation given to that Phantom Agency. So what happens? The police will be prosecuting him, and then the ICPC will be having him as a witness. So I think all those things should have been halted and allow a central body to do the investigation and come out with report. And then from that report, the agencies, for the purpose of ensuring that criminal justice is gotten in Nigeria, will be able to look at it and see if he will be arraigned formally, and if there could be other persons, accused persons alongside himself. Because I still find it very difficult to believe that only Adeyemi Matthew was involved in this whole thing. It is difficult for anybody to believe anywhere. And Adeyemi also said he jumped bail because the only witness he had was killed in circumstances that are still yet to be unraveled. That is the terminal who was said to have been killed, who he alleges may have been killed. Although the story says he died as a result of fire outbreak in a hotel in Abuja. So, but Adeyemi is still alleging that something wrong happened to him in some unknown circumstances, yet to be unraveled circumstances. And that is his witness, primary witness, that actually arranged whatever he has to do with the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbajabiamila. And now there's no witness available. And he's still naming Femi Gbajabiamila as being behind whatever he must have done in ensuring about the agency. And sometime in this studio, we had an analyst that came in and said the agency exists. But the only thing is that the nomenclature of the agency, which Adeyemi used, was / Presidential Advisory Council. That is the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council / Presidential Advisory Council, and that council was set up by the former president, late Muhammadu Buhari. And when the president came in, he set up another council without recourse to the other existing council that had been abandoned by government, and of course without repealing same or quashing that council. So, which means that somehow the Presidential Advisory Council set up by Buhari is still there, is still alive, because he had a budget line. And it was based on that budget line he had at the time Buhari was that they used the same budget line number they used to now put in the budget into the National Assembly. Otherwise, if there's no budget line coming from the Office of the Accountant General, it means the budget wouldn't be passed. The budget will not scale through. So it does exist. If it does not, it will not have a budget line. Otherwise, where did he get the budget line from? Because whatever Adeyemi was doing was based on, and who now inserted these things, because Adeyemi was having a problem in detention during the period of defense of the budget. So the question continues to be who defended the budget, who inserted it, and from where did it come, and all of that, because Adeyemi was already being apprehended by the police. And why, if police already had information about such phantom agency, why did even the office of the chief of staff not make a recourse to the fact that it's been inserted in the budget in the National Assembly? Because he was the person who reported to the police that this man is sending a phantom agency. So why did they not alert the National Assembly not to? Because even the bill was passed into law in this year, 2026. So why did they not, inform the presidency? And of course, the budget passed by the National Assembly came to the office of the president through the office of the chief of staff. He went through the office of chief of staff, and he already knew there was a man who is parading himself as a DG of an agency that does not exist. But he did not raise any dust. He did not raise that issue to the president so that they could now refer that Appropriation Act bill, not signed, back to the National Assembly for them to expunge that area. But they could not do that. So it is very difficult for one to believe that Adeyemi is alone in all this act. That is why the presidency should have listened, and for the fact that he alleged or he claimed that his life is on the line, That is why he's gone into hiding. So let the presidency do a consideration on that issue, that Adeyemi's life will be on the line. But if possible, for us to ensure that he's alive, he's been caught, let the agencies, whether in DSSL or police cell, let them take care of him and see that nothing happens to him, so that at the end of the day, the truth will be unraveled. And the circumstances that led to his becoming DG of an agency which government claims does not exist will be also unraveled. And Nigerians will begin to have confidence, in the activities of government. Otherwise, Nigerians will continue to look at government from a different perspective, from the perspective that a lot of things are going on within the government circle. So the presidency should ensure that everything about this must be made transparent. If Adeni insists that a group of independent persons should be put together to ensure that they unravel the truth about the whole issue, presidency should just allow that, to make sure that the people will continue with having confidence in government activities. But if you begin to shroud them, shroud them in secrecy, if you begin to, stamp your position as the president, give orders, you said government cannot investigate itself. That is why. Government cannot. So when you ask government to investigate government, it becomes difficult at a point, especially at those topmost echelon of governance, where the activities of governance actually come in to center. It's not going to be easy. That's why we need an independent forensic investigation into the issue, because one will even begin to think that such offices where Adeniyi had written to at one point or the other, who cooperated with him in giving him office at the National Assembly, posting staff to his office and all that, deploying staffs of federal staff to his office. They had a staff of about 300 or more in that office. Then they should begin to think, how did they do that? Why did they not look at these things from a critical perspective? Why did they not have a memo from the office of the secretary to the federal government, SGF, government of the federation, that this office is there, and that is why those people should be able to give them staff, because it is the SGF office that will direct some of these activities to work with Adeyemi. But I have not seen. Adeyemi claims he has both documents that will prove what he is saying. So until that is done, so he's saying they have caught him. They may not have caught his documents, and maybe his documents could be somewhere, but they should allow him to get those things, and let not any of the documents be found missing. So we will know exactly how it will be kept so transparently that it will be shown to Nigerians. If you kill a fly on the body, or a flea on the body of a dog, and you don't show it, it will be as if maybe you wanted to remove the hairs of the dog. So it is important that you make everything very transparent in such a way that Nigerians will have confidence in the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Just a few things I would like to add. I was just trying to read up when this budget for this year was drafted. And it was drafted December last year, and then it was passed April and was signed into law April 17th. And this is July of 2026. And it's as if just 3 months after the establishment, because just like you said, to set up an agency such as that with that number of staff member is not something that was done overnight. It's something that was critically planned. These plans were made, they were put into the appropriation bill, and then this money was allocated. So I see it as a case of, I hope it's not a case of witch hunting. Seeing that this man is somebody that was carefully, because, I mean, for a federal agency as that, it is connected to the office of the president one way or the other. And this man has gone into offices, he has signed contracts with, this office has a symbol, it has a logo, it has an office, it has a head office, it has a director general. So coming months after to say, oh, it is a fake, it's just, you know, smoke screen, like I said yesterday. There's something that they're not telling us. Let's assume this is a phantom agency, like they call it. Why are the persons involved not being tried? Why is the alleged suspect or the alleged defendant not being prosecuted? Why is he considered a witness? Someone that is accused of partaking in a certain allocation, having received a certain amount, and now he is putting a defamation fine of 10 billion naira on someone who has come out to say, Mr. President, I don't have a problem submitting myself for investigation, but please let it be from an independent panel and let all parties involved be tried as well. So there's a lot to unpack in this conversation, and there's a lot to suspect. Just like you said, the federal government has, if they want, you know, people to understand and see things through their lens, they need to be as transparent, which is one issue that we have in Nigeria. We don't have a transparent dealings of things. We like to cover, okay, you would understand, you don't need to know, but there are things that have become open to the public, that the public to a very large extent ought to know how these things turn out.
So you see, for him being all alone, and nobody is caring about whatever claims he's making, but there are things that are evident that he cannot do any such thing alone. It is evident. It is known. There's no theory you propagate. There's no theory you propagate, or even hypothesis that you begin to propagate and you land at the fact that he walked alone. So it is obvious. But he has already opened up his mouth and said, I had Tabino, he's dead. Then I had Femi Wajabiamila. And you people are trying to shield him. He already threatening to go to court for a libel just because he been mentioned. He has not even subjected himself to a kind of investigation. He shouldn't have been at the background, you know, trying to dish others and becoming a witness. Instead, they should have looked at him thoroughly, and if he's given a clean bill, then one will know that he was not involved. But it is very obvious that the man has people that were involved, and let the other people who collaborated with him, who are in government, at the top echelon of government business, the Office of the Accountant General, because he wrote as Director General, he wrote to the Central Bank for the purpose of opening account. Of course, he opened the account. Before opening an account, there's a mandate. There's a mandate upon which these accounts are opened. You just don't go to open an account for an agency without a mandate. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's a mandate. If you are opening an account for a limited liability company, you must come with the certificate of incorporation from the Corporate Affairs Commission. That is what will give you the mandate to open an account in the name of such company. Are you getting it? So there's a mandate that you get to open an account. In the very had several accounts. And that of Central Bank and all, it has been confirmed. Even when the Office of the Accountant General wanted to say that he did not open account, we have since continued to hear from police after their own investigation, that there are accounts of that agency in commercial banks and that of the central bank too. So he had a mandate to open the account. So who gave him the mandate? From which office? From the office of the Secretary to Government, or from the office of the Chief of Staff, or from the office of the Minister for Finance, or the office of the Accountant General of the Federation? Who? But somebody gave him a mandate. So those people should be asked questions on how they gave him the mandate. Why did they give them the mandate? Give him the mandate? Did they give him the mandate because there's a memo from the presidency mandating them to give a mandate to so and so for the purpose of opening an account? And you know, before you do a budget, ministries and agencies, and parastatals, always come with their own budgets to the office of the Minister for Budget and Planning. This office collects these budgets from the ministries, agencies, and parastatals, and look at them. After looking at them, scrutinizing them, they will now make a memo. They will push to the presidency. The presidency will move the budget to the National Assembly. When it moves to the National Assembly, then these agencies and parastatals will come at the committee level. When it is being looked at the committee level, will come and do defense for this budget. Every agency, ministry, or parastatal will come and do such defense. In the course of the defense, who defended the budget of the phantom agency?
Exactly.
If nobody defended it, could it have been passed? The National Assembly will look at it as nobody defended this budget, which means it is a hoax. We put it aside. It will not be part of what we are going to approve for the passage of that appropriation for the presidency's assent. We will not add this one because nobody came for it, which means that agency is not serious. Do you understand it? But nobody did, because this man was still in the police net, or was still running with investigations. And it was even after he has been granted bail and so on and so forth, the National Assembly passed the budget. National Assembly passed the budget, but the budget was not signed into law until April. So you begin to see, if on one hand that these things pass through the places you ought to pass through for the presidential assent, people should have dictated it if nobody has interest in that budget. True. But he has already claimed that this man wants certain percentage of that money, because there is even a takeoff fund of about 27 billion, which will be given to the phantom agency. This takeoff fund is what the man claimed that Bila is interested in. A certain percentage of it, a good percentage of it, about 48%, almost half of the entire thing. So look at these claims and find out whether the man is saying the truth or the man is lying. But if the man is working alone, then the man should be the smartest thing that lives in Nigeria, to have penetrated all the agencies of government alone and be able to succeed to the extent it happened. And the Nigerian government could not have uncovered anything if there was nobody who was interested in that scenario.
So like I said, there's a lot to just
unpack. Very well said. When you look at these issues, one, before even making a categorical statement, one is that Gbajabiamila Mila is still an innocent man. What is at the moment is still an accusation about intent to collect or helping to facilitate. He has not equally been proven guilty in this very regard. Yes, what we'll just have is a statement from one man pointing towards him. The the DJ of this supposed phantom agency should be able to, beyond Bajami Amila, mention other names as well, because Bajami Amila will not move in isolation. There has to be some other persons who were at what location and points where they made, so it still has to be, well narrated and backed up with facts. Yes, we understand that he said the alibi he has on this issue is the man that died, in the hotel. But beyond that, there should be other optics about venue, time, modus of communication that has to be established. But saying this is not just to say that the man equally is guilty. You've, presented it quite beautiful. But the point is that government at this very point in time, I always want to use the phrase like Caesar's wife, be seen to be above board without, any sort of blemishes in this regard. And government is culprit in this very regard. They are the ones who are being looked on. Nigerian people are not, thinking and remembering Adeyemi in this very regard. We are seeing Nigerian government from the perspective of a tinted, man with a white apparel with, dots of red oils on it. So they still stand to clear themselves, because from the way Nigerian people see it, they believe that one individual, like you rightly pointed out, cannot orchestrate a whole scheme of this nature, traversing through the very office of the president of our nation, through the National Assembly, through the Nigerian banking system alone. There has to be accomplices. And in that regard, Mr. President had done one good thing by setting up, charging ICPC to investigate. But what we are asking, and what most Nigerian people are yearning for, is that ICPC, very good at their job, will be seen as an arm of the same government that is investigating itself in this very regard. Everyone wants to see a fair, free, credible, independent inquiry and inquest into this very scenario, to be able to uncover beyond this very phantom agency, if there are other phantom agencies unknown to the Nigerian people that is being used to siphon the very resources of this nation, then come out with it, and then be able to unmask the individuals who may have, in one way or the other, assisted this very phantom agency that we'll talk about. Having stated that, it is beholden on the government to, beyond the ICPC, now set up this very inquest that will be seen to be, beyond reproach. And having said that, what we are seeing going on with Adeyemi at this instance, like you rightly presented it, seems to look like a prosecution, a persecution of this very individual. And we need to state that nothing should happen to him wherever he's placed in custody. And if the courts are so remind, they should remind him in prison custody and not at the hands of the Nigerian police force at this instance. Because we've seen several cases where people who had been so arrested ended up were being told story about how one thing or the other, and they either died in detention and then truth is never uncovered. Nigerians are so interested in getting to the bottom of this issue that every truth around this issue should be uncovered. So the man should be kept alive, not seen to be persecuted. Rather, it should be handled with a view to finding out what really has happened. Beyond that, Femi Gbajabiamila's name has come up. He should not be seen to be government prosecution witness, the first prosecution witness in this very regard, which is why beyond moving to prosecute, there should be an inquest. And then, coming out from that panel of inquiry, recommendations should not be made on prosecution of those who are culpable. So every individual from where Femi Gbajabiamila sits, he too needs to be able to submit himself for proper interrogation, not as a witness in this regard, because this man has pointedly mentioned his name, not even as an accused, but as an alibi, that he has made equally corrupt demand on the very resources of this phantom agency. So this should be the way to go and the proper way to handle this. At the end of the day, let Nigerian people have a proper answer. And if anyone who is involved should then be duly and properly prosecuted and to face the charge.
All right, so move over to the next conversation for the morning. The next story is from the Guardian newspaper, and the headline reads, "Fuel jumps by 100 naira per litre as Dangote shifts $1.84 billion foreign exchange burden to marketers." Following a major change in pricing strategy by the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, fuel cost has jumped by approximately 100 naira per litre. The price hike follows the refinery's decision to shift from a naira-based sales framework to dollar-dominated pricing for all its petroleum products. And this move has essentially transferred a massive $1.84 billion monthly forex exchange directly on downstream marketers. Now, these marketers, as we know, generate their revenue in cash, but now they must source dollars to procure fuel. And this risk has now become a problem for consumers, so that we have to pay for this. So henceforth, analysts are warning that this development has exposed the domestic markets to greater volatility, as fuel prices in Nigeria will now become significantly more sensitive to fluctuations in the exchange rate.
Mr. Ress.
It is unfortunate that we are now using two currencies in Nigeria. You see, the sovereignty of this country is dangling between the devil and the deep blue sea. Why am I saying that? Because the government shifted that Dangote must get crude oil from Nigeria in dollar, not in naira. And that's why Dangote is sourcing dollar to get the crude oil. Then he feels that he has to shift the burden on the marketers who are coming to buy finished product, that is refined petroleum products, from him to buy and pay in dollar. The effect is that we are now using these two currencies to trade in Nigeria, and it is not good for this country. So the presidency, the Central Bank of Nigeria, should be able to know what they have to do, because this is going to shift the burden of suffering on the generality of the masses. You find out what burden we are facing, or the Nigerian masses are facing, based on the fluctuating fuel prices. Now, you have now come up with another issue that will trigger fluctuations that will make transport system unstable. The spiral effect it has on other sectors will now manifest and will make life more unbearable to Nigerians. So I think it is a very important issue that requires urgent attention by the government and all its agencies that has to do with monetary policy regulations. Otherwise, Nigerians will suffer the more because Dangote is our major source of refined petroleum products, and our major source. Even the importers are now importing less because of the fact that the Dangote refinery is there. But the Dangote refinery somehow tends to put down oil prices and all that. And they had made some trouble sometime, and then even the petroleum product regulatory agencies have also tried to work against Dangote, but it has not worked. So, which means that even the agencies involved in petroleum regulation and the monetary policy regulators, monetary policy regulators, and the presidency should be able to have an emergency meeting to see how
they can resolve this problem. If it is not resolved, we are going to have another level of inflation. It might go beyond. When you see inflation, it will go within two digits of 1. It might go to two digits of 3. I know what I mean. We are having an inflation of about 16%. We may have 20 or 30%. That is 2 digits of 3 or 2 digits of 2, as the case may be, which will now make Nigerians suffer the more. More so when the elections are coming. Government really need to do something. Otherwise, their popularity will wane. It will not portray government of the day in good light. Nigerians may decide that the government is failing them, and they may not return such government to power. The opposition will have their way. So it's something that is very important that must be done within the latest time frame, and it will be better for all.
Okay, I feel like, I mean, just not necessarily to add to what you said. I mean, you mentioned that if there are police to check and to control these things, and I'm asking, what are they coming to check? Because this issue is something that has been, you know, on the front line of discussions in the past 1 year, or maybe early this year, ever since, or more so since the war in the Strait of Hormuz started. And we've seen Dangote make, you know, adjustments here and there. One morning you see that the price has gone down, another morning you see that the price has gone up, another morning you see that it has come down again. So he has made adjustments. And as we understand, we've stated this, you know, one too many, that he's a businessman and who understands, who makes decisions based off on the affairs relating concerning his business. He's not running his refinery for Nigeria. He's not a government established. So whatever he's doing is for the benefits, just like every other business person, for the benefit of his business. And if the Nigerian government becomes concerned enough, then what they ought to do, as we've often said again, is to renew the rivalry refineries, set up, refurbish, whatever it has to do or whatever the government has to do to create a stable balance for what Dangote is offering. Dangote has said one too many times that he cannot cater to the needs of the entire Nigeria, because he also has international, you know, clients, international business people to supply to, as it were. So there are a lot to unpack. The regulators are not going to stop him from doing his business or, you know, making decisions as it pertains to his business. But if it's something negotiating can do to help so that we don't have to pay out of pocket as it is, because I think yesterday when I was going home, I saw a fuel pump selling at 1,150 as at yesterday. Now, I don't know what it will be by this month, because the fluctuation of prices for fuel in this country can move from 1,000 to 2,000 in less than 30 minutes in the country. So if there are things that the government ought to do, seeing that he has decided that his payments will no longer be in Naira, even for those buying from Nigeria have to pay in dollars. They have to do something to regulate and to set up other refineries that could sell in Naira as well.
It is not just about refineries that will sell in Naira. You see, when you talk about a business environment, government regulates all businesses. They regulate them. If you make businesses, the environment to be good enough for investors to come and invest. Now it is upon government to now say, we are going to be giving Dangote crude oil, not in dollars again. If they know whatever the equivalent is in Naira, they will give it to him so that he will use Naira to pay. He will not be sourcing dollar, because sourcing dollar, you go to central bank to source. You also go out to source. Because he's a businessman, he sources dollar from everywhere. He repatriates some of the dollars that he makes in the outside, in the international sphere, international space. He makes money there. He repatriates them and use it to buy crude oil from federal government in dollar. So let federal government give him in naira so that it will be easier for the marketers here. These are marketers and those oil companies, midstream oil companies. Do you understand? These are the marketers that always go to Dangote to bring this oil, so that it will be easier for them. These marketers, how do they sort their own dollar? They don't have international businesses that might make dollar for them to repatriate and use same to buy from the Dangote. The only way they will get dollar is either they will go to the black market, and when you go to buy dollar from the black market, it now increases your cost. If you go to buy from central bank, of course they do, but it is regulated. Central bank will give you this amount. It depends on what government has. Government has been able to make together in a month. That is, you might need more than what government has for your dollar, for business for the month. You might need more than that. Then the central bank will not manufacture any dollar. What they would do is that you go to the other market, that is the second market, the foreign exchange market, to go and source your dollar. And the prices are not always the same. The central bank price always or most often differs from the what we call the black market price. You go to the black market price to get your dollar. So that is a problem. So it's only government that can resolve it. Government can resolve it by saying, Dangote, we are now giving you in naira. So don't give any pressure on these marketers. They will pay you in naira. We give you in naira. So pay us with naira as the marketers are coming to. Because you are now trying to promote the use of dollar in Nigeria, when ordinarily we are not supposed to be using dollar and naira at the same time. For those in the financial sector, that's why I said regulators should be able to come together with government to iron it out. It is only when they try to amend these policies that everything works.
All right, very well said. When we look at this situation, for me, I find issue with the headline, and the headline sort of makes it look like the Nigerian problem when it comes to the pricing of petroleum is a Dangote created and manipulated affair. But like you rightly, have highlighted this issue, the point is that this is a deregulated market. That fact needs to be established. Then we'll have to get our fundamentals right in terms of what currency. I kind of tickled when you mentioned that Nigeria is operating with two currency, but that's what it is. Despite the fact that we don't want to end up to the fact that yes, and there are people in Nigeria who have all their dealings preferably in dollars in this very instance. So this point has to be highlighted, but we must equally bring to light that the escalating situation in the Gulf is a primary factor in all this. But one should even be courageous enough to question the Nigerian state that is, making more profits. Remember the Gulf windfall, and we are having another Gulf windfall this time around. If the government that had its budget benchmark around $60–$64, but is now enjoying around 80, 90 to 120 US dollars per barrel of crude oil, should be able to have policies that will cushion the effect of the brunt of this skyrocketing petroleum pump prices. Let's not forget the fact that Nigeria is a net producer of crude oil in the world, and it should count for something. At the end of the day, after all said and done, and this grammar and everything, the average Nigerian continues to bear the brunt of this fallout. And it is the primary duty of government to ensure, not beyond the protection of its citizens, that the welfare of its citizens are, first in the line item. And in this instance, it's looking as if we're shading this responsibility to a private individual who is not just an individual, but is a capitalist setup in Nigeria, you know, to make profit as well. So we shouldn't push that burden. Rather, we should see the failure of policymakers to regulate and make charitable policies that would work for not just the Nigerian state, but for our citizens as well. I so submit.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll continue more on the conversations for the morning. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future. Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is
Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, moving on to our next story. Our next story is from all right, our next story this morning is from the Nation newspaper. The Nation newspaper, the headline reads, Makinde under fire over call for UN probe of Orire abduction. Makinde under fire over call for UN probe of Orire abduction. Governor Seyi Makinde is facing intense pressure from a broad coalition of federal leaders and legal experts, following his controversial call for the United Nations to investigate the recent school abductions in Orire local government area. Critics argue that by inviting an international body to probe a domestic rescue operation, the governor is not only disregarding the successful efforts of the Nigerian military and intelligence services, but he is also overstepping the boundaries of international jurisdiction. Legal experts have called on demand a misunderstanding of the UN's mandate, while political opponents are calling for a closer look at the governor's own management of the crisis. However, the Oyo State House of Assembly has stood by the governor, insisting that the request was a patriotic appeal for transparency and a necessary step to prevent future occurrences.
Patriotic appeal.
Yes.
For transparency.
And a necessary step to prevent future.
Beautiful. I think the position of the State Assembly is in line with the governor's call. You see, it is not out of place to make calls that are not harmful to the government. It is not harmful, even if he is wrong in the mandate of the United Nations. Okay? Even if it is not tenable, if it is not done, that the United Nations could come in and do some investigation, it is still not poisonous. It is still not poisonous for him to have made that call. He's only trying to be very, very fair to himself and the federal government. He's trying to be transparent to show that all the things that happened did not just happen, that maybe anybody in government is not part of it. At a point, he was even being accused. He was even being accused. There were accusations on him. What did he do? what could he have, why shouldn't he do this or do that and all of that. When he said they have bought drones, the drones could not penetrate the thick forest to maybe do some necessary surveillance to get where they were and all of that. So because there were all these conflicting and mindsets and sentimental positions by some people, they actually felt that United Nations could, do something openly, and then it will be accepted to be good enough, so that everybody will know who did or who did not do, their actions and inactions, and what happened. But the fact that the government has been able to get those people back is still a plus for him and for the federal government. It's a plus for everybody that these children and their teachers are back and reunited with their families. So from my perspective, I do not see anything poisonous about that call, because the way he made that call was very civil, was not antagonistic, was not even pointed at any. But a misinterpretation may have been seen somewhere, or may have occurred along the line, which resulted in his being attacked. He's been criticized for making that, especially from the government. Why did the federal government actually come all out, smoking, trying to condemn his position or what he asked for? Why? Is it not the federal government that will invite the UN? Is it the governor that will do that? Is the federal government that will say, we want you to help us? We are a member, Nigeria is a member of the United Nations. And if there are difficult things or things that we cannot handle, we might be able to ask the United Nations to come. We are signatories to the United Nations, and we know their mandate. So even if it is not the mandate of United Nations, then what the federal government should have done is to ignore that. But if it is within the mandate of United Nations, they could do that, because there's nothing poisonous about it. It all points to transparency. Everything that is asked by Makinde points to transparency and accountability.
Very well said. We've harped on this issue for some time now, but beyond the arguments, the celebratory thing here is that the so-kidnapped people of Oyo State and their teachers have reunited with their family as we speak. Yes, while we're discussing this, I may call on for the clip on that very reunion of the family as we discuss this. But the point is that the Nigerian states need to be more of proactive to ensure that such never reoccurs again. That should be where the conversation should be geared towards. However, I do understand the helplessness of the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, in this very instance, that a state that is not known to be, witnessing such magnitude of terrorism or kidnap, now suddenly being attacked in a local government from 3 fronts at the same time, leading to this number of, people and teachers being carted away, kept in captivity for 56 days. And it would, make any sound mind to, ask a lot of questions. And I feel that the questions that the governor of Oyo State, Makinde, is asking, is not out of order. When we look at the boundaries of jurisdiction, we are talking about security here. And I would challenge anyone to tell us that this does not fall within the ambient of having an independent audit. He's raising a critical question that we should investigate to know how come beyond the words of the governor lies a subtle undertone, that the fact that this all may not be as it appears, that we should as a people, ask these critical questions. Yes, it's not about who is at the helm of affairs today. There are things we need to know. Remember, reeling from Chibok issue, there's been accusation and counter-accusation about who invited who into the Nigerian state, who empowered who to, be in our environment, creating the anarchy and the chaos that has kept every Nigerian in fear, such that people go to church now to buy anointing oil before they embark on 3 hours journey. People now go to do night vigil before they embark on an hour journey, because a lot of Nigerians who cannot afford the airfare are forced to travel by road. And people now, chide one another that before you embark on long journey, make sure that there is an arrangement for a ransom money. So the Nigerian state needs to know, beyond the pointing of fingers, who is culpable in this. If there is an action or inaction that has enabled this to happen. So beyond all this, I do not expect, in fact, I expect the government of the day to be so collaborative, so happy to even have an inquest as to what necessitated and facilitated the kidnap of these children from Oyo State. And I did hear somebody asking a very cool question. How come there was no such kidnap until this very governor of Oyo State now declares interest for certain positions in the nation? And then, boom, we had a kidnap. There are a lot of conspiracy theories going on and about. And for us to, quell such tensions and, these conjectures, we need to have an open inquest. And who is most likely, to be trusted beyond the Nigerian security quarters? Invite an independent body that would carry out, due diligence and inquest into this issue. Let us begin to uncover what is really happening in our climate, which interests are being protected, which interests are being advanced in this very regard. Because we have terrorists that are operating within our climate without even key defined, objectives. Most times where we see this terrorism, we understand what they are fighting for, we understand what they stand for, but in the case of Nigeria, religion is infused here and there, the quest for land grabbing and all that is so confusing. Let us even understand what is happening and then be able to know how we'll tackle if there are people in high places who are enabling the situation. Then let us know who is the enemy of the state. These are lots of issues that needs be attended to. So for me, talking about boundaries of international jurisdiction or not, the Nigerian state should be happy to note and understand what is going on within their climate. And I feel that the federal government should be at the forefront of seeing that this is done beyond the issue of your state and any other place that is been happening in Nigeria. So we shouldn't be wasting much time on semantics and arguments on who is wrong or who is right. Let us be proactive while we make sure it never occurs again. But we need to know.
Okay, now we'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll bring in our sports update for the morning. Stay with us.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
All right, we are joined by the sports oracle himself, like Mr. Ucho said, the man who eats, breathes, sleeps, swims, sports. Good hope, Chukuma. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
You want me to do it the proper way?
So, let's just shoot.
Let's shoot.
Yeah. You know, yesterday everyone had their predictions. Ochoma was trying to dodge the prediction she gave, but I'm going to play back the video of yesterday and see what you actually said. You know, talking about France versus Spain, seeing how the game had to go. France had to be overpowered by the Spanish side, and now the Spain and the Spanish side, they are now into the finals of the World Cup, FIFA World Cup 2026. Of course, you know that if they eventually win this World Cup, it will make it 16 years. You know, the second World Cup they have been winning in 16 years. The last time they won was in 2010 in South Africa, the World Cup that I would really, really cherish forever. Now, one of the things that we have seen in the game was everyone tipped France to beat them, but France had no place to shoot. They were not able to even play a good game. The game was all about just playing here and there. But Mr. Rex, you were so surprised yesterday seeing that Spain.
Yes, of course. My prediction failed.
Okay.
Because I didn't know the Spanish team has a very wonderful players. I've not watched any of the matches.
They really have.
Yes, I've not watched any of the matches, but I've watched France, and I felt France has all it takes, especially the Mbappes and the Beles. I thought they were going to do the magic, but they couldn't. They didn't see any space. I watched that.
Yeah, they didn't see any space.
And they were fumbling. They were even making mistakes. They were making mistakes.
They were even playing rough.
You know, they were making mistakes, and then, you know, poor passes. Sometimes they pass ball to the Spanish team members to even make incursions into their own goal area. You know, it was terrible. They didn't play well at all.
It was terrible. Didn't play well at all. But let's just go.
And they have not played as worse than this
in the World Cup. Yes.
It happens when two good teams meet themselves. They have to. The best team has to show up, and it's what happened. Now Spain is in the World Cup. I don't know who's joining them this evening. Even if I ask you who's joining them, you have this Messi flair in you.
Well, going by the trajectory of the English team so far, and what the Argentines have been able to give us, we've seen multiple comebacks. We've seen tremendous field of play in the field from the Argentine side, and we've seen barely survivals from the English team. So I know they might not be able to survive.
The English team. Well, the English team may not be able to survive.
Because they've been surviving, they may not survive today.
But the thing is that this English team, you don't, outright them. You don't underrate them. They can do a comeback. You know, having the likes of Hurricane up front.
The comeback has always been for Argentina.
It has always been for Argentina, but also talking about someone like Jude Bellingham in a team who you can't predict.
That's the only person.
No, not just the only person. I'm talking about people that can change the trajectory of the match. That's what we're talking about.
Well, I think it's a more difficult match to decipher.
Of course, that from my side, I would like to ask Mr. Rex, who are you tipping this evening since yesterday's on failed,
Well, Argentina is not wonderful, but Messi is wonderful.
Okay.
You see, I remember Diego Armando Maradona, a tree that makes a forest. Why I call him a tree that makes a forest? When he came to Napoli, Napoli got the league, got everything, almost everything they needed. And since he left, Napoli, I don't think Napoli has actually won the kind of trophies they did when Maradona was there. So also it is with Messi now. Messi with the Argentine national team, he's almost doing everything perfect. He's a tree that makes a forest. Di Maria is no longer there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
but we're asking the score. Maybe the score is, there's no one you can actually pinpoint that will.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be an easy match. Okay. It's not going to be as easy as yesterday's match for the Spanish national team. It was easy to
because France lost their form from the beginning.
Win the French national team. It was easy.
Yeah.
But this one is not going to be easy because the English national team, the Red Devils, are good. At least to an extent, they're always surviving. They know how to survive. They know how to slip through.
Yeah.
And I hope, you see, that is where I now begin to think about the performance of one of our teams from Africa, Cape Verde. It's not the same Cape Verde that actually played...
All right, Mr. Ress, we are sorry. This is where we'll be calling it a day on the program. We're out of time.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Good Hope. Thank you, Mr. Rex. Until we come your way same time tomorrow, I am Princess Ken Ochama. Have a lovely day.
Mr. Good Hope, thank you for your in-depth insights on this.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And handsome Mr. Ress, it's a pleasure having you on the show.
Keep flattering me, but I thank you for having me this morning. For you, watch Aneke TV. We'll give you everything good.
And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we'll come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. The silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dead. to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.